majanga, mikasa imetukumba. Mungu wetu tegemeo, tusikubali misukosuko ya kisiasa itugawanye wazalendo wa Kenya. Majanga, mikasa imetukumba. Mungu wetu tegemeo, tusikubali misukosuko ya kisiasa itugawanye wazalendo wa Kenya. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo. Twawasihi wananchi wazalendo, tuzingatie upendo na amani, kwa utulivu na umoja kati yetu, tujitahidi kujenga Kenya yetu. Kwa hivyo twawasihi wananchi wazalendo, tuzingatie upendo na amani, kwa utulivu na umoja kati yetu, tujitahidi kujenga Kenya yetu. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo. Tangu jadi tumeishi kwa utulivu na kuzingatia maadili ya kijamii. Umoja wetu uliotuwezesha kunyakua uhuru wa nchi yetu, tunauheshimu. Tangu jadi tumeishi kwa utulivu na kuzingatia maadili ya kijamii. Umoja wetu uliotuwezesha kunyakua uhuru wa nchi yetu, tunauheshimu. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo. Nguzo ya maendeleo ni umoja na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo, na kuelewana, sisi sote wazalendo.
Inaingia na kipenzi mkononi, ndiye maridhia, wala sina shaka moyoni.
Tuyangoje moja majaliwa aliyotuwekea Mola, tutayapokea kwa furaha, tutayapokea kwa furaha.
Maisha nimekupa mbele ya watu kanisani, oh, uwe maridhia, siku zote tuwe wawili.
Kupata au kukosa, yote ajuaye ni Mola. Mimi nataka raha nyumbani, mimi nataka raha nyumbani.
Naingia na kipenzi mkononi, oh, ndiye maridhia, wala sina shaka moyoni.
Tuyangoje majaliwa aliyotuwekea Mola, leo karibu kwetu nyumbani, leo karibu kwetu nyumbani, leo karibu kwetu nyumbani. Chaupele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari. Chaupele mpenzi, hayo usemayo, kama ni maradhi yapeleke kwa daktari. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Wanambia niliache rumba, na mimi sikuzoea, siwezi kuliacha rumba kwa sababu yako. Oh, Mama Elio, siwezi kusema na mwenyewe yuko. Oh, Mama Elio, siwezi kusema na mwenyewe yuko. Wamuona funga tai, ajidai ni karani, afanya kazi ya uboi, kilio mama kilio. Aendesha gari kubwa, gari ya tajiri wake, ajidai gari lake, kilio mama kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio, mama kilio, oh 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 kilio. Neno ajali haikingiki, astahilio Mola mwenyewe. Neno ajali haikingiki, astahilio Mola mwenyewe. Nilinguruma liko nilikatiririka, wale pasenja wakafelea baharini. Nilinguruma liko nilikatiririka, wale pasenja wakafelea baharini. Naliona hivyo, kwaherini. Naliona hivyo, kwaherini. mwenyewe yuko. Oh, Mama Elio, siwezi kusema na mwenyewe yuko. Wanafunga tai, ajidai ni karani, afanya kazi ya ugoi. Kilio, mama kilio, aendesha gari kubwa, gari la tajiri wake, ajidai gari lake. Kilio, mama kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio, mama kilio, oh kilio, mama kilio, oh 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 kilio. Salamu zangu ulipozipokea, salimia ndugu na wazazi wako, mamae wote walipo. Nikikumbuka tulivyowachana mara ya mwisho, uliniahidi siku zinapita, bibi, wala sikuoni mama. Leo kwangu, kesho kwako, mamae, utanikumbuka. Nikikumbuka tulivyoachana mara ya mwisho, uliniahidi tungeonana mapema, tungeonana mama. Afro mama, Afro mama, toto wa Sagana, ukumbuke penzi ugeuka. Leo kwangu, kesho kwako, leo kwangu, kesho utanikumbuka. Tundelu tirititi tundetu, tundelu tirititi tundetu, Afro akinijaga Sagana, usiniweke pembeni mama. Nimeridhika kuwa na wewe, nikawaone wazazi wako mama. utapona na mami.
Alright. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Are we all excited to be here? Yes. Come on and nipungie mkono tafadhali. Alright, thank you very much. We are about to begin our program officially. I know if you got hold of the soft copy program, we were supposed to begin almost an hour back. But right now, I'd like to apologize for the delays that we've experienced kidogo this morning. But right now, we are very much ready to begin this wonderful 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. My name is Noah Kipkemboi, and I'll be helping guide the program over the next today, tomorrow, and the day after. And since we are focusing on a very important subject on strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya, we'll be having different panels, presentations, and if at all you're participating in any of this, my request is simple. For starters, keep time. We have a very huge screen on my right. That particular screen will be displaying time during our presentations and also during our panel discussions. So those of us who are participating in those specific engagements, please make sure that we keep time in that regard. Apart from that, also we have wonderful paper presentation and also a very beautiful choir right here. They've been singing and entertaining us this morning. If you may just appreciate them. Wapigeni makofi tafadhali. All right, and as we do so, I have one exercise for us. May we all be upstanding wherever we are. Let us just be upstanding. All right, asante sana. Let us be upstanding. especially those of us in the back. Okay. So, if you're seated at the back, are you able, if you have any luggage with you, a bag or something, can you just lift it up? Wherever you are, just lift it up. This is our first gym session for the day, okay? Lift it up. And if there's an empty seat in front of you, just move to that empty seat. Tafadhali. Let us move forward. Let us move forward. Thank you very much. Those of us at the back, let us move forward so that we don't have patches of emptiness within the room. Okay? Let us do so. Let us do so. Asante sana. Thank you for your cooperation. This side, I see some of you are just looking at me. Thank you very much. Let us move forward so that we fill the room from the front backwards, so that those who are coming in later, they cannot interfere with the program. In the meantime, since we are already standing, I'd like to call upon Jacob Nato from KIPPRA to pray for us before we have the national anthem and the East African anthem. Jacob Nato from KIPPRA. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja. Karibu sana Mr. Jacob. Tuombe tafadhali.
So thank you very much. Good morning all. Thank you. Let us believe and pray. Our Almighty Heavenly Father, Jehovah God, we come before you this morning. Thank you, Father, for the gift of life and good health that you have granted unto each and every one of us this morning. Thank you so much, Father, for the safe journey that you have accorded unto each and every one of us from various destinations of this country. Thank you, Father, for helping all of us to arrive safely for the 9th annual regional conference. We are really delighted and we are very grateful, dear Lord, for all that you have done for each and everyone who is in this meeting. So, Father, as we start our 3-day KIPPRA annual regional conference, we humbly and sincerely pray for your blessings. We pray for your guidance, and we also pray for your wisdom and knowledge, so that all the knowledge and all the presentations and even the discussions that will happen before us, Father, may you bless them, so that at the end of the conference we come up with a very good resolutions and even way forward for our country. We thank you for the country at large. We thank you for all the stakeholders and their various institutions. We thank you also for KIPPRA. We thank you for the moderator who is before us also. We thank you for all the speakers who will be standing before us, Father. May you grant them your blessings and your knowledge, so that at the end of the day, we all benefit from this conference. So, Father, as we start, we pray for your blessings, and even at the end, we shall remember to say thank you. We pray for even the hotel, for their warm welcome and hospitality, even the food that will be prepared, even all the services that we shall this place. May you bless them, may you sanctify them, Father. We thank you and we honor you. Is in Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Asante sana, Mr. Jacob Nato, for that powerful prayer. And at this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, I see part of our board is coming in, and very, very wonderful people already here. Without further ado, I'd like us to tell your neighbor, usichoke kusimama. Sawa sawa, it's good exercise, all right? Those of us who don't get Swahili, tell your neighbor, don't get tired of standing. We're standing for something, yeah? And we're standing for strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. All right, so right now, even as our board comes in, I'm expecting Madam Edie to come in, but in the interest of time, I'd like us to proceed to the national and East African anthems, please.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu.
Right, as we have our seats, please tell your neighbor, next time, learn the East African anthem, because it seems year in, year out, people are always struggling with this East African anthem. Yeah? And it's amazing. So thank you very much, choir, for that wonderful, wonderful leadership on matters anthems. At this particular moment, you may just have your seats. Asanteni sana. So today our theme on the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference is strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. And over the course of 3 days, we'll be unpacking different value chains, including agricultural value chains, industrial value chains, emerging sectors like digital, green and blue economy, also innovation and investment, especially private sector growth, and at the heart of all these policy reforms, regulatory frameworks, which is very, very important. And when we do this, we also aim to make sure that it's inclusive, where youth, women, and marginalized groups are also factored into this issue of strengthening value chains. So we're looking forward to a very engaging 3 days or a very engaging regional conference. My plea to all of us is just to keep time. When you're told we're going for a tea break, for example, for 30 minutes, make sure you have your tea in 25 so that on the 30th minute, we are seated, ready to start the next session. And now, to first of all, make sure that we are doing this in right standing. The KIPPRA board has been very supportive to make sure that we have this particular conference. And to give opening remarks before we hear what to expect in this particular conference, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the chair programs within KIPPRA board, Professor Peter Koech, for his remarks. Mpigeni makofi akikuja tafadhali hadi afike.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator David Wakoli, MP Bungoma County and the Senate Majority Whip, Senator Mwanda Kataya, MB Tharaka Nithi County, Senator Alexander Mundiki, MB Embu County, Senator Esena Lematian, nominated MP, Honorable Dr. John K. Mutunga, MB Dikania West constituency and Chair of Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Vikirini Jacobs, Principal Secretary, State Department of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Mr. Michael Maundu, Acting Secretary, State Department for Trade, representing the Principal Secretary. Principal Secretary is present. Development partners and representatives present. Professor Paul Washana, Chairperson, KIPPRA Board. KIPPRA Directors, members present. Elder Onsomu, Executive Director, KIPPRA. National Government Official present. County Government Official present. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Morning again. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the board of Kenya Institute of Public Policy, Research and Analysis to welcome you to the 9th Annual Regional Conference held in Mombasa. We are honored by your presence and deeply appreciative that you have joined us for this important regional dialogue under the theme Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Growth in Kenya. This conference comes at a defining moment in Kenya's development journey. As a country, we continue to pursue transformative economic growth anchored on the aspirations of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Kenya Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformational agenda, the fourth medium-term plan, and the African Union Agenda 2063. These national and regional development frameworks collectively envision a prosperous, industrialized, inclusive, and globally competitive Kenya that creates opportunities for all citizens while safeguarding sustainability and resilience for future generations. At the center of these aspirations lies the urgent need to strengthen value chains across key sectors of the economy. Value chains are not merely economic systems. They are pathways through which we create jobs, support enterprises, expand exports, reduce poverty, enhance food security, promote industrialization, and improve livelihoods. Strong and inclusive value chains are therefore indispensable to the realization of the Kenya's long development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's development strategy recognizes agriculture, manufacturing, trade, digital transformation, and the creative economy, blue economy, green growth, and innovation as critical drivers of socio-economic transformation. This conference program speaks directly to these priorities. Over the next 3 days, discussions will focus on agricultural, industrial, and service. Discussions will focus on agricultural, industrial, and service sector value chains, while also examining emerging sectors such as e-mobility, climate finance, digital services, artificial intelligence, and the knowledge economy. So these conversations are particularly timely as Kenya seeks to accelerate economic growth while simultaneously addressing persistent challenges such as unemployment, inequality, low productivity, limited value addition, climate vulnerability, and market access constraints. Strengthening value chains offers a practical and strategic pathway to overcoming many of these challenges by connecting producers to markets, improving competitiveness, increasing productivity, and expanding opportunities for micro, small, and medium enterprises. Distinguished guests, the bottom-up transformational bottom-up economic transformational agenda places significant emphasis on agriculture, micro and small enterprise development, housing, healthcare, digital transformation, and the creative economy as engines for inclusive growth. In this regard, strengthening value chains is central to unlocking economic opportunities at the grassroots levels. It enables farmers to transition from subsistence productions to commercial participation, empowers small businesses to access markets and finance, and creates employment opportunities, particularly for youth and women. Kenya's Vision 2030 equally underscores the importance of industrialization and value addition in transforming the country into a middle-income economy. For far too long, many African economies have remained exporters of raw materials while importing finished products at significant higher value. Strengthening domestic and regional value chains provides an opportunity to reverse this trend by promoting local manufacturing, agro-processing, beneficiation, and export competitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance of youth participation in value chain development cannot be underscored. Kenya's youthful population remains one of the country's greatest assets. However, harnessing this demographic dividend requires deliberate investments in skills development, innovation, entrepreneurship, technology adoption, and decent employment creation. We must therefore ensure that our value chains are structured in ways that create meaningful opportunities for young people to participate as producers, innovators, service providers, entrepreneurs, and technology leaders. Equally important is the conference focus on women, persons with disabilities, and marginalized communities. Inclusive growth cannot be achieved if significant segments of our society remain excluded from productive economic participation. Sustainable value chains must therefore be accessible, equitable, and responsive to the needs of all citizens, particularly vulnerable groups that continue to face structural barriers in accessing markets, finance, technology, and productive assets. Ladies and gentlemen, as climate change increasingly affects agriculture, infrastructure, health, energy systems, and livelihoods, Kenya must also position itself strategically within emerging green and climate resilient value chains. The discussions on climate change, the discussion on climate finance, green economy opportunities, and sustainable production systems are therefore highly relevant to the country's transition towards a low carbon and climate resilient development pathways. Similarly, the growing focus on digital transformation and artificial intelligence presents immense opportunities for Kenya to strengthen productivity, improve efficiency, and enhance market integration, and expand access to services across value chains. The country's investment in digital infrastructure, innovation ecosystems, fintech, and ICT services continue to position Kenya as a regional leader in technological innovation and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, as a board, we remain committed to supporting KIPPRA in its mandate of providing quality policy research, analysis, and advisory services to government and other stakeholders. Evidence-based policy making remains essential in addressing increasingly complex development challenges. The solution required today demand rigorous research, strong institutions, strategic partnerships, and sustainable dialogue among policymakers, researchers, private sector actors, development partners, and citizens. This conference, therefore, provides an important platform for generating policy-relevant insights and practical recommendations that can contribute meaningful to Kenya's economic transformation agenda. We hope that the discussions, partnerships, and resolution emerging from this forum will help shape policies and interventions that strengthens resilience, competitiveness, inclusivity, and sustainability across Kenya value chains. Distinguished guests, allow me to sincerely thank all our partners, speakers, moderators, panelists, sponsors, and participants who support and the commitment have met in this conference possible. I also commend the KIPPRA Secretariat and Organizing Committee for their dedication in preparing this important regional event. As I conclude, I wish to emphasize that the future of Kenya's development will depend not only on the rate of economic growth we achieve, but also on the quality, inclusiveness, and sustainability of that growth. Strong value chains have the potential to transform livelihoods, deepen industrialization, expand regional trade, create jobs, strengthen resilience, and improve the well-being of our people. Let us therefore use this conference to advance bold ideas, practical solutions, and collaborative partnerships that will help build a more prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Kenya. It is my pleasure to warmly welcome you once again to the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. God bless you, and I thank you.
All right, let us appreciate Professor Peter Koech. Tumpigeni makofi tena. Asante sana, Professor, for setting the pace for this conference. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get deeper, because when we discuss about this particular theme of strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya, there are foundational issues that need to be dealt with. When you talk about, human capital, when you talk about financing, when you talk about policy, environment, and also governance, these will be critical to sort of give us the conference overview and what it means and why we have this particular theme of strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome KIPPRA's Executive Director, Dr. Elder Onsomo. Mpigeni makofi ya kikuja tafadhali. Hadi Afrika. Daktari, karibu sana, and enjoy your presentation.
Our guests, the KIPPRA board, led by the KIPPRA chairperson, the various partners who have joined us today, the Government of Kenya representatives, the county governments represented here, the county governors who will be joining us, the Senate, the members of Parliament who will be joining us, the various development partners who have worked with us this journey, right from when we were generating evidence up to today when we have this conference, the various youth who have joined us, the various county members from the county governments, starting from the host county, that is the Mombasa County, the KIPPRA staff, and all guests who are with us here today. Good morning. I take this opportunity to take us through the objectives of the 9th Annual Regional Conference 2026. This is a conference where we shall be focusing on strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. As we all know, the value chains is a theme that has been with us for a while. It is a theme that as Government of Kenya in the Vision 2030 and also in the Medium-Term Plan 4, we have clearly defined value chains which have a major objective of job creation, improving productivity, and enhancing development of our nation. In this conference, therefore, we shall be focusing on the various value chains that the government has committed itself to. And as KIPPRA, we have a vision as a global benchmark in public policy research and analysis. And our mission is to contribute to the achievement of national development and also in production of quality public policy research advice to the government of Kenya and also to the non-state actors. And we do this through effective capacity building, conducting objective policy research, and also undertaking analysis. Our core values are spelled out as per our abbreviation. We have K, which stands for knowledge, I, which stands for inclusivity, P for professionalism, another P for patriotism, and R for responsiveness, and A for accountability. It's upon these values then we are able to implement our core mandate as provided for in the KIPPRA Act Cap 112A of the laws of Kenya. And our mandate is to improve public policy making for realization of national development goals through economic forecasting, policy analysis and research, and formulation of medium and long-term strategic perspectives for economic and social development. We do this through the following three broad areas. The first one is capacity building. Second one is policy research and analysis. The third one is networking and engagements. And that's why we are here today. Under capacity building, we have the Young Professionals Program. This is a program which is a flagship. Every year since 2003, we are able to graduate about 30 youth aged 34 years and below after undergoing a legalized capacity building on public policy making processes. The second program under capacity building is KIPPRA Mentorship Program for universities and TVET institutions. Under this program, every year we go to around 4 universities and 2 TVET institutions with the aim of bridging the divide between government agenda and the university and tertiary education research agenda. This also enables us to create awareness and develop capacity of the university communities and the TVET institutions in understanding the public policy making processes. This program also enables us to enable students participate in policy debates, policy research through producing short policy outputs. They also participate in public policy clubs, which we sustain throughout the process once you have engaged with us. And so far, we have over 30 universities and TVET institutions that we are already engaging with throughout the country. Under the second program on public policy research and analysis, we undertake thematic research on policy issues. The first one being macroeconomic issues, modeling, social welfare and human capital development, agriculture, environment, natural resources, trade and foreign policy, infrastructure, private sector, nutrition, predictive analytics, governance, economic modeling, among others. Under this program, every year we produce targeted research outputs. We are also able to undertake interdisciplinary research, where we produce the Kenya Economic Report since 2009. We also undertake KIPPRA-wide survey. Every year, this is undertaken through research both by the KIPPRA team and external researchers. And during this conference, we shall be having technical sessions where these papers focusing on value chains will be presented. The other program is under the demand-driven research, and this is where we undertake targeted demand-driven work, which we get an ask from our partners. Under the networking and engagement, we hold the KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, and the coming 3 days will be the climax of our research, where we share our evidence, we engage with our partners, and we give all our stakeholders a platform to discuss issues, public policy, and this season will be focusing on value chains. We also coordinate the Kenya Think Tanks Forum, and most of our partners here today have participated with us. We held our last Kenya Think Tank Forum last month. This is a forum where we get evidence from the various actors, and through this forum, and KIPPRA being a public institution, we are able to pick various research recommendations from our partners, and we are able to relay the same to the public policy making processes. And that's why we encourage all the research institutions in the room to link up with us so that you are able to utilize this critical platform. Another one is the Southern Voice Network. This is where KIPPRA is a member of 66 think tanks in the Global South, in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, and also in the Caribbean. This work, and as we engage with the various stakeholders, we are able to share our evidence to influence development not only in Kenya, but also in the region, because as a global think tank, we are mandated to undertake objective research, generate evidence that goes beyond our borders to the region and globally, so that we are able to attain international development goals such as the SDGs. We also have the Youth in Climate Action Program. This is the program where we build capacity for youth. Every year, we are able to support these youth to constructively engage in climate change issues, and they are able to contribute in local, regional, and global dialogue, including the Conference of Parties, which is held every end year, and the youth, including KIPPRA, have been able to consistently participate and contribute to the climate change policy discussions. We also hold policy seminars, workshops, and roundtables. These ones are held weekly, including those that are mounted by our young professionals, our researchers, and also with our partners through roundtables. And this is how we generate evidence and objectives for further research. Going through the KIPPRA in brief, we encourage all the participants during this conference to also go through our repository. KIPPRA has a very rich public policy repository where we have all the policy documents for our great nation, Kenya, since independence, all the speeches by the various presidents, and all the documents generated at the national and county level, and those generated by KIPPRA. The reason for having that public repository is to ensure that knowledge is shared, and as KIPPRA we have a fully fledged knowledge management division which supports not only the institute but also with our partners in sharing the knowledge that we generate. It is therefore with that background that in the next 3 days we shall be holding the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, which is themed Strengthening Value Chains for Inclusive Growth in Kenya. We shall be exploring the pathways for strengthening the value chains to promote inclusive growth and sustainable economic transformation of our great nation, both at the national and the county levels, where we shall also be launching various products at county level and also various policy briefs. During this conference, we also give cognizance to the previous conferences that we have held and the impact of the various conferences that we have held. The previous conference, which was on shaping pathways to future jobs and unlocking opportunities for the youth, and this was held last year in May, we have been able to inform youth employment interventions and programs in the country and at county level, including the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Project. And this is a program that touches on youth employment, entrepreneurship, recognition of prior learning, as well as skills development opportunities. This conference also informed the expansion of the Achira Digital Program and rollout of Chitume. This is because digital jobs, technology-enabled employment came out quite strongly during this conference, and we were able to identify sectors for job creation. The conference also informed the National Skills Development Policy and its implementation, particularly in the areas of future of work, strengthening workforce readiness, and skills alignment. Under the expansion of bilateral labor mobility agreements, the conference was able to identify overseas employment opportunities, and as an institute, we have enhanced our research agenda where we are implementing various programs with our partners, such as the Partnerships for Economic Policy on what works for job employment. We have also engaged closely with the Ministry in charge of youth employment and also other institutions in the space of creating jobs to look at the policy interventions that explore areas of job creation, not only in the traditional sectors, but also in the emerging sectors, including the digital economy and also the blue economy. This work also informed the implementation of programs like in the housing and public infrastructure and enhancing networks. And under this, the Institute was able to pick recommendations from work which we had already done on digital divide and interconnectivity to show where we really need to invest as a nation. In the other year, 2024, we had focused on future of industrialization in Kenya, pathways to industrialization under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This work also came up with various recommendations. Key among them have informed the following policy discussions. the enactment of the special economic zones, whereby the recommendations focused on strengthening industrial investment, incentives, and expansion of the special economic zones in the country. The work also informed the enactment of the Technopolis Act, where we were also able to come up with evidence on the role of expansion of cities in national development and also in promoting innovation and industrial development-driven economy. That work also informed the local content bill by focusing on the creative economy and strengthening domestic participation in strategic sectors. The work also further informed various reforms in the SMEs, manufacturing sector, and also in the agro-processing. The work also gave input to the progress in nuts and oil crops development bill, which focuses on local production, value addition, commercialization, and also supporting agro-industrial transformation. The conference, therefore, for this week, we shall be working on the following key areas. The first one is on the agricultural value chains, where we shall focus on sectors like coffee, tea, horticulture, food crops, value addition, their productivity, food security, and export competitiveness. And the industrial value chains will be looking at manufacturing, minerals development through industrialization, local processing, and enterprise growth. Under the emerging sectors, we shall be looking at the digital, green, and blue economy, their opportunities, innovations, and their sustainability in the creation of quality jobs. We shall also be discussing issues on economic transformation in trade integration, investment promotion, cross-sector value chains development. We shall also look at innovations and investments, and here we are talking of the private sector growth, entrepreneurship, technology adaptation, and infrastructure investment. Under education, skills development, and capacity building, we shall be looking at the TVET, universities, digital skills, workforce development, and innovation support as a key pillar for value chains development. The conference will also focus on policy reforms and regulatory frameworks that aim to enhance policy coherence, regulatory efficiency, trade facilitation, and institutional coordination. The other area we'll focus on is inclusive growth and sustainability, and here we'll discuss issues on youth, women, marginalized groups, inclusion, climate resilience, and equitable economic opportunities. Then we ask, why focus on value chains? The answer to that question is, value chains are very central to Kenya's economic transformation and inclusive growth agenda. Strong value chains enhance productivity, competitiveness, and value addition across sectors. They create employment opportunities, especially for youth and women, through production, processing, logistics, trade, and innovation. They strengthen value chain improvement linkages between agriculture, manufacturing, services, and regional markets. Value chains support industrialization, export diversification, increased participation in regional and global trade. They also support digital technology, renewable energy, and circular economy. They provide new opportunities for innovation and sustainable development. Value chains approaches promote equitable participation in small and micro enterprises, development of cooperatives, farmers, marginalized groups, and their role in economic growth. The value chains also, as provided for in the Kenya Vision 2030, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and medium-term plan 4 are key because through the chain, we know that we have input supply, production, processing, marketing, consumption, and we are able to get feedback and upgrading. Value chains also take into account enablers, which include items like policy and regulatory frameworks, infrastructure services, finance and investment, skills, technology and innovation, institutions and partnerships, and also the outcomes, which include key among them, sustainable and resilient economy, sustained economic growth and industrialization, competitiveness and market access, job creation and inclusive growth, and increased productivity, which is the core of any economy. The conference, therefore, will explore the various opportunities for strengthening this value chain, starting from agriculture, manufacturing, promoting inclusivity in value chain transformation, enhancing competitiveness in regional and global markets, fostering partnerships among governments, both the national and the county governments, and across the region, private sector, academia, development partners, and also the support and special interest groups such as the youth, women, and the marginalized communities. The conference will be structured as follows. We shall have structured conference presentations, and this will be mounted through the common sessions such as this one. We shall have parallel sessions which will deepen discussions on specific areas. We shall also have breakaway sessions where we shall engage on technical discussions, and we shall have the presentations on technical papers that have been developed by the KIPPRA researchers and also various researchers across the country. We shall also have plenary discussions, and finally, we shall be able to come up with a communique communicating the various recommendations from the 3-day conference, and also ensuring that as partners, we are able to pick areas of implementation so that again, when we gather next year, we shall be able to account on how we have used the various recommendations to improve on the national development of our great nation. With that, then, I take this opportunity to welcome all of us to this conference, and I wish all of us engaging discussions and productive engagement so that we are able to achieve the objectives for the 3 days conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elda Onsomu, for setting the pace for us, what to expect over the next 3 days. And the beautiful thing is that we are not here just for the sake of being here, but there will be outcomes. When you talk about, strengthening value chains, there will be tangible outcomes when it comes to policy tone from our engagement over the next 3 days. So looking forward to that. In the meantime, I'll also like to recognize, of course, KIPPRA's board and board chair, Professor Paul Wachana, who's here with us, and many other board members that I'll be recognizing as time goes by, so that we are in good books with the board. All right? Tell your neighbor, you have to be in good books with the board. It doesn't matter which organization you're part. That is cross-collaboration that we need to make things work, and I believe it's a beautiful thing to have a very supportive board. Now, at this particular moment, How many people went through KIPPRA's Kenya Economic Report 2025? If you've gone through that particular report, just raise your hand. If you've gone through KIPPRA's 2025 Kenya Economic Report, anyone? Anyone going once, twice? Okay, I was about just to pay for your lunch, but it's okay. Don't you worry. So what we're going to do is that that particular report is online on KIPPRA's website. These reports are very, very important for you to go through. It's just like the economic survey report, very, very rich in data. So Kenya Economic Report 2025 focused on creating decent jobs for prosperity. And when you talk about strengthening these value chains, the ripple effect is that our growing youthful population will get an opportunity to build a life with engaging and value-adding, jobs. And our next presenter will be able to highlight for us on value chains for decent jobs creation. So please help me welcome Ms. Caroline Juki, Chief Technical Advisor at the International Labour Organization Kenya. Mpigeni makofi akikuja tafadhali. Let us appreciate her. Come on, guys. Caroline, enjoy your presentation.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on protocols already established as we have more dignitaries coming, and I would rather not risk missing anyone out. On behalf of the International Labour Organization, the UN Tripartite Agency for the World of Work, I am honored to join you at this important convening. The ILO has been a committed partner of Kenya's development journey, and this conference, focused on value chains for inclusive growth, sits at the very heart of our shared mandate: decent work for all. Let me begin with a question that I believe should anchor every conversation in this conference hall over the next 3 days. When we strengthen a value chain, who actually benefits? The question, deceptively simple, is the lens through which the ILO approaches value chain development. Because a value chain that grows in volume but leaves workers trapped in informality, poverty wages, unsafe working conditions, or without a voice or representation, is not a success story. It is a missed opportunity. Africa is home to the world's fastest growing labor force. By 2030, sub-Saharan Africa alone will account for nearly 1 in 4 of the world's young people, 1 in 4. And Kenya is no exception. Every year, approximately 800,000 to 1 million young Kenyans enter the labor market. And yet, too many of them find themselves not in jobs, but in precarious, low-wage, informal work that offers limited to no security, protection, and no pathway for a better life. The ILO's data tells us that more than 80% of employment in sub-Saharan Africa is informal. And in Kenya, the figure is similar. Informality is concentrated precisely in value chains that we are here to discuss. In smallholder agriculture, in micro and small manufacturing enterprises, in the service sector, in fisheries, in horticulture that Kenya prides itself in. Women bear a disproportionate share of this burden. They constitute the majority of workers at the base of agricultural value chains: picking tea, sorting fish, packaging horticultural produce, yet they are systematically excluded from the higher value segments: processing, trading, marketing, decision-making. And this is not only unjust, but also, we would agree, economically irrational. The challenge, therefore, is not simply to grow value chains. The challenge is to transform them structurally, institutionally, and in terms of who holds power within them. The ILO's approach to value chain development is rooted in what we call the decent work agenda. 4 interconnected pillars: employment creation, rights at work, social protection, and social dialogue. And ladies and gentlemen, these are not add-ons to value chain development. They are prerequisites for value chain sustainability. We also recognize that value chains are not simply production systems. They are systems of work. They determine who works, under what conditions, at what wages, with what protections, and with what voice. When you intervene in a value chain, you're making choices about all those things. The ILO therefore urges policymakers and private sector actors to apply what we call a decent work lens to value chain interventions. And this means asking, does this intervention create more jobs, or better jobs, or both? Does it extend social protection to informal workers? Does it empower workers and small producers to negotiate for fairer terms? Does it reduce gender gaps and include marginalized groups? And ladies and gentlemen, this may sound very idealistic, but it is not. It is evidence-based policy design. Let me share 3 lessons from the African continent that I believe are directly relevant to Kenya's value chain development agenda. Lesson 1, upgrading is possible, but it requires deliberate policy. With an example from Ethiopia's leather and footwear sector, which offers a really powerful illustration. Through sustained government investment in skills, a dedicated industrial park strategy, and targeted support for the Leather Industry Development Institute, Ethiopia moved from exporting raw hides, capturing perhaps 10 cents per dollar of value, to producing finished shoes and leather goods for European and American markets. Employment in the sector grew significantly, and for the first time, women in rural tannery communities accessed formal wage employment. What lesson do we draw from this? Industrial policy, when specific, sequenced, and sustained, drives upgrading. And Kenya's own leather sector, referenced in this conference program, has similar potential. The Kenya Leather Development Council, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, amongst others, are the right actors. They need the right incentives, the right infrastructure, and the right market-relevant skills pipeline. Lesson 2, ladies and gentlemen. Digital technology can democratize value chains, but only if designed inclusively. In Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, the ILO supported digital platforms that connected smallholder cocoa farmers directly to certification bodies and buyers, reducing the number of intermediary steps and increasing farm gate prices by up to 20%. In Rwanda, mobile-based extension services in the coffee sector helped farmers improve post-harvest handling, directly lifting CAP quality scores and export premiums. Here in Kenya, the M-Pesa ecosystem, for instance, of Apollo Agriculture, that I think many of us knows about, shows that the infrastructure for digital value chain integration exists. The question is whether smallholders, women farmers, and youth entrepreneurs are designed into these systems or left behind. Lesson 3. Social dialogue is a competitive advantage, not a cost. In South Africa's fruit export value chain, and probably many of us ate South African apples this morning, one of the continent's most globally integrated, the ILO facilitated a multi-stakeholder process between producers, farm workers, unions, exporters, and international buyers to develop a social compliance framework. The result was not just better working conditions, it was sustained market access. For instance, European buyers increasingly require evidence of decent work standards as a condition of trade. It's integrated in trade agreements. For Kenya's horticulture, tea, and coffee sectors, all mostly dependent on export markets, compliance with international labor standards is not a constraint on competitiveness. It is the basis of it. Distinguished participant, the ILO would like to leave this conference at its very beginning with 4 specific asks. First, embed decent work indicators into Kenya's value chain monitoring frameworks. GDP growth and export volume are necessary metrics, but not sufficient. We must also track employment quality, wages relative to living costs, informality rates, gender wage gaps, occupational safety data, and access to social protection, because as we all appreciate, what we really measure gets managed. Second, invest in sectoral skills systems, not just individual training programs. TVET institutions, universities, extension services, and farmer organizations need to be linked to value chain actors in a coherent national skills architecture. The ILO's SCORE program, which means Sustaining Competitive and Responsible Enterprises, has demonstrated in Kenya and across Africa that when we train enterprise managers in better production practices and better people management simultaneously, productivity and working conditions both improve. Third, make gender equality a structural priority, not a parallel program. Women's economic empowerment must be mainstreamed into value chain governance, land rights, access to finance, representation in cooperatives, leadership in commodity boards, etc. The ILO's previous work with the Kenya Tea Development Authority and the tea cooperatives has shown that when women hold decision-making roles, productivity at the farm level improves and household nutrition outcomes improve. And this evidence has been quite clear. Fourth and finally, prioritize young people. Remember what I spoke about at the beginning of this address. 1 in 4 of Africa's population, of the world's population, will be African youth. Treat young people not as a vulnerable group. Increasingly, youth are put into vulnerable groups and women and PWDs. They are agents of value chain transformation. Kenya's youth are entrepreneurial, digitally literate, and hungry for opportunity. The emerging value chains of now and the future in green energy, digital services, the creative economy, and e-mobility are spaces where young people can lead. The policy environment, the financing architecture, and the institutional frameworks must be designed with them, not merely for them. Distinguished participants, the ILO was founded more than a century ago on a simple but radical proposition: that labor is not a commodity. Behind every value chain, every kilo of tea, every stitch of textile, every line of code, every bag of coffee landed at Mombasa's port, there's a human being with a family, with aspirations, with rights. Kenya has the natural endowments, the demographic dividend, the regional position, and the institutional capacity to build value chains that are not only competitive, but genuinely transformative. The conversations in this conference over the next 3 days can shape the policies and partnerships that make that transformation real. The ILO stands ready, as we have done for decades, to walk that road with you. We bring technical expertise, international experience, and unwavering commitment to the principle that economic growth must translate into dignity, security, and opportunity for every Kenyan worker. Asante sana na shukuru.
All right. Asante sana. Caroline Juki, Chief Technical Advisor, ILO, Kenya. Now, before I invite the next speaker, I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator David Wakoli, Bungoma County Senator. Thank you very much, sir, for making time to be here. He's also the chairperson, Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries Committee. And when you're talking about strengthening value chains, a major part of our programs is about agriculture. So this is a show of goodwill, and we appreciate you making time. We also have Senator Mwenda Gataya from Tharaka Nithi County. Karibu sana, Senator. Thank you very much. And I know Tharaka Nithi, when it comes to agriculture and many other value chains, the particular county is very active. So your input and participation is highly appreciated, Senator. We also have Senator Alexander Mundege from Embu County. Senator, karibu sana. Thank you for making time to be with us today. And ask your neighbor, like, has the MC recognized you? Just ask them out of curiosity. If they feel they should be recognized and they haven't been recognized, tell them in the course of the 3 days, we'll make sure you're recognized somewhere, okay? So don't you worry, it's a going concern. At this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to move into a critical part of these discussions. When you talk about strengthening value chains, we have to take a look at the end things, or the end of the value chain. These are markets, because we can produce all we want, but if you're not able to create market linkages and access, it becomes a dead end. And for you to be able to be appealing to the market, you have to raise your competitiveness. That's why we're always told, how competitive is your product? How much does it cost to, value add tea in this country, maybe in comparison to another tea or coffee producing country in Africa, and how will that augur in the international market? So to help us understand how to enhance competitiveness and market access for Kenya's value chains, please help me welcome Michael Mandu, Acting Secretary of Trade at the State Department for Trade. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali ya kuja. Mr. Mandu, mpigeni hadi afike. Sir, you have a very bold walk, and you're going to have a bold presentation. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Am I on? Oh, yes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe before I go into speak about what brought me here, allow me to appreciate the opportunity of being in the midst of this great gathering of economists and thinkers and the people that shape the policy of this country. It reminds me of a story when I was still much younger, there was a student of some hypothetical king who wanted advice from economists. And I'm told he had gotten tired of the advice of being told, on the one hand is this, on the other hand is the other. And therefore he chose to define the parameters for his economic advisor. For the best trained brain, but on condition that he or she must have one hand. And therefore, the team went around and took the recruitment and got the right candidate. And then on the day of reckoning, the advisor came in to advise. And he started by giving his conversation. And then he said, on the one hand, the king said, hang on, stop. Which hand are you talking about? You have one hand. So which other are you talking about? Then the economist explained that we talk on the balance of probabilities. Therefore, I'm here to, in the midst of the people probabilities, who don't give you the right answer. They tell you it is either this or that, and then you make a choice. The choice is you hang yourself. So I'm here, ladies and gentlemen, to speak on behalf of my principal secretary, Regina Ombam, for the State Department for Trade. She could not be available because she's somewhere else handling matters that concern the trade sector, having a conversation with the people of Pakistan, one of, if not the leading importer of Kenya's tea globally. Obviously, over the past 2 or 3 years, we have been experiencing a few challenges in that market because of the lack of sufficient dollars for payment of our tea, and therefore she went there, and I think she'll be concluded today. And in that regard, she dispatched me to come here and speak on her behalf. In that regard, therefore, allow me to be careful not to be recognizing people, because I may forget others, and that would be my Waterloo. But let me say that, ladies and gentlemen, all invited guests in this gathering, I'm very happy to be in their midst, and just to indicate that as a ministry and the State Department, we are very, very delighted to be part of this very extremely important annual regional conference, whose theme is strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. Allow me to start by thanking the organizers for extending the invitation to the State Department for Trade. And before I share my thoughts on this very, very important topic, allow me to briefly say who we are, our relationship with the Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis. I like their tagline, thinking policy together. But I don't know when they'll also think for us, because they should also think for us from time to time. They don't have to wait for us to think together. Think for us sometimes and direct us and help us to go where we should go. That the State Department is part of the larger Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, which is charged one of the biggest responsibilities in this country, to support Kenya's trade, investment and industry agenda, so it can contribute significantly to the GDP. The mandate of the State Department is to develop and implement policies that promote domestic and international trade. It spearheads trade negotiations and oversees implementation of international trade agreements, as well as promoting and enforcing fair trade practices and consumer protection. We have over the years collaborated with KIPPRA to ensure that the trade policies that we have are driven by high quality evidence, enhancing market access, competitiveness, and enabling export growth. And I think, Madam Executive Director, if you look back behind, you may have seen that KIPPRA was very instrumental in helping us to come up with the cost-benefit analysis of the EAC-EU Economic Partnership Agreement. That was way back in 2012-2013, which shaped our negotiations for that very important agreement. But we've also then have a number of agreements in between, which perhaps we have not come to you to think together on how to do them. We have an agreement with the EU, which is bilateral. We have an agreement with the UK. We have an agreement now with the UAE, yet to be implemented. And we have many, many other partners knocking on our doors, asking us if we can do agreements with them in terms of trade. And I think that's why I'm asking if in one of your kind considerations, you could think for us before we come to you to ask us to think together. It will be very, very useful in that regard. So we know that you offer objective policy research, analysis, technical advisory, capacity building that directly supports the State Department for Trade in the mandate of facilitating the creation of an enabling environment for domestic and international trade to thrive, thereby enabling the ministry to formulate effective evidence-based trade policies. You know, it's only this ministry and the Trade Department that we can call the dollar machinani people, because anywhere you go in this country, even the very remote, you will not fail to get a kiosk, somebody selling something to somebody. And a part of those goods are either coming from outside or some which are from that particular area are going outside. Now let me come back to the topic of conversation today, which is on inclusive trade. I think inclusive trade should create opportunities for all segments of society and distribute the resultant benefits fairly across the economy. It focuses on raising the overall pace of economic growth while ensuring that the marginalized and lower income groups can actively participate in and benefit from that progress. This brings into focus the trade sector, particularly the international trade aspect of it, as a major driver of economic growth. Why is it so? This is because exporting firms tend to earn higher profits, pay better wages, tend to grow faster than those that do not export. However, we know that the benefits are not evenly shared across the economy, which therefore requires that the government puts in place trade policies that ensure that the businesses, which are led by women, Caroline tells me we should not include the youth, but she talk about the young people, very important, because not many of them are found in the trade space, particularly international trade, and that's how we think we need to bring them in. People living with disabilities, and we look at those who are historically unrepresented groups, so that can also access global markets, which is essential for driving inclusive economic growth. Looking at the agreements that we have signed, if you look at our international trade architecture, and you look at some of the marginalized parts of this country, if you go to northern Kenya, most of them are in livestock. And you find that most of the livestock markets and their products are coming from the Middle East. It is Saudi Arabia, is it the UAE, it is Iran, and those particular countries. And we think that as we look for those opportunities, we bring on board actors that have been left behind for the longest time ever. When you look back again in northern Kenya, we have people who are doing gum Arabic, and we try our level best to help them access markets. So through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the government has got to drive economic and inclusive growth through agricultural value chain approach, which already has been talked about. This approach is transforming the agriculture sector, increasing productivity, eradicating hunger, lowering the cost of living, creating jobs, and thereby promoting inclusive growth. Crucially, this approach creates surpluses for local trading. Why we're talking about the value chain to productivity is the more we produce, we have a surplus that we can either trade locally or which we can export to other countries. I think one of the things that we'll look at later is that while Kenya has got many, many agreements across the globe, we suffer from one big thing, what to export there. And we think that the value chains approaches are a very useful instrument for us to build the goods that we need to export and the volumes. And therefore, to strengthen these value chains, then we're saying that once we do this, then we can also create linkages between agriculture manufacturing to add the value, which would fetch higher prices in international markets. Obviously, when you export raw products, your income is lower, but when you do high value products which have been added by manufacturing, then you tend to get more. So to strengthen these value chains, then we need to look at, directing our efforts at addressing inefficiencies in production and a competitive business environment, uncertainty and random global trade policy, access to finance, capital, and technology. When we're talking about random international trade policy, I don't think we need to belabor that so much. You just look at one guy who comes from one country called the US, and you see what he has done around the globe, which has really stabilized the whole system. So as a ministry, we'd like to see how do we address these issues when they come and they happen, and therefore begin affecting our business people. Therefore, it's not a wonder then that the trade sector is singled out in the country development blueprint, the Kenya Vision 2030, as an instrument for transforming the Kenyan economy through a trade-led competitive economy by efficiently sending out goods from the farms and the industries for export. The department continues to advance this agenda of fulfilling the said vision by supporting the integration of these value chains into global ones through the various trade agreements to market access to international investment capital, appropriate technology, and what have you. Indeed, the trade sector remains one of the key anchors of our economy. And if you look at globally, the statistics around, if you went to the trading economics, one of the leading global data sources, it says that the trade sector contributed 30.3% to the GDP in 2024, which is quite significant. And most of this attributed 22% to exports and 8% to domestic trade. I cannot continue without talking about what our export performance is looking like since 2021. And indeed, in 2023, for the first time ever, our exports crossed the trillion shilling mark. In 2023, our exports accounted for 1.007 trillion Kenya shillings, up from Kenya shillings 873 billion in 2022. When you look at the data from KNBS, the value of exports increased to 1.12 trillion and 1.19 trillion in 2024 and 2025 respectively. That means that the export front, we are beginning to see some very positive signs. Even if it is a small percentage, but we have then seen a lot of things happening. That we're not only trading in goods, we're also trading in services. And we can see that over the same period of time, Kenya's export performance has been very, very impressive in terms of services. In 2022, we exported services valued at $5.5 billion US dollars. In 2024, it was $5.4 billion US dollars. And in 2024, it was $5.44 billion US dollars. When you come to the import of services, in 2023, we imported services valued at $4.8 billion, and in 2024, $4.9 billion. So you can see that in the services front, we're enjoying quite a great surplus in that regard. So looking at that picture then, what are some of the key roles undertaken by the State Department to enhance competitiveness and market access? One of them is the issue of trade policy and facilitation. We do note that domestic trade has been developed in accordance to the Kenya Constitution 2010, the fourth schedule. And the State Department, however, is still maintaining a responsibility of developing and implementing trade-related policies and frameworks. We are currently finalizing the National Trade Bill 2025. Maybe I suppose and I said that from the time of devolution, the domestic trade sector has been a gray area. No proper regulations, no specific direction. And because of that, there has been an outcry from the business community to say, what is that the Trade Department can do to create some level of stability and regulate a framework in that space. And that's why we're working over the National Trade Bill. We are hoping that by the end of this financial year, it would have gone to the National Assembly for them to look through how this can be become a policy guided trade policy. Other policies worth pointing out is the Kenya National Trade Policy in 2017. This was the first ever trade policy in this country in 2017. We are currently reviewing it because it has come to its end. At the same time, we also developed the Integrated National Export Development and Promotion Strategy, which is also under review. And in 2023, we came up with the National E-commerce Strategy. Some of the things that we are doing to make sure that we streamline the trade sector for it to be able to achieve its role as a contributor to the gross domestic product. The second important thing that we are doing is regional and international trade negotiations. The State Department for Trade spearheads Kenya's engagements with international trade bodies like the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and regional economic blocs, including the EAC, the AFCFTA, COMESA, and the TFTA, to ensure that the rules-based trading system serves its intended purpose, and also to address non-tariff barriers and other challenges that are affecting trade, so as to expand opportunities for Kenya's businesses. The third point that we are doing is that of value chain strengthening. And I think all of us in this house could have been made aware of something called the County Aggregation and Industrial Parks, which is being spread to all the 47 counties, purposely to enhance production, consolidation, quality management, and the marketing of products both domestically and internationally. We need to point out that while we have many, many markets, that you don't just need to gather your avocados in Kiondo and you're going to sell them out there. There must be sufficient quantities, there must be the right quality, and what have you for you to continue enjoying market access. And therefore, to deal with that, we thought that the issue of KIPPRA will be very important for us. It is expected that the KIPPRA will address the supply side constraints of the limited range of products, the quantities of products, particularly for exporting. And this was identified in the Integrated National Export Development and Promotion Strategy for 2018 that the country has faced for a very long time. The other issue that we are undertaking are strengthening value chains, the issue of export promotion and diversification. We are actively identifying new export markets in Asia, in Africa, to mitigate the risks, particularly for agriculture and manufactured goods. Together with the regional economic communities, which I've mentioned, which is COMESA, EAC, the TFTA, SCFTA, and the bilateral trade agreements with the EU, the UK, the UAE, and of course also AGOA, and recently what we are calling the early harvest agreement with China. Kenyan producers and exporters have access to nearly 50% of the global GDP. 50% of global GDP. And the big question for us today and going forward is about what to export, but not where to export. So then the value chains becomes a very important aspect for us to say, what's it that we can export? Then you look back at what we are doing across the country in terms of value chains. The other area of interest to us, which is very important, is that of market standards and protection. That the State Department for Trade enforces trade standards, consumer protection, and implements measures against dumping and counterfeit products. What we do, ladies and gentlemen, some of the things that perhaps you may not take into consideration is that if you go to a butchery and you buy a kilo of meat, it is the State Department that ensures that kilo is actually a kilo of meat. Not less, not more. That loaf of bread you are buying, if it says 600 grams, should be 600 grams. And that's what the department looks at, to make sure that there is fair practices across the country. And we do this through a department called Waste and Measures. And in the case of services, we have a body called the Kenya Consumer Protection Advisory Committee, where service consumers can kind of report anomalies. For instance, if you have you think that your your electricity meter was tampered with, and you paid more than what you consumed, then you go through KIPPRA to raise that concern so that we can look into it and address it. And finally, we are looking at the issue of digital trade and e-commerce. As already indicated, we have an e-commerce strategy in place, and we are currently developing the e-commerce policy. We are hoping that in the course of this year, we'll be able to see it come through. This promoting and regulating the digital platforms to boost competitiveness and market access, so that the young people that we are talking about, because they are so much spending their time on their devices and other gadgets, that they use those gadgets for trading with their partners across the globe, either to find a market or to advertise the goods or the products for this country, or indeed to buy from the others. And we think that these are very important aspects to rope in the young people into the trade space. And we hope that promoting of the opportunities offered by the sector are very, very critical for us to go forward. So all these initiatives are aimed at shifting Kenya from reliance on imports to a robust export-driven economy with enhanced competitive value chains. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will say thank you very much for your kind attention, and we look forward to a very, very successful conference over the coming 3 days. Really appreciate being in your meetings. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Michael Mandu, for that proper presentation on where we are on matters trade as a country, market access, which is absolutely critical. We are about to take a break, but before I do so, I'd like to make one request, okay? I'd like to make one request. We're about to go for a tea break, but before we do that, there is something quite interesting happening. So, any Arsenal fans in the building? Any Arsenal fans? Just stand up. Arsenal fans, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. You guys will have a special tea for yourself. Just stand up. Just stand up, okay? I appreciate the Arsenal fans. It's been 22 years since they won anything of significance. And something has happened, so we take time to appreciate them, the Arsenal fans. May the good Lord bless you, even as you go for another break for 22 years. But we'll see how that one goes. So this is about strengthening value chains. And even in football, there is a value chain. Some of the best players within Arsenal, they had to be developed at the academy stage for them to shine at this particular moment. That's what we're talking here. How can we develop our own value chains within the country to help the nation grow generally? Now, I'd like to recognize nominated Senator Zena Lemaletian. She's just walked in. Senator, karibu sana. Thank you very much for making time to be part of this important conversation. We appreciate you. Now, I'd like us to go for a tea break, but before we do so, just be upstanding on your feet. Just be upstanding on your feet. Get somebody got somebody who is standing next to you, and give them 3 words that have tea in them, okay? For example, Nimeti. Nimeti has tea. Okay? Any English word that has tea? Meeting. Okay? Meeting. So, give them 3 words that I haven't mentioned that have tea within them. Talk to your neighbor. Some of you are looking at me like, you should give me harder questions. Has anyone gotten an interesting one? Butcher. I can see. Which word do you have, sir? Nimepoa na tea. Oh, nimekuwa na tea. Okay. So even as we do so, we want to take a 25-minute break, tea break. It is served in 2 places. Our VIP, you will be served at Koi 2 at this particular direction. You shall be directed right there at the exit. And the rest of us, we exit through that particular door. We head to the left, to the right. Once we exit, we are serving our tea on that end. Thank you very much. 25-minute break, then we resume on this important discussion on matters strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. This is 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. Take it away, audiovisual team.
Yes.
Niwashie hii. Basi namba 11 hiyo ya online.
supported this factory since 1963 until now. We have processing cities, which is mainly exported to Pakistan, England, UK, and very many other countries. We have orthodox tea, which you have also given some of the best teas, orthodox teas, coming from this country to the world. We are just about to release some of the finest brands that will fly off the shelves in supermarkets called Chinga Light. Beyond Chinga Light, we are going to have another brand that is going to be coming out very soon, that is called Chinga Delight. That is in addition to Chinga Premium teas that we have already selling. We are intending to have orthodox tea and green tea also in our value addition project. Chinga Light will have other additives like ginger. This tea is something that we want to do not only for this factory, not only for the catchment, but we want to do for international market. Inside here in the factory, we have a quality management system, ISO 9001. That is to ensure consistency, and the product that comes out of this factory is consistently good. We are also having another certification, international standard food safety management system, to ensure that the food is safe. So we can proudly tell anybody world over that we have systems in place to ensure that the tea that comes from Chinga Tea Factory is safe, is cultivated by farmers who have minded about the environment, and the factory is caring about the environment. We are caring about sustainability and the future of the planet. We have directly employed 200 employees, and sometimes they go higher when the crop is so high. Our workforce, we have about, out of them, they are permanent and pensionable, and others are here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,500, 800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expected to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25, below we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call a final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a company is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good. We also appeal for support in variation. We have heard the government talk about common user facilities, removing some taxes on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to work better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Nikipeleka majani chai wananishukulia, halafu ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi. Huo mwingine nilisema kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama haya extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha vile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Tukiingia kwa cashew nuts, hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani, na nilipowagawanyia hao hizo seedlings niliwaambia wakipata hizo korosho zao wao wananiuzia mimi, alafu mimi nikaanza kuprocess. Sasa hiyo ilinifanya hao wakulima hapa karibu wanipate hiyo korosho yao kwa urahisi, kwa sababu nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia hizo seedlings ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao kuniamini na kuniletea hizo korosho. Si watu wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi zile ambazo zina process hapa ni zile ambazo nanunua kwa hawa wakulima ambao wako hapa karibu na mimi. Nanunua kwao na nazileta kwa store yangu, alafu naleta hapo kwa mtambo, nazianika. Processing yenyewe na include zikiingia mpaka uanze kuzianika mwanzo. Nazianika kama 2 days, alafu nikimaliza kuanika ndio naziingiza kwa boiler.
All right.
Zinaingia kwa boiler.
Even as we reconvene, tafadhali, those of us who are outside still having tea, tafadhali let us come back to the hall to continue with the program. In the meantime, our wonderful choir, I don't know whether you guys are in a position kutupatia pambio moja ama mbili in transition into the next session. Our wonderful choir, mnaweza tubariki na sauti zenu nyororo. In the meantime, those of us outside, let us come back into the hall so that we proceed with the program. Matters to do with agricultural value chains, livestock, crops, fisheries, and blue economy. That's what we're going to be focusing in the next 2 hours or so. But for now, we have a wonderful choir. They'll give us one song so that to give us room to reconvene into the room. Then we proceed with the program. Asanteni sana choir. Mungu awabariki. I kindly request those of us who are having tea, let us finish up so that we proceed with the next part of the program. Tafadhali, come back to the hall. Asante.
siku ya mwisho, taji nipate, niongoze ewe Bwana, popote niendapo, hata siku ya mwisho, taji nipate. Ujana wangu Bwana siwezi bila wewe Bwana, siwezi endapo, hata siku ya mwisho, taji nipate, niongoze ewe Bwana, popote niendapo, hata siku ya mwisho, taji nipate.
Come on, appreciate the choir. Apigeni makofi. I know your neighbor is not clapping. Ask them, can you sing like they do? Yes, that's why you need to appreciate that particular talent. Now, I see a lot of people streaming in. In the interest of time, I encourage all of us to come in so that we begin this next session. And it will be critical for us to have, first of all, 2 key speeches before we proceed on a common session on the status of Kenya's priority value chains, specifically agricultural value chains. And we'll be looking at livestock, crops, and also fisheries and blue economy. We have a presentation from Dr. C.D. Bukaka, and she's from International Food Policy Research Institute. She'll be joining us virtually, so at that particular moment, I'd encourage us to focus on the screens to listen to a presentation, 8-minute presentation. Thereafter, we'll have a panel session on this particular issue still, agriculture value chains. In the meantime, mnaweza tupatia pambio moja fupi. By the way, you guys, if you have any song request, you can talk to the MC, then the MC will talk to the choir, okay? And don't request something technical. So we can have one more song, a brief one, then we proceed with the next part. Thank you very much.
Tinga malo wuli nyata eyo wila hono kitinga malo Yesu. Tinga malo wuli nyata eyo wila hono kitinga malo Yesu. Tinga malo wuli nyata eyo wila hono kitinga malo Yesu. Sana.
Osana gach polo tinga malo
Yesu.
Gach polo tinga malo. Osana gach polo tinga malo
Yesu.
Gach polo tinga malo. Osana gach polo tinga malo.
Kumbakiriwe akenda jatelo luonga atione. Enkende Yesu atione rudingima. Kumbakiriwe akenda jatelo luonga atione. Enkende Yesu atione rudingima. Manueli kiriwe akenda jatelo luonga ati. Come on. Enkende Yesu atione rudingima. Enkende Yesu atione rudingima. Kumba kamano Yesu.
Ero kamano, sigor wone lamo Yesu jarana. Ero kamano Nyasai.
Ero kamano Nyasai be.
Ero kamano, sigor wone lamo Yesu jarana. Ero kamano Nyasai be. Ero kamano Nyasai be.
Chunywa maiye gombo neno Jerusalem.
Chunywa.
Gonga.
Chunywa maiye gombo neno Jerusalem.
Yepina chunywa maiye gombo neno Jerusalem.
Chunywa maiye. Siko Yesu ololwen akonya kayuda ololwen.
Ingili pangala.
Ololwen Yesu ololwen. Siko
Yesu. Ebiwadie dalano ma Yesu loso. Ebiwadie dalano ma Yesu loso. Yepina biwadie dalano be. Emaye.
Dalano ma Yesu loso. Ebiwadie dalano ma Yesu loso. Ebi wadi edalano, ma Yesu loso. Ebi wadi edalano, ma Yesu loso. Ebi wadi edalano, ma Yesu loso.
Gawa paro, sama paro jechino ramo, taluongo ngamondo wara.
Alongo Yesu, alongo roto.
Umuga, nawale lotina timakinda, samati moja chiroramo, taluongo ngamoda wara.
Alongo Yesu, alongo roto.
Ay! Hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop.
Alongo Yesu, alongo roto lo simbo, nyarombo bimuni.
Kumbana iye maneno sana.
Anaye maneno sana be, ayena, hallelujah.
Iye maneno.
Ayena, anaye maneno sana be, ayena, hallelujah.
Gawana iye maneno sana be.
Anaye maneno sana be, ayena, hallelujah.
Iye maneno sana.
Ayena, anaye maneno sana be, ayena, hallelujah.
Gawa oknine kijakongo.
Oknine, kono oknine kijakongo. Oknine atamu.
Gawa oknine kijachode.
Oknine, kono oknine kijachode. Oknine atamu.
Gawa na iye maneno sana be.
Ayena, anaye maneno sana be, ayena, hallelujah.
Gawa na iye maneno sana be.
Ayena, anaye maneno sana be, ayena, hallelujah.
Pigeni kwa makofi tafadhali. Kama ingekuwa DJ tungemwambia pull selector, si ndio? That's beautiful, beautiful, authentic African performance right here with the choir. And in that high spirit, now we are about to go to the next part of this presentation. And just to check the room, I don't know whether we have the representative for the PS State Department for Agriculture, Mr. John Dungu. Are you around? Sawa sawa. Thank you very much. I'll invite you in a befitting manner, okay? This is very, very important. Sawa sawa. Okay. So we are about to do so. And also we have the PS State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, who is already here with us. And I know he's in the holding room, so I kindly request that they come out, because John Dungu is already here with us representing PS State Department for Agriculture. So at this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to go straight to the remarks on behalf of the PS State Department for Agriculture. Then we'll hear from the PS State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy. And thereafter, we'll go to a common session on matters agricultural value chains, where we'll have a presentation and thereafter a panel discussion before we break for lunch. So at this particular moment, please help me welcome John Dungu, representing PS State Department for Agriculture, to give his remarks. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali akikuja hadi afike. Mr. John Dungu, come on, appreciate this gentleman. Karibu sana. The floor is yours. I know you want to shake my hand. My hand is full. There you go, sir. All right.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be with you today on the 9th annual KIPPRA regional meeting. On behalf of my PS of Agriculture, Dr. Rono, who is held on other state functions and was not able to come. So I'm John Dungu. I'm a Deputy Institute Director of Industrial Crops Research Institute in Calro, and I'm also a Senior Research Scientist who have benefited a lot from the policy briefs and guides that have been developed by KIPPRA. So allow me to go straight to the speech by the PS of Agriculture, Dr. KIPPRA, on his behalf. Now, the honorable members of Senate who are present today, the principal secretary, representative of the KIPPRA through the Board of Management, development partners, academia, private sector representatives, farmer organizations, distinguished guests, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to join you at the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference. This is timely theme, strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. I commend KIPPRA for convening this platform. What is discussed here matters. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is the backbone of the Kenya's economy. But more than that, it is the most powerful instrument for inclusive growth because it directly touches the lives of the millions of Kenyans. Under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, we have deliberately repositioned agriculture. No longer a subsistence activity, we are building a competitive, market-oriented, climate-smart, and industrialized sector, one that creates jobs, reduces poverty, lowers the cost of living, and drives growth. And our focus has shifted. We are no longer merely chasing production numbers. We are pursuing full value chain transformation from farm to the fork. Production, aggregation, processing, logistic, marketing, branding, and export, and digital integration. Distinguished participants, inclusive growth means the benefits are shared broadly. In agriculture, this means smallholder farmers, the youth who are represented here, the women, cooperatives, SMEs, processors, transporters, and all rural community must all participate and benefit. This is why we are organizing farmers into viable economic institutions that involve ward cooperatives, agriculture circles, aggregation centers, county aggregation and industrial parks, agripreneur-led extension, and digital platforms like KIPPRA. These are not merely programs. They are structural interventions designed to reduce fragmentation, improve productivity, strengthen bargaining power, and raise farmer incomes. Ladies and gentlemen, the progress is real. Over 7.5 million farmers are now registered on KIPPRA, enabling better subsidy targeting digital services and evidence-based planning. Over 29.7 million bags of subsidized fertilizer have been distributed, contributing to an increased output across key commodities. National maize production has grown from approximately 5 million bags in 2022 to about 67 million bags today. In tea, we are pushing value addition, branding, and export diversification, moving from bulk exports towards specialty and branded teas for premium markets. In coffee, governance reforms and direct market access have driven significant improvements in farmer earnings. Horticulture remains a top foreign exchanger with ongoing investment in traceability, cold chain, and market diversifications. Distinguished participants, the youth who are here today in great number are central to this transformation. Through their agripreneur model, young people are now delivering digital extension, market linkages, and data advisory service nationwide, bridging extension gaps and creating new employment within these value chains. We are also investing in climate resilience. In the 7 ASOL counties of Baringo, Garissa, Isiolo, Marsabit, Samburu, Turkana, and West Pokot, the BRIFONS program, implemented in partnership with the African Development Bank, is delivering water pans, boreholes, irrigation, fodder banks, and livestock markets to strengthen agro-pastoral system in Kenya's most vulnerable regions. Ladies and gentlemen, strong value chains require strong institutions like KIPPRA, sound policy, reliable infrastructure, innovation, financing, and real collaboration across the national government, the counties, the private sector, development partners, and farming communities. The government remains committed to that enabling environment. Our priorities going forward are now clear. Strengthen.
Tell your neighbor a quick one. Are you awake? Are they awake? Some of us have taken breakfast, now we are starting to doze, so make sure your neighbor is wide awake, because what we're discussing here is of utmost importance. But before we do that, quickly, we have one of the, when you talk about reforming and strengthening our value chains, as it was discussed here before, it's about impacting the economy, and Kenya essentially is people. So if we are building these value chains, and it's not with the end goal of creating jobs for the young people, then what exactly or why are we doing this? And so it's very important that the issue about creative economy, and that one needs somebody with power. All right? Sema nataka power. Okay. Wewe ndio uko na power. Mwekeni makofi ya power tafadhali. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, the MC, Dave Justin Roting, economist, the chair board of directors, KIPPRA. And without wasting time, because I know that our PS has a busy schedule, he has the energy like the youths themselves. I know the old guys like us, we bring experience, but we need that energy to synergize and make our value chains work. So at this point of maybe because of the youths being the majority in this country, we may all stand up and welcome the PS State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, no other Mr. Mheshimiwa Fikrini Jacobs. Asante.
Be seated.
Please be seated. And thank you for your generosity. So, Professor Paul, the chair of the Kenya Institute of Public Policy and Research Institute, KIPPRA, Dr. Elder, the Executive Director, honorable members of the Kenya's Upper House here present, representatives of different state and non-state actors, among them being Madam Caroline of ILO, and all the young people here present. For avoidance of doubt, my name is Fikrini Jacobs. I am so much privileged to stand here in my capacity as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, serving in the 5th administration of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by appreciating KIPPRA. I was at the Kenya School of Government last year for the 8th KIPPRA Regional Conference, and what I have noted, at least for the last 3 successive KIPPRA conferences, there has always been, a deliberate inclusion of the youth agenda, even in the main theme. And that is why it is not all lost on me that we are all moving towards the same direction of seeing that we do not talk and act as a matter, of social goodwill to the young people, but, ready to offer practical solutions on how best we can be able to move forward with the agenda of the young people. It is globally known that 5 out of the 6 continents on this planet Earth are either in a demographic drift of aging crisis or glaring at it. It is only the continent of Africa that is privileged to be called the youthful continent. And this is because of the lenses of many countries like Kenya, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and a lot more, who have a bigger part of their population. It's estimated that at least 70.1% of our population currently is under 35. That means 3/4 of our population is under 35. Saying that we can move and be able to is like shoving round pegs into square holes and vice versa. For at the end of the day, it leaves a vacuum. And that is why the idea of youth empowerment, the idea of youth inclusion, I know for a fact that for any process of meaningful development, the people must always come first. And for our population, the 3/4 of population should also come first. And that's why we need to begin to see the young people of Kenya, not as a problem to be solved, but as a resource that we can be able to use so that we can bolster the energy, our aspirations on the economy, to be able to push, limits, so that at the end of the day, we can be able to make, some ends meet. And for a fact, I know that currently we have a lot of stimulation of many of the young people who have booked a place, in the enterprises, be it in MSME, even in one of, any kind of field that you can think of, you will find young people there. Young people have cut a niche for themselves in different areas, in fintech, in digital economy, in the creative economy. In fact, gone are days when a young person in Kenya who, by virtue of our, 844 system, who scores an A in KCSE, would have a very limited space of choice, would be reserved or directed towards the pathway of law, engineering, or medicine. But this is the first time, I think, in the history of this country that you find young people who scored A's and they want to become film producers. They want to become film directors. That means there is a lot of generational shifts. And while the world is changing, we must change with it, because that is where we can find a space for our young people. And ladies and gentlemen, I know as research bodies, we have a lot of work to do. In terms of access to raw data, being able to advise pathways that young people can follow. I know as a State Department too, we are in the same path with you. And I appreciate the kind of collaboration that we have had with KIPPRA in the development of legislation pieces as a State Department, beginning with the Youth Bill 2026, and now, very recently, the Creative Economy Bill 2026, which we really want to use so that we can. Many countries have proven that it is a serious revenue streams, promoting heavily to the GDPs of many other countries. We can also do it in our lifetime. And that is if we put on serious legal frameworks, beginning with the Creative Economy Bill 2026, which we have collaboratively worked together with KIPPRA and other research organizations in our country to ensure that we develop something which will serve the population of our young people in our lifetime. Ladies and gentlemen, while we talk about value chains and the place of the young people in what we can really offer, I think one thing which comes to mind, beginning with the young people who are here and beyond, is the issue of employment. If you put young people in a room like this and you ask them their major challenge, what they will say is unemployment. But while government and non-governmental organizations push limits every day to see that we address the issues of unemployment, where is it that the vacuum, arises from? And this brings me to the idea of TVET education. I know for far too long, for over 50 years, this country put a lot of emphasis and focus on higher education to the level of university. And while we focused on that, we left an important space space in our training systems called the TVET, where we help our young people learn skills. We have had an education system which for far too long has only been responsible to churn millions of graduates into a job market where the lack of an education which is skill related has made it impossible to create the demand which would absorb these young people who graduate from our universities every day. And that is why the idea of TVET education becomes a necessity for our young people. And I'm happy that we are moving to a future where we have a perfect graph, where we have many technical, scholars than a few managerial scholars. And what it means is the technical scholars will be the ones who will be responsible of expanding the value chains because of their skills, so that these young people on top of the pyramid in our education system can also be absorbed. I know for a fact that it is training which bridges the gap between learning and earning. And this will happen if we also put a lot of emphasis on the technical skills in the form of our TVET education. Lastly, the need for us to collaborate more, ladies and gentlemen, cannot be gainsaid. KIPPRA organizations in our, transacting different businesses in our country, I know this is the time not to sit in a safe corner, whether warm or cold, and, ask what the other organization is doing. I think as government and as a PS who is very privileged to serve at this level of my life, I've really opened the space for collaboration, so that we can collaboratively see what we can bring out to our young people. Because the effect of unemployment will affect me today, but it will also affect you directly or indirectly tomorrow. And that is why we need to work together to see that we can also push limits and support each other in terms of being able to offer, policy advisories, to be able to offer practical solutions on what really can work for us and at what particular point. And lastly, I know as a government, through the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, in partnership with other state departments, at least 7 departments and government agencies, we're implementing the National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Program, alias NYOTA, a program targeting 820,000 young people to partner, with the young people in form of giving them grants and also offer trainings to them. But one important thing that the NYOTA program brings up, which I really wish to impress it upon your mind, that is a high time we also need to begin to think about it, is the recognition of prior learning. We have a majority of our young people in our streets today, and I can challenge you, ladies and gentlemen. If your car breaks down today, outside of the institutional, assets, if your car breaks down, the likelihood of you taking it to a local garage is very high. I know for a fact you will never ask this mechanic which university he graduated from. You will not ask for the papers from JKUAT or Technical University of Mombasa or Technical University of Kenya. Depending on testimonies of other people who had their cars fixed, you will drop your car, you will go home. This gentleman who might not have gone beyond the old form, class 4 will fix your car, and you'll go pick your car, go home. Have you ever thought that the job market, locally or internally, might have a place for this young person who has the skill but does not have the paper? What can we do about these young people so that we can be able to push them in? That's why in the NYOTA project, with the blessings of His Excellency the President, we're implementing, among many other components, the recognition of prior learning. And I think it's a high time we also need to have proper policy guidelines on how best we can, through the Qualifications Authority, the Commission of University Education, be able to create a space where we can also recognize prior education. In the coast region here, for example, you will meet with a lot of young men who transact a lot of business in the beaches. These are guys are perfect speakers of all the foreign languages, but sadly they have never been to anybody's classroom. I'm sure part of the Seafarer program within the blue economy ecosystem, these young guys can have a space in the Seafarer program, but they cannot, simply because they are judged not by what they know, but what they are supposed to produce as a paper, which needs to form as an evidence. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, that is, having said all the many things I've said, I will want to throw this back to KIPPRA and VEN organizations present, including ILO, so that we can begin to rethink of the place of the young people who have prior knowledge, but they have never gone to school. See, ladies and gentlemen, these are the majority sometimes of the young people within our demography. I will surprise you that when we said the qualification for young people to apply for Nyota is if they have not gone beyond Form 4. 2% out of the total applicants, which is about 2 million for one component alone, the grant, 2% of them actually admitted that they never stepped into anybody's classroom. On the flip side of it, and historically speaking, by the virtue of our standards of education, these are young people who are supposed to languish in poverty. But these are the same young people who tomorrow will form gangs and come disturb your peace. What can we do about them? If they have a skill, why don't we assess them through the National Industrial Training Authority? Why don't we certify their skills so that tomorrow they can also have a space within our MSME, which is the broader space where a majority of our young people, learned and unlearned, also enjoy a space where they can get a coin or two to be able to fend for their families and contribute to our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to send fervent greetings from our Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Salim Vuria, who's been very supportive in the space of our youth empowerment. And you can imagine, I am working as a PS, fresh from the university, of course, but with an experienced CS. What am I saying, ladies and gentlemen? Something as employer organizations, as appointing authorities, we also need to begin to rethink. I know we cannot push over the value of many years of experience in our employment spaces, but begin to think of what the young people can also present without the experience. These young people can present hope and energy. And I know in a space where energy, hope is combined with experience, it can form a ripple which can grow to form a wave that can be very mighty to even bring down any form of resistance against the growth of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That was my time.
Thank you very much, Bwana PS, for that particular address. Very passionate, very youthful. And Bwana PS, I've been asked to request you, because I know you're a very busy man. I don't know, do you intend to stay the whole day, or you have another conference next door? It's fine. So what you're going to do before you hop into the other conference, is it okay if we have a photo moment? We have to produce evidence. This is evidence-based, engagement, all right? So I'd request we're going to have a photo shoot together with the board. If we may just, Bwana PS, if I may invite you, and also KIPPRA's board can join me. Madam Edie, you can also join me quick here on top, so that we just have a photo session. It won't take more than a minute, then we'll be good. I don't know whether that is in order. All right, so thank you very much. I've been directed. If it is okay, sir, you may just come. Let's have the board also. Let's have Madam Edie, and then the partners. If you're representing our partners, please make sure that we come up. Yeah, this one can come down. Asante sana. Tell your neighbor patience. Yes. So as the PS and the whole team, the board smiles, also the rest of us can just smile. In the meantime, we are about to go into all right. So for starters, we're going to start with the PS and the board alone. So if you're part of the board, you're part of this first photo. Then the partners will have another photo with the PS together. Okay? Thank you very much. The PS with the board for starters. So if you're closer to the PS than any board member and you're not part of the board, the Lord is watching you. Okay. All right. Let us smile. Let us smile to the camera. Remember, this is the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, and this is evidence that PS Fikirini was here and he spoke passionately on matters to do with the Kenyan youth. All right. Let's have the partners, the board. We can exit. Let's have the partners together with the PS. Asante sana if you're representing partners. Madam Edie, I also request you to remain on the chair too. Asanteni sana. Let us have the partners. Yes, partners, please. Partners. More partners are coming up. All right. And one of the partners is an Arsenal fan. So this is a win-win for her. Amazing, amazing. All right. Okay. All right. We are mixing up the lineup so that the picture is gender balanced nicely. It's not ladies on one side and gents on one side. Is that a good mix-up? Okay. That's good? Okay. Now you can smile. Give the best smile of your life, because this is etched in history. All right? Smile. Have we gotten the photos? We good? Our photographers? Asante sana. We appreciate your partners. Asanteni sana bwana PS. Okay. Chair is calling me.
No, youth are a very important sector in this country, and usually they have questions or issues. I've requested the PS that he can pick one or two questions from the youth.
All right. Do we have a youth who has a question? Just one. Just one. Two. Just two. There is one person there, and there is, okay, those are two gentlemen. Is there a lady? I want a gentleman and a lady. We have a lady right there. Please come. Sorry? Oh, you want to return the stand. Please take it back. Asante sana. Okay. So there is a lady right there. I don't know whether, let me just get her this microphone. Oh, you have the microphone? Okay. Oh, we have a mic there. We can start on that end, that gentleman, then we'll come this direction. Quickly, be straight to the point. We don't have much time, please.
My question is directed to you in this manner. How is offer the NYC responsiveness student exiting the campus level? How far is the job market related to the course study that the university or the TVET platforms offer the students? Number two, this is now not a question, but a request for a photo of the student leaders with you, because you are our leader. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's have the second one, and there's the gentleman in the middle, please. Okay. Okay, let's go with the lady first, then this gentleman will close that up.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Maimuna Siraj. Pongezi Jacob kwa nafasi uliochaguliwa. I would like to talk on NYC elections. I don't know if there is specific budgetary allocation on the elections, and how are we as young people going to take the leadership? Are they going to use IBC register, or are they going to use other manual registers? Then for the election to be very effective, Bwana PS, we like also to work hand in hand with the State Department or under the sub-county level, so that the election will be very smoothly and the young people will elect the leaders whom they will want to lead them later in the future.
All right, thank you very much.
So my second question is, you have talked about the TVET, and we find that TVET are under the county government. We have been having several challenges when it comes to have a specific budgetary allocation to support the TVETs, the type of manuals that are being used for these TVETs, and also just try to look at the job market. Here in Mombasa, we have the blue economy. When you attend or you go to the TVET institution, you find that they don't have specific job market courses that are in line with what young people can apply with. I can agree with you that, yes, in Mombasa, we have so many young people who are working abroad as seafarers. Others are also trying to, also working in big hotels. But now when it comes to have a specific certificate, that's another challenge. As I end up, I just like to also being able to get this opportunity to continue. Like when you visit Bandari College right now, you'll come to realize there are other courses that are not being offered. Why? And we have a huge budgetary allocation, which as Mombasa County, you are giving to the national government. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. I think my definition of precise has changed. You've taken too much time, but I apologize. That will be the last. There's this gentleman here. Kindly, let's take this gentleman, then we close it up. Kindly. Let's start with this gentleman, alafu tutakuja kwa kesi. Bwana PS. Watu wanasema tumekuzimia mic, yeah? Okay, let's see. You can use this one very quickly, please. Is that one working?
Okay, thank you so much. For the purpose of record, my name is Collins Mangicho. I'm the chair of Litu Theatre Club. Bwana PS, my concern is I need your intervention towards the controversial take of the Litu Theatre Club. We have been trying to reach you, but so far we have on record over 2,000 creatives who are depending on the space, and currently our space is under threat. If you can reach out and save the Litu Theatre Club from the controversial takeover by the Kenya Railways. Thank you so much.
Okay, kindly, Bwana PS, I request, okay? Last one. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My question is based on the new Finance Bill 2026. I have several questions. My first question, you guys are promoting innovation in the youth, yet the mobile is being taxed 25%. How do you go about that? How do you reconcile that with the job empowerment you guys are speaking about so broadly? The other question, there's a growing concern among young people that taxation is expanding faster than opportunities. How does the government intend to restore trust between the youth and public institutions?
Okay. Lastly?
Last question. Many Kenyans are not unemployed because they lack skill, but because opportunities remain inaccessible. Beyond empowerment rhetoric, what measures are the Kenyan government implementing to connect youth directly to income and markets?
Okay. Thank you very much. Bwana PS, let the responses be precise because we are way behind our program. Thank you, sir. Okay, can we have that mic on? All right, thank you.
Okay.
Sir.
Thank you, and thank you, Professor, for reminding me that in the last KIPPRA conference at KSG, I also took questions from the young people. The question from Odero, from Chuka University, on NYC and linked to young people who exit the university. I think the qualification to run for a position in the National Youth Council is an education of Form 4. You at least have to have a Form 4 certificate and be 35 years, not later than 31st of December of the election year. That's what the regulation says. So whether you are exiting from campus or not, you have a space to the extent of what I've said. The issue of how we link young people to the job market, I think it is a wide space. The young people who book a space through the public service, the young people who go to private sector. I think what the government did in the interim is to introduce the internship policy, where young people in the meantime, as you know, they prepare to attach themselves or to find their bearing, can have a space for at least 1 year in public service or private service through the Public Service Commission and the State Department for Youth, which is also, as per the Executive Order number 1 of 2025, mandated to coordinate internship between, in public sector and the private sector. You also requested for a photo. I think you'll be answered. But Maimuna has asked about the National Youth Council election. And I want to say this, my sister Maimuna. The last National Youth Council elections were held in the year 2012. That is 14 years ago. In the year 2012, I was a Form 2 student of Maktawa Secondary School, Taita. That is when the last election was held. I'm happy that as a PS now, I have the necessary goodwill from the leadership of the country to be able to support in the conduct of the National Youth Council election so that we can get legitimate office holders to spearhead and speak for the matters of the young people. Out here, or even in this room, and I see some of these gentlemen from Mombasa, a majority of them, I know, if you give them a space, they will say, I am a youth leader. I am a youth leader. Unstructured. But now, the National Youth Council gives a platform where the youth leadership in you can come out, where now you have a legitimate structure which is recognized by government, and you can be able to speak for the group that you represent. And that is why it is our top interest that we hold the election. We gazetted the dates through our CS. For 5th of July will be the elections at the ward level, where we will elect 6 delegates, 3 male, 3 female. On 16th of July, we'll do the constituency, where the 6 ward delegates, plus all the other wards in that constituency, will elect 2 delegates. That's 1 male and 1 female, who now will be 290 constituencies multiplied by 2, 580. These will form the Congress now. These are the guys who will go and do the election of the National Youth Congress on the 26th of July. 27th, sorry, of July. Now, it is the reason why we did not hold the election, because among many other reasons, we did not have a budget. So now that we are doing the election means we have a budget. I know there has been a pending issue of public engagement and civic education, which has been done online now, but I think from next week, all the officers will come down here to engage them, because there was a little process being followed so that that budget, which was made available through the recent supplementary, can be available for young people to be engaged like this, so that they can also prepare for the space. And I want to challenge the young people. Take advantage of the NYC elections. Get a space to prepare yourself for leadership roles. The issue of Bandari College, I was involved when I was the Secretary General of Jumuiya ya Wanafunzi wa County za Pwani here, which is one of the positions I held. Out of the 5 positions I held as a student leader, one of it was that one. And I remember having a meeting at the boardroom of Dr. William Kingi, who was the deputy governor at that time, with my president, who is the current MCA for Bamburi here, Patrick Mbele. When we talked to Charles Ringera to have Bandari College be part of the institutions that will be financed by government through HELB, and that happened. But recently, the leadership of that institution has been reaching out to me, telling me it is currently expunged from the list. This, among many other reasons, might be the reason why there is a lot of incapacitation arising from what you're mentioning, but we'll be able to follow up effectively. The issues of TVET, I know there is a mismatch between TVET, which is run by the national government, and VTCs, which are run by the county government. I know even in my home area, Bamba, you go to a VTC and you get a machine, a German machine of the 80s, which these young guys are training with. That means even if they get all the skill around this car, they might not practically use their skills out here because professor drives a V8, for example, and that means there's a skill mismatch. I have personally presented this many times in our caucus, and I think with the leadership of my colleague PS, Dr. Esther Moria, I think we'll be able to have a system where we add, you know, the effort. We avoid duplicating the effort by putting resources on this side and this side when they're all training young people. I think I have said this enough, that unlike many other deliverables of the government, the youth is not divided to be a youth of the county and of the national government. There is only one Kenyan youth who deserves services from both sides. So I think that is a matter which we can be able to follow. Collins, the issue of Little Theatre Club in Vita constituency is well known to me. In fact, the first person who visited that area when there were these challenges is called Mr. Charles Ayako, who is the regional coordinator for youth who represents the State Department here. And that is after the MP had raised the matter to us. We came there, and now I was actually to come along with the PS for public communication, Mr. Stephen Isaboke, and PS IT, Engineer Tanui. But the information I have is measures were put so that the Little Theatre Club continues to be a space for the creatives. Because I think it was not a matter which was not to come to a level. It is an institutional issue which all belong to one umbrella called the government, and you are serving the young people. So, my brother, you have my support and my commitment any day. That space deserves and should be to the young people who always, like I've said, now want to follow the creative economy side, the orange economy, so that they can be able to empower themselves. My sister, who I requested the microphone to be given to, did not introduce herself. But let me say you're my sister for the purposes of answering you. Olivia. Oh, pleasure, Olivia. So, to begin with the issue of the taxation, what you've said, 25% on mobile, yet we are preaching innovation. I think you will have a space, just like you have raised, to speak to the suggestion of what you want before the bill is finally taken to the House. Sorry? You'll have your space to share. I think public participation is one of the issues upheld by the spirit of our Constitution. You'll have your space to share. Maybe another person may say 25 is small, they want 30. Another person will say we want it to be scrapped. And we all deserve the space so that you can speak to it. The issue of taxation being rising faster than opportunities, I think, I don't know whether that is a statistic given by KIPPRA, but if it is on the general context, because another person, if it's general context so that it qualifies to be an opinion, another person may also have a different view, still on the same. But on the issue of empowerment, which you've said, that we need, other than the rhetoric on empowerment, what measures is the government doing to empower young people? One, the government, through the internship policy, recently, through the affordable housing plan, engaged 5,550 young people in the housing space, you know, either as engineers, planners, and a lot more, who have now joined the public service through internship in the affordable housing program, and a lot more who are informally engaged every day, you know, to get a space on the same, with the data spanning to over 500,000 young people attached in all our housing sites. A majority of them are just outside of this hotel. Nyota, I've mentioned Nyota, a 20 billion plus empowerment program on the young people. It is very practical. You all saw how we used to move around and give grants to young people. Right now, young people are being trained. Kwale, the social-emotional training was done recently, and it is currently happening in Kiambu, Nairobi, and Kajiado counties. We have young people also through the labor mobility program who have been engaged in the international labor market, you see, who are doing safe labor migration in different countries, and the evidence can be said by data from Treasury, and even KIPPRA can be there, that this country in the last financial year, we increased our global remittances from 4 billion to 5 billion. That means there are a majority of young people who are attached out there, and they're doing a lot of global remittances. It is there. You know, these are facts. And a lot more of the programs. We have the Youth Empowerment, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, which is doing a lot of, you know, financing internally for young people who follow through it, and a lot more of stimulus funds that give a space to our young people. But all said and done, I will finish by requesting our many young people, a space that I also belong to, that much as the government or another person from outside is doing this, I wish to request that we also make ourselves available for opportunities. Let's not tire from trying. Let's not tire from knocking. I believe ultimately, as it happened to me, it will happen to you. And at the end of the day, we shall all say we are living our dreams. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Asante sana, Bwana PS. First of all, my sincere apologies. I think it's all meant well. Personally, from my assessment, I also feel we have veered a little bit off from the matters of the day. I know youth issues are very important, and hopefully we address them at the right session. So going forward, especially for the young people, the breakout for the young people, we can make sure that Bwana PS, you avail, especially in that space, intimate, have this one-on-one conversation with these young people. So, but thank you very much for your input. Senator David, I was initially asked to allow you to give remarks. Now it's 1 p.m. Our time is long gone, to be honest. In fact, right now we should be leaving for lunch or thereabout, okay? So this is my humble request. We have a presentation which will take 5 minutes. That is from IFRI. Dr. Sidi Bukaka will give a presentation online 5 minutes. I hope she's ready. We can have her on the screens. Thereafter, we will have a panel, a quick panel that hopefully we should clear that panel by 1:35 letters. So this one is a heavy task to Mr. Callistus Kundu, who is the Acting Director General, Agriculture Food Authority. Right now, Dr. Sidi Bukaka, you have 5 minutes for your presentation quickly before we proceed to the panel. Thank you very much. All right, we can't hear you. Can we have her unmute? Are we able to get her? Sidi, we still can't get you. Sometimes these technical issues arise. Moment we can't, the time you're supposed to do your presentation. So let us sort out that particular technical issue coming up. There you go. We can hear you loud and clear. You have 4 minutes and 54 seconds. The floor is yours. Affirmative.
If that's not the case, so good afternoon. I wanted to country level. So as a result, we often struggle to move from, individual project findings towards a broader understanding of what is working, where, and under what conditions. And at the same time, there is an increasing demand for a stronger evidence to support planning, investments, and policy making. So this is where the project, the Melia Kenya Activator, emerged from this challenge. So MELIA stands for Monitoring, Evaluation, Learning, Impact Assessment, and Foresight, but this is not really important. What is important is that the idea is not to create, another project for the sake of it, but rather to strengthen how existing evidence is connected, synthesized, and used. And basically, the project is about the agricultural research needs to address to better address key challenges that Kenya faces. So the project asked 4 pillars, one around country-level theory of change, an harmonized set of indicators and measurement approaches, stronger coordination around impact evaluation and synthesis work, and a seminar series that helps make ongoing studies more visible and encourage early collaboration across teams. So together, basically, these components aim to strengthen, comparability and reduce duplication and support in agricultural research. So the logic is simple. The theory of change helps identify key pathways, outcomes, and impacts that matter for Kenya's agriculture. And we'll see that much more in detail in a second. And those pathways then guide the identification of indicators that should ideally be measured more consistently across studies. And then, building on these indicators, the initiatives want to support harmonized surveys and modules. And then the coordination around studies and the seminar series then help to create more visibility on ongoing work. And more importantly, this is all intended to be a learning system. So insights generated through studies, evaluation, can then feed back into refining the theory of change. So one important aspect of the process is that it was strongly anchored in Kenya's national priorities from the beginning. So the work builds on a series of national development strategies and sectoral policies, and also consultations with researchers and stakeholders. And the objective was to position, agricultural research innovations and contributions within broader national developments. So this was especially the case during the development of the theory of change. And based on these national policy documents and consultations, we were able to identify 6 broad challenge areas that are of utmost importance for Kenya. So these include productivity constraints in smallholder and pastoral systems, markets and value addition, food and nutrition insecurity, climate vulnerability, inclusion gaps affecting women, youth, and vulnerable groups. We talked about a lot about youth in the past hour, and environmental degradation and pressure on natural resources. So each of those areas was then further broken down, as you can see on this slide, into more specific sub-challenges to better reflect the Kenyan context, and help guide more operational pathways and measurement approaches. And each area then is articulated into an outcome impact pathway. So to give you just a very concrete example, we can focus now on one of the major productivity constraints identified through this process across Kenya's smallholder and pastoral systems, which is limited access to affordable, timely, and also reliable agricultural inputs and services. So the pathway begins with contributions related to strengthening input systems, extension and advisory services, financing and subsidy mechanisms, and broader market system improvements. And these are areas where, governments, institutions, and private sector actors are already heavily engaged. The pathway then identifies the system-level changes required, for these contributions to translate into improved productivity outcomes. And this includes farmers using inputs more efficiently and at the right time, improved public sector targeting of subsidy systems, stronger private sector input supply chains as well, but also expanded reach and coordination of extension services. So ultimately, all these links, these changes to higher level development impacts, and in this case, particularly increased smallholder incomes, hopefully. So there is also an explicit recognition of the range of actors involved in all this process, being input suppliers, government support schemes, CalRO, extension systems, private advisory platforms, county governments, farmer organizations, of course, that all play a complementary roles within the pathway. And importantly, the outcomes and impacts depend on a broader enabling conditions, such as, markets being able to supply quality inputs and sufficient quantity, or markets being able to facilitate profitable sales of produce, or even farmers continuing to adopt improved practices and utilize services. Several important risks also have been identified in this example that I'm showing, including supply chain disruptions, delayed subsidy financing, policy instability, climate shocks, or even market volatility. So overall, this pathway is here to illustrate that, improving productivity is not simply about increasing access to inputs, but also about strengthening the broader systems that enable farmers to adopt and benefit from those inputs effectively and sustainably. So very quickly, I'll just take another minute of your time. Although the initiative, the broader objective of the initiative is really to contribute to stronger country-level evidence systems, as I was saying, stronger agricultural research to better serve the needs of the country. And over time, this type of approach could help improve comparability across studies, reduce duplication of measurement efforts, but also strengthen coordination and learning across institutions in Kenya and support more policy-relevant evidence generation. Okay. So the project is still in its early stage, but is increasingly being viewed as a possible model for the objectives that I have cited. And we really value, the people in the audience and you as national partners, working with us, with our team in could be, in contributing to studies, or even engaging in the indicator work, or participating in synthesis activities, or helping refine the theory of change that we really see as a living framework and not a static framework. And so to do so, and if you have interest, in this project, you can scan the QR code that you see on the screen right now. Let me put it even bigger here, or contact directly myself, Gansedi Bukaga, or the other members of the team, Berber Kramer, also from IFPRI, or Antoinette Ower, also from IFPRI. You can see the emails addresses here. By the way, Berber Kramer is also in person in the audience with you, and she'll also be happy to answer any questions that you have around this project throughout the day. Yeah. Okay. So that is all for me. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Sidi. Kindly appreciate her. Come on, you can clap for her. She's virtual, but Dr. Sidi, we are showing you so much love on this side. And if you haven't had the claps should be coming. We'll send a WhatsApp voice note with this appreciation. So thank you very much for your input. At this particular moment, I see it's 1:15. We should be breaking for lunch at around 1:45, so that we reconvene by by 2:30. And the heavy task, heavy lifting now will go to the moderator of this upcoming panel session. Just a reminder, we have a screen right there with our timer, so we'll put 30 minutes on that timer, and when it hits 0, we should be done with the panels. And still discussing the agricultural value chains on matters to do with livestock, crops, and fisheries. I'd like to welcome the chair of this particular session, Josephine Simiyu, Deputy Director at the Agricultural Food Authority, AFA. Appreciate her. She comes on stage. Come on, clap for her. There she is. All right. Asante sana, Josephine. A heavy task at hand, but I hope that you'll have a good time. The floor is yours.
I'll ride on all the protocols that have been observed by my preceding presenters who've been here before. And today I'm honored really to chair this session, specifically on the status of Kenya's priority agriculture value chain. And a very various experts that are going to take us through that are composed of both policymakers, UN bodies, as well as implementers along the agriculture value chain. So allow me to welcome our panelists. Our first panelist is Senator David Wakoli, who is the chair of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Fisheries. Karibu, Senator. Our second panelist will be Mr. Tito Arunga from Food and Agriculture Organization, the Kenyan office. Karibu, Arunga, Mr. Arunga. Our third panelist has a very interesting name. He's called Mr. Miskeno Galgidele from Agriculture Finance Corporation. Karibu, Mr. Miskeno. Our fourth panelist is Dr. James Mwaluma from the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute. Our fifth panelist is Mr. Davis Mudhini from Alliance of Green Revolution, AGRA. And our last panelist is Mr. Kanja Thuku from KTDA Holdings. And ladies and gentlemen, I was also supposed to be a panelist, but thank God I'm doing both and I'm equal to the task. And I'm representing all the gentlemen on this as who are here as my panelists.
Okay. Josephine, even as you proceed to your panel, just a quick reminder to all of us. Currently, we have technical sessions ongoing at the main lounge. At the main lounge, we have our technical sessions ongoing. So if you want to be part of the technical sessions at the main lounge of the establishment, that is going on right away. You are welcomed into that space so that we also run it parallel with this particular discussion. Back to you, Josephine.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I'll pick a mic because I don't want to show my back to my panelists and stand somewhere here. Okay. Okay.
Check, mic check. We can start with this so that we proceed.
Okay. I'll start off with the issues of legislative making and development and move over to our senator who is in the Committee of Agriculture and Livestock. Bwana Senator, I wanted you to tell us the role of Parliament and the Senate in shaping agricultural transformation, and what legislative policy priorities that Kenya needs to focus on to strengthen agricultural value chain for inclusive growth and food security. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Senator Wafula Wakoli, the Chairman of Agriculture, Livestock and Blue Economy, as well as the Majority Whip at the Senate. And with me I have the Chairman Legislative Committee, Mwenda Gataya, who deals with the policies after we do the billing, and my colleague members. Briefly, the Constitution mandates Senate to oversight counties and represent counties at that level. And it gives us an opportunity to work in tandem or with the national government and county government by their applying that it should be mutual. We must ensure that the policies and legislation that we do must be able to strengthen irrigation, must be able to ensure that we do proper aggregation centers, infrastructure in rural roads, to ensure that the farmers or the sector, the products reach the market appropriately. We must equally ensure that the policies we put in place prioritize agro-processing and local value addition, strengthen cooperatives, farm organizations, fisheries and livestock cooperatives, and that must be done. And just to emphasize, all these policies and legislation to improve technology and innovation must go in sync with the public participation. That is the cornerstone of any legislation or any policy in this country. We have discovered as a Senate that many bills are being churned out from Senate and National Assembly. Even the latest was guaranteed return bill that even KIPPRA and other government agencies could not reply, could not bring in their opinion in terms of public participation. And therefore it is prudent that we work in sync and ensure that we work together at that. 1 minute is over?
Yeah, 1 minute is over. Thank you very much. Kanja, having listened to the Senator on the priority legislative areas that they've been working on to ensure inclusivity, so what strategic forms as KTDA are necessary to increase farmer incomes while enhancing competitiveness in the global tea markets?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Kanja Duku. I'm a director in KTDA in charge of special projects. And all through KTDA has worked with farmers. Obviously, you know KTDA is owned by farmers. And today, we are really looking at how do we ensure that every time the farmers are paid their monthly payments, and that monthly payment must continue to grow. Right now, we have increased it to that shillings. But more importantly, when the accounts are done, the final rates, popularly known as a bonus or boom, should also reflect the farmers' expectations. And that is what we are working on. One, in terms of reducing cost, we are working along the chains to see that in terms of energy, we are reducing that cost by 50%. In terms of market price, we have really worked on our quality, and we think right now we should be having all our factories getting a very good price in the market, such that at the end of it all, when you do those months, farmers have a better pay at the end of the year.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So let me switch over to the UN body, Mr. Arunga. FAO has supported the food systems transformation and agriculture resilience globally. So from FAO's perspective, what are the most critical priorities for strengthening Kenya's agricultural value chain for inclusive growth and food security.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much, and greetings, everybody. Basically, in this process, we have identified the 5 key pathways. And of critical importance is the whole data and digitization of the entire data-driven ecosystem for agriculture. I think for us this is fundamentally important. We supported the government of Kenya. You heard about the registration, KIAMIS, the Kenya Integrated Agriculture Management Information System, where we have 7 million farmers fully registered with all, their geolocations, everything. We are moving into the next steps. For example, we are now working with CALRO to ensure we have a fully digitized system for soil for the country. So, I mean, this is important so that we start moving towards precision agriculture. The second is ensuring that women and young people then have access to productive assets. I think this ensuring that we have the right policies that can incentivize that access. You heard the statistics given, about 75% of young people, the population in Kenya today.
Okay.
But yeah, but
Okay.
I mean, there are a number of others. I don't know if I have time to.
Maybe when we'll be concluding, you can raise them because of
Okay.
time. We can allow AFC to pick up on the digitization issues by finding out how digital financial solutions and blended finance mechanism strengthen participation of women and youth in priority value chains, as just has been alluded by Mr. Arunga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ms. Keno Galgidele, and I work with Agricultural Finance Co. Not audible. Sorry. I lost my voice last night because of celebrating Arsenal's win, so you have...
This is better.
So I'm saying my name is Ms. Keno Galgidele, and I work with Agricultural Finance Corporation as a senior credit analyst. I'm here on behalf of the managing director. To answer your question, at Agricultural Finance Corporation, we believe that financial inclusion through digital financial solutions and blended finance mechanisms are 2 most important levers that drives financial inclusion. So for the financial digital solutions, it provides alternative credit scoring and data-driven decision-making to be able to onboard the 2 demographics that you mentioned, the women and the youth, who ordinarily disproportionately lack the collateral such as title deeds. So through these digital financial solutions, we have a VUNA app with the corporation where we are trying to roll out in the month of July digital loans to be able to reach to smallholder farmers, specifically women and youth in that 2 demographics. And then the second thing digital solution do is it provides pay-as-you-earn opportunities. For example, coming to this venue today, I was able to ride on a solar-powered 3-wheeler rickshaw, or famously known as the tuk-tuks. This machine helps, or tuk-tuks help youth to be able to transport produce from one market to the other, or helping connect the marketers of agricultural produce with their buyers. And also, even when they do transportation to, let's say, for example, foreigners, when they come to this place, this hotel, they are going to eat food, which is from the farmers. So that is one way. Another thing is blended finance provides opportunities through concessionary terms, because usually it provides lower interest rates for the loans that we give out, and also it gives long loan tenures for in terms of repayment period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Keno. I'll move over to AGRA, and still picking up on the issues of youth. AGRA has championed resilient food systems across Africa. So what are the practical approaches that Kenya can adopt to ensure youth-driven and commercially viable value chains?
Thank you. My name is Davis Mutini from AGRA. I really want to start by appreciating the comments or the question to the PS. I think one of our young people said that the youth are not unemployed because they lack skills and training, but because they lack linkages to the markets and to the finance that they need to be able to invest in agriculture. I think that was a very powerful statement, encouraging all of us from government to development organizations to move from empowerment and training rhetoric to actually connecting young people to markets and connecting them to finance. But the other thing I want to mention is that generally people say that the youth are not interested or they are not in agriculture, which I think is a statement that is not generally true, because if you look at agriculture all the way from the farm to the fork, the youth are actually the majority. The people that are transporting our food, the people that are creating the applications that we use for e-commerce and markets, the people that are actually in our factories in agro-processing, all those are young people. If you look across the value chain, then you will find a lot of young people that are working in there. And now in AGRA, we take that kind of a value, a food systems approach, where we are not just focused just on farming, but looking at what else the young people are interested in doing. The other thing that is important to note is that the youth are attracted to technology. And anything or any sector that is not technology friendly or that is not adopting technology will not attract young people. And therefore, if we are intentional about technology in agriculture, then we will be able to bring our young people into the farms and into the factories. So most importantly, without finance, then there is no access to technology. And how can we actually make our finance, as my brother is saying, accessible to young people? The traditional financial systems where the banks and the financial systems require collateral do not really work for young people, because they do not have title deeds to farms, they do not have logbooks to cars. Then how can we take advantage of innovative systems, like we have mobile apps that now are able to lend to people without collateral, without even seeing you, without you going physically to the bank or the financial institutions? How can we take advantage of these innovations to bring finance to young people, for them to be able to access technology and to utilize that technology for agricultural transformation in the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Davis. We move on to the next panelist, who is Dr. James, and find out what policy reforms are needed to reduce post-harvest losses and to improve cold chain transport and processing infrastructure in fisheries and other coastal value chains, in a nutshell.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. James Moluma from KIPPRA. Research is the one that drives any information that is required for investments. And in the blue economy space, when let me refer to fisheries, which we do research. In this space, we talk about capture fisheries and mariculture. Mariculture is the farming of fish in marine waters. And fisheries is what we have as trawlers, where we have investments in deep sea fishing. Research that we have about 125 metric tons of fish which has not been worked on, which is worth about 126 billion. So in short, what I'm saying is that these are avenues whereby we need to invest in the offshore fishing, which is currently being explored by foreigners. So for mariculture, This is the farming of fish in marine waters. It has really been left freshwater counterparts. So what we need to do is to invest more in mariculture, and the government is currently doing that by having a hatchery whereby we are producing seeds for mariculture. These are prawns, crabs, and sea cucumbers. This will increase the culture species for the youth. So what we need is policy that supports especially the harvesting of fish in the deep waters, and a policy that supports the youth and to start them off in mariculture. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes from the panelists, but however, I'd like to give each a parting shot, and specifically to our Senate, because there was some discussion on the issues of budgetary allocation and policy implementation, which remain critical as a challenge in the agricultural value chain sectors. So probably you could just, in a nutshell, talk about that, especially the measures that are being considered in the agricultural value chain for investments that can translate into tangible benefits for the youth and small.
Thank you for that question. As you all are aware that the role of Senate is oversight, representation and legislation. And on that aspect, we have always allocated money to county governments. And what we have discovered is county governments are not doing enough or allocating enough resources to the agriculture sector. And equally, you can look at the national government, equally, it's not plowing back to the sector of agriculture. When you look at how much agriculture is applying to this country, to the coffers. But as Senate, we have deliberately decided that oversight is not an option. You must account for the resources we give. We are equally going down to find out the cooperatives at the grassroots level at every county, the CBOs that do agriculture. Do the county governments stretch their olive hands to support the agricultural cooperatives? As you're all aware, and many of you come from counties, the dairy cooperatives that we have in counties are not being supported. The poultry cooperatives in counties are not being supported. My friend here has talked about fishing. We were in Busia, in Mulukoba Cooperative Fisheries, and also in Kisumu. They are simply surviving by God's grace. So what we are saying as Senate is, as much as we are giving you the money, we are following up to ensure you allocate enough resources for agriculture, and not only for office running, for putting fuel and allowances, but going further to the farmer, to give capacity to the farmer to multiply their stock in terms of livestock, fishing, and all that. So I think where the rubber meets the road is making agriculture practicable value. It must add value. There must be profit to the farmer of Kenya. Because where we sit now, agriculture is becoming more expensive. In fact, in Mulukoba, they were saying they'll rather get fish that is being imported than fish in Lake Victoria, which is more expensive. So it calls for collaboration between policymakers and policy implementers. And the beneficiary of the policies is the common man at the grassroots level. That is where Senate comes in, to ensure that we bridge that gap and ensure there is value for money. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for raising that. And then I'll give each one like 30 seconds just to summarize and give your key highlights for the areas you are supposed to present.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think one of the most practical ways that I've seen for young people, there's a lot of young people across the country of providing services within the agriculture sector. And I think with enhancing their capacity in terms of knowledge, whether, because for this country, our next level is really on value addition and ensuring that we can have the right markets that will give us the premium prices. So young people have emerged as offering that bridge where we're talking of value addition, we're talking of aggregation, we are talking of accessing markets and ensuring that the system works to be able to service what that market needs. So what I've seen is
Arunga, we don't have time.
yeah, just making it possible for the young people to have that capacity to be able, in terms of knowledge and finance, to be able to bridge that gap within the sector, I think is critical. Thank you.
Okay, just to maybe add on what I already said, I think at the heart of the youth issue of being financially excluded is the issue of collateral, because most youth and women do not have the title deed. But we have ways we are trying to address that issue besides the digital aspect that I spoke about. One of which is targeted blended products, like we have Enable Youth program, which is an African Development Bank funded program. We are working with the Ministry of Agriculture to try and train youth in incubation centers and then onboard them under this program to be able to get the much needed financing for them to undertake agriculture. Additionally, we also have a model called wholesale lending model, where we lend bulk credit to intermediaries, financial intermediaries like SACCOs and microfinance institutions to be able to do the last mile financial connectivity to smallholder farmers, specifically women and youth who do not ordinarily own title deeds. And they are able to do to get these funds and secure them through social collateral, through guarantors and even chattels. And we have a program called RK FINFA, which is Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility. It's an IFAD-funded program. We are working with AGRA, CODAID, and of course selected SACCOs and microfinance institutions to actually actualize the lending to the grassroots level, especially youth and women who lack collateral. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Mwaluma?
All right, from a fisheries perspective, we've established that there are very, very big stocks of tuna, swordfish. These are really high value fish. We're passing through our waters. They're migratory. They move from Seychelles to Somalia and back. The key question is, or what we want is policy-wise, how can we interest these investors and the private partners to invest with us on these offshore resources in terms of providing vehicles, ships. We already have demarcated areas where these tuna species stocks are, and we should be able to harvest this fish and to increase production. Once we do that, then it comes to my second point of, can we have a value addition place where we process this fish that we've caught, and we are able to create employment for the youth and also contribute to the GDP of the country. Seychelles currently has invested in these vessels and fish processing, and currently this fisheries is contributing 25% of the GDP, and that's a lot of money. So we have yet to learn, and that is the way I would vision us to go. Thank you.
Thank you. From AGRA, the most important thing for us that we see in the agriculture sector is to, number one, is to raise productivity in our value chains sustainably. I'll give an example. Our current yields for whether maize, rice, wheat, any value chain you can pick is just about a third of the global average and the potential that we have. But then we are saying, what are the issues here? Issues of soil health, issues of access to knowledge, access to extension for farmers are really a challenge. And I like what Honorable Senator said about putting more money in agriculture to facilitate, especially the public or government's role that it has in terms of access to extension and so on. But the other most important thing is agriculture for markets, and a market-driven kind of agriculture. We have to look at what the market requires and what our farmers can produce. I think our country is spending more than 300 billion per year just to import food. Food that is just basic like rice and wheat that we could produce. And the question is, how can we really change our agriculture to work for us and to make sure that we can save this forex through local production? Of course, there are enablers that we are talking about, including policy, which is so important, and finance. But most importantly is how to harvest our demographic dividends. Because if we do not do that, then it will turn to a demographic disaster. I like our panel today, but I'm still asking myself, as my sister from ILO said, the women are really doing the work, but when it comes to the value, we don't see the women. So next time the panel could have more women. But how can we really bring value to women and not just them contributing in terms of labor? You know, we have them working in the farms, working in the markets and all that. But where is the value? And the value comes to linking not just young people, but also young women to the markets and to the finance, so that they are at the end capturing the value and not just being providers of labor for the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Davis. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I can take it up from that issue of empowering women. In KTDA in 1980s, we had about 80% of the registered farmers as men and about 20%. And then we had challenges of productivity. We deliberately decided to ensure we increase the gender and the targeting women, because we knew women are the people who actually do the plucking of tea in the farms. Today, we are happy to say 47% of our registered farmers are women, and we are assured of improved sustained production, because when you visit our farms, you will not find the old men plucking. On the side of youth, today, 32% of our registered farmers are youth, and the operations, even at the factory level and even at the plucking level, is being managed by the youth. And more so, the alternative income profiles, where you find at the household, there are other income profiles like poultry, chicken, avocado farming, macadamia, that is all being taken up by the youth. At the technology level today, if you look at our app, that app has been developed by the youth. Today you can access your real-time kilograms, what was plucked yesterday, and if you need financial grants, you are actually connected to our Greenland Feather that offers financial services, and that has all been done by the youth. Today we have come up with an innovation hub, and we have tasked the youth. Our major challenge is plucking, and we don't want to move away to move to machine plucking per se. We have tasked the youth to come up with a technology that is AI-driven, that can pluck 2 leaves on a bird, and I know they will do that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No, I think I can use it. Thank you very much, Kanja, for that. I'll finalize by giving in 1 minute, the panelist presentation from Agriculture and Food Authority. As you all know, I work for AFA. AFA is a regulatory body for scheduled crops, except for tea, coffee now is out, and sugar. We are responsible for promoting best practices and regulating the production, processing, marketing, grading, storage, collection, and all that along the value chain using the Crops Act. However, we are not the only regulators. We also have our counterparts called Kenya Plant and Health Inspectorate Service, responsible for insects, as well as the county governments, because agronomy is devolved, as well as the food markets is the responsibility of county government. We've been vocal in trying to enhance self-regulation by the private sector, because we feel that is a sustainable way for driving private sector to be responsible for quality and safety of food that is being sold in the local markets, as well as also driving productivity, as has been said by my various panelists. To recognize is that our products mostly have, what do I call it, high perishability with low returns. This is because we sell most of our commodities are fresh. And the reason for this is that we are very low in terms of technology adoption and inadequate innovation. So this is a space that can be occupied by the youth. We've had very good innovations coming from the youth, as has been mentioned by Mr. Kanja. In the horticulture sector, for example, we have a traceability system that is mostly driven by the youth in the country. And lastly but not least is that we have market challenges. We export close to 80% of our various products to the European market. And now that market has imposed some very stringent requirements. Like for example, in coffee now, there's something called the European Deforestation Regulation that does not want coffee to be grown in forested areas. They also want our flowers, but flowers without insects. And of course, you can, this is a tropical country, you'll have insects attacking our crops. And when you spray, they also want the products to be without pesticide residues. So that is the space we are operating, and therefore this still calls for innovations on how to still access that market and meet the requirements without reducing the exports due to the earnings we receive. So with that, I'd want to stop there and hand over the mic to the MC to get the questions and give guidance. Thank you.
Asante sana. Have you guys enjoyed the panel? Let me find my microphone. This is a bit loud. Asante, thank you. That's more like it. I hope the panel you've enjoyed, and I hope you've also enjoyed the gender balance, This guy brought it up, yeah? And he said that we need to do better on the gender balance thing, all right? Yeah, which is very, very important. So at this particular moment, I would have loved to open it up for questions, but look at the time, it's 2. So I want us to break for lunch. Is that okay? I want us to break for lunch from 2 to 2:45. We should all be seated here. Are we in agreement? Are we in agreement? Okay, so this is what's going to happen. First of all, our board and our wonderful guests, we're going to exit through that particular door. That is one. The rest of us will live in tranches, in teams. Our directors will start with this particular row. When you exit, for you to be able to get your mail card, we'll have some individuals to scan your badge, okay? And this for reconciliation purposes in regards to numbers. So encourage. We'll start from the back as we come to the front. So kindly just be patient. When I'll direct you to leave, we'll start with the back slowly like that. I'll give the directions so that it's smooth at the doors. So we'll exit through that last door and this middle door for the 2 of us. But for our guests, first of all, let us just start with our guests. We'll leave through this particular door. Then the rest of us, let's stay put so that I can guide us. But the panel, we really appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation. Wapigeni makofi tafadhali. You can just stand so that we have a panel photo. Asante sana. In the meantime, I'll go to the back of the room to give directions, but I'll start with our very able board right here. I hope you guys have the appetite that is needed for such a forum. Yes, so I'd kindly request as we exit through this particular door, we'll be given further directions. Asante sana. Then on this end, I'd like us to be a bit orderly so that we don't chrome this place. Do we have the scanners ready? Do we have the scanners ready? The scanners? They're not ready. So what do? Do we go to the tent? Or we declare a fast right now? Yes. Okay, so I'm craving for guidance here from Jen. Jen, where are you? Where is she? kindly just be patient with us for a minute so that we get the scanning act going. Kindly be patient with us for a minute so that we get the scanning going. Asante sana. Okay. We can exit. Okay, so let's start with this side. Let's exit this particular section. If you can look at me, I'm at the back of the room here. So this section, let us start exit. Let's make our way to the tent. Let's make our way to the tent. Asante sana. Thank you very much. There will be 3 lines there, so you can just join one of the lines. Asante sana. Let's have this whole section go. Thank you for your patience. All right. So let us follow the queue. Once we exit the room, just follow the queue. Okay? So that we make it very simple and very efficient for all of us. Follow the queue. Asante sana. I think this section we are done, almost done. Okay, let me see that. Okay. Ensure you have your registration badge. Ensure you have your registration badge. All right. Okay. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. The more organized we are outside, the more efficient we'll be, so that we proceed with our lunch.
Here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expected to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25. Below, we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a
this
company
particular section
is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good.
Once
we also appeal for
you
supportive
exit
value addition.
Just follow the
we
line.
have heard the
Make
government
it
talk
very
about
simple for
common
the
user
registration.
facilities, removing some
Asante
taxes
sana.
on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to work better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Nikipeleka majani chai wananichukulia, halafu ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi. Huo mwingine ni tuseme kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama hawa extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha ile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Tukiingia kwa cashews, ina hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa, inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho, nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani, na nilipogawanyia nao hizo seedlings.
All right, let's have the next portion of the room.
Hizo korosho zao
his section. This section, I'm standing right behind you. This section and even this pale mbele combined. Essentially all of us
nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao.
And if at all you're asking whether it is safe for you to leave something behind or not, it is okay.
Wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine.
Once you exit the hall, just follow the line to make it very simple for the registration process. Asante.
Nanunua kwao na nazileta kwa store yangu, alafu naleta hapo kwa mtambo, nazianika. Processing yenyewe na include zikiingia mpaka uanze kuzianika mwanzo. Nazianika kama
hata wale wenye tuko hizo sides za mbele, all of us free to leave. Hata hapa nyuma
kwa boiler, zinaingia kwa boiler. Boiler yenyewe inachukua kama 200 kg. After 40 minutes
remember we resume at 2:45. We begin our next session at 3 p.m. Asanteni sana and enjoy your lunch.
Kama 12 hours. Sasa baada ya 12 hours ndio tunaenda kwa shelling. Tuna mashine hapa ya kuvunjia, hiyo inaitwa shelling. Ndio tuna shell hizo ambazo tumezianika kwa 12 hours. Tuna shell, alafu kuna hiyo ni kama process ya kwanza, kwa sababu sasa zikipikwa hiyo shelling sasa ndio process ambayo ni ngumu sana, kwa sababu sasa hiyo ina involve machinery, ina involve na ni manual, ina involve machinery, na hizo unajua sasa zile ziko corrosive pia, lazima uwe na protect, wanapaka mafuta ya nazi kwa kuprotect ile mikono yao isibambuke. Wakimaliza kushell, kuna watu ambao wana scoop, wanaziscoop, alafu ndio zinapelekwa kwa dryer. Sasa zikipelekwa kwa dryer zinakaa kama masaa 4 kwa dryer, alafu after 4 hours zinatolewa, zinaenda kwa peeling. Kuna section ya peeling, zinapelekwa kwa peeling, watu wana peel na manual pia, kutumia mkono. After peeling kuna section nyingine ya sorting, maanake pale wakipeel kuna pieces ambazo zinachanganyikana na zile holes. Sasa zinapelekwa hapo kwa sorting, zinasortiwa zile pieces na zile holes zinawekwa kando. Zikitoka hapo zinaenda kwa grading. Grading sasa hapo wanachagua kama ni holes, wanachagua zile kubwa, alafu zile middle, alafu na zile ndogo, alafu na hizo pieces zinawekwa kando. Hapa ni grading. Kutoka kwa grading sasa tunaenda kwa value addition. Tunaenda sasa hapo kwa value addition. Kwa value addition, korosho tunaweza kufanya kama mara 5 hivi. Tunaweza value add. Hapa tuna value add kama mara 5. Kuna salted, ambao tunaweka chumvi, hiyo ni salted. Kuna plain, hiyo hatuweki chumvi, tunakaranga, tunabaki hivyo hivyo. Alafu kuna ya pilipili, hiyo ni chili. Alafu kuna caramel. Alafu kuna ya honey. Hapo sasa tunakuwa tumemaliza kuvalue add. Alafu tunaenda kwa packaging. Tuna pack namna hii. Kuna changamoto sana. Ya kwanza, korosho inanunuliwa na watu wengi sana na kampuni kubwa kubwa. Ziko kampuni kubwa kubwa ambazo pia nazo zinanunua hiyo korosho hiyo moja, na wale bei zao ziko juu. Lakini sisi processors wadogo wadogo pia inabidi tununue hizo korosho hiyo korosho hiyo. Sasa bei zikiwa juu, sisi kwetu huwa ni changamoto, kwa sababu hiyo hatuwezi kununua stock kubwa ya kutosha. Tunanunua tu ile stock ambayo tutakuwa tunaweza basi. Kwa hivyo hiyo changamoto ya price hiyo huwa iko nyingi sana kwetu. Kuna hiyo changamoto ya mabei, kushindana na wale big fish au processors wakubwa, hiyo iko. Alafu kuna wakati mwingine pia season saa nyingine inakuwa fupi, pengine kumekuwa na kiangazi sana, korosho zinakuwa kidogo. Sasa zikiwa kidogo, unakuta sasa competition inakuwa juu sana. Sisi sasa tunashindwa kucompete na wale watu wakubwa.
Got into this business around 9 years ago. We started initially with a 4-acre plot where we were doing commercial potatoes. And then we saw that there was an opportunity in the production of seed potato. At that time, Kenya was only producing about 5% of the demand of the potato seeds. So we saw that there was a huge gap and opportunity for us. So we did some research online, got connected with the Center for International Potatoes. They were rolling out a program of apical root cuttings, which was a new rapid multiplication method for seed potato. So during that trial, I met with a scientist named Monica Parker, who helped me through the process and really pushed me to get into the seed production business. I got my first farm in Nyandarua, and initially we started the company as a decentralized seed production hubs, of where we would do some of the base seed production directly on our farms. Then we would contract some of our outgrowers to be able to continue that multiplication process of those potatoes. One of the things that was really important for us as we're starting this is to be able to have all the players that are in the potato value chain come under one roof. So, you know, as we come into a county, we get to the local officers, the agricultural officers, to make sure that they're aware that we're in there. Initially, when we started the company, we included the national government to let them know kind of the initiatives that we wanted to do in the country. We also incorporate some of the non-government organizations. So we've worked along with SNV. We worked along with ILRI in a couple of different projects. We worked along with USAID when they were doing some projects. We work with different cooperative groups. We've done a couple of projects with cooperative groups of where we've initiated some seed production directly with some of the cooperatives. So the biggest one that we've worked along with was the Potato Union of Nakuru. So that was a big initiative that in the initial stages of this production that we've helped them to get their seed production up and running. We've worked really closely with Farm to Market Alliance, which has been a real help for the community and doing a different initiatives where they've done also some farmer education. They've done some training in spraying. They've done some training in value add directly at the farmer level. So we work with them in various different initiatives. Fresh Crop Limited is a full value chain approach potato company that goes all the way from breeding new varieties, doing trials of varieties in country, also doing mini tuber production, seed multiplication, commercial potato growing, and most recently getting into value addition. Currently we have one factory that's making fresh cut French fries, Lyonnaise, whole peeled, wedges, cubes, and breakfast potatoes. We've gotten up to over 100 full-time employees, and then on a daily basis we have around 500 casual laborers that we support in the different communities. And it was really important that as we go into the communities, we kind of get different lady groups, different men groups, and we rotate them to give fair and equitable chance to be able to come and make income. In the last 2 years of our casual labor, we've generated about 28 million shillings in casual labor salaries, which has been a huge impact to this community that typically we're only doing grazing. So we did a process of where we brought them in, trained them on the farm. We segregated them into groups so that we can have training groups, and we introduced them to all the different aspects of the farming. So they do anywhere from planting, they go to roughing, which is removal of any off types of potatoes that are there. They do spraying. They also come into crop maintenance where they can do harvesting, and then they can do transporting back to our facility.
I oversee the whole process of starting from the greenhouse. In the greenhouse, we deal with the apical cuttings, and then coming to the field, the land preparation, the planting processes. I ensure that we use the customized nutrition programs. Before we do the land preparation, we have to do the soil sampling processes, and after that, we do the customization of our nutrition. So first of all, when we do the sampling of the soil sampling, we check for the diseases and the pests, and also for the nutrition requirements. So after that, we are able now to do the planting using the customized program from our soil testing.
Ile kazi kubwa ambayo tunafanya ni kuweza kuelimisha wakulima, training on good agricultural practices, kuwaelimisha mambo ya climate smart agriculture, na kuwalink pia na inputs, certified seeds and other inputs, mostly on potato value chain. Tuko na platform ya Fresh Crop ambayo unaweza i-access ama unaweza i-download kutoka kwa Play Store. Once you download, you can book your potatoes or your seeds from that portal. Another method we use is digital marketing, whereby we are in Instagram, we are also in Facebook, and farmers can access Fresh Crop through those platforms.
Fanikio la kwanza, tulikuwa na changamoto ya kupata mbegu. Mbegu ambayo kwa tunatumia ilikuwa mbegu duni za kienyeji. Ilikuwa tukipanda unapata kwa kama eka moja, ukitumia ile zetu za kienyeji unapata kama gunia 30 mpaka 40. Lakini baadaye tulipokuja tukapata ile elimu ambayo tulipewa na hawa na yale tukapatiwa mbegu na masomo. Sasa hizi eka moja tunapata kama gunia 120, 140. Walitufundisha kwa tulikuja kwa ground, wakatufundisha jinsi ya kulima, ya kutengeneza shamba vizuri na kurudia. Kwanza kabla shamba kuchukuliwa ilikuwa wanachukua mchanga wanapeleka kwa lab kuhakikisha hakuna ile bacteria na nini ambayo inaharibu viazi. So baada ya hiyo wakatupatia go away, akatupatia mbegu, akatupatia fertilizer na kemikali ile za kunyunyizia baada ya mimea kumea, na vile vile akatupatia program ambayo tunafuata kila wiki, unatakikana upige dawa gani wakati gani. So tumefuatia hiyo program yote, akatupatia hizo mbegu na dawa. So baada ya hizo kupatiwa hiyo, tukaona tumefaidika sana. Tena tukirudi mambo ya marketing, kule kwetu kuna mabrokers wengi. Tulikuwa tunauza gunia moja kama 2,000 kabla kujiunga na Fresh Crop. Tulikuwa tunauza 2,000 ama 1,500 kwa gunia wakati tulikuwa na brokers, lakini tulipojiunga na Fresh Crops wakatutafutia market. Kuna market size kama mula iliyopita mwezi wa 11 12 gunia moja kwa tunauza 4,200. So unaona kati ya 1,500 na 4,200, unaona sisi kama wakulima tumepata faida kubwa kifedha, na pale pale tena mazao ni mengi kuanzia gunia 30 mpaka gunia 120. So tumefaidika sana kwa hii kampani ya Fresh Crop.
We undertake 3 value chains at large. That is the value chain of mango, that's the fruit part. We have also the aquaculture. We also have the animal feeds value chain. So I'll start with aquaculture value chain, whereby we do majorly the production of fingerlings. We do two varieties, that is the catfish and the tilapia. So catfish, it's more of artificial insemination, not like tilapia, where tilapia we just collect the eggs and then incubate them for like 3 to 4 days. The eggs hatch, then after they hatch we feed them for 1 month, then we dispatch them to our customers. These cuts across all the fingerlings. We normally feed them for 1 month just to ascertain that the fingerlings will thrive well and they have gained the market size, and also the immunity is very strong for maybe any shock or shock due to difference in ecological factors. So we majorly do the fingerling production here in terms of aquaculture. So we also have another value chain, that is the fruit value chain, whereby we do the mango crisps, the pineapple crisps and banana crisps. We started by monitoring the picking and also the harvesting of mangoes from the farmer side. So there is a lot of sorting there, so that we don't have a lot of post-harvest being transferred to our plant. So we do a lot of sorting in the farmer side. We also do it when you have arrived to the farm. We have a ripening shed. So basically we do sort mangoes in the farm. We normally pick the mature ones but not the ripe, just to ensure that we don't have a loss in between the logistic part. So after they get into the ripening shed, we do sorting. The processing part is prepared a day prior or a shift prior. So there is also another sorting that is done. It is done in 3 stages. We have the ripe, the unripe and the half ripes, so that we don't have a lot of shakes during the movement of mangoes to the processing plant. So the ripe ones are then taken to the processing, whereby we have 4 major steps before we get the crisps. We have the washing of the mangoes for hygiene, and also we have the peeling that is done manually. We also have the slicing to achieve the size of the crisps. So after there, the slices are put in the they are moved to the preparation area, whereby we have the solution, that is the preservative. So they are dipped there for 10 minutes, then spread into the drying trays. They are then moved to the drying chambers for 6 hours with a monitor of the relative humidity and temperatures. So the crisps are able to be produced in a span of 6 hours. So one dryer carries at minimum of 250 kgs. So in one shift, because we have 2 dryers, we are able to produce half a ton. So in 2 shifts in Iviani farm, we are able to produce 1 ton of mango crisps. So from there, after 6 hours, we then move them to the temporary storage, whereby we packet them into the translucent buckets, whereby we await for the customers, and also we do the batching. The buckets helps us to monitor the shelf life and also the product, and also ease of transportation.
Tunaenda tunachimba miogo, unapata kuna yule mtu tunampatia kazi ya kuchimba muogo. Ukifika hapa, huo muogo kutolewa maganda, tunapatia watu wengine, wanapata kitu kidogo kutoka pale, na kuna yule ambaye anadeal ndani ya dryer, naye anapata kitu. Na pia kuna yule anatusaidia kukatakata kwa machine, naye anapata kitu. So unapata tumejiajiri. Tumejifundisha mengi kwa kutokana na muogo, mpaka tumeanza ku-add value addition kwa muogo. Tunaongezea, tunasaga unga, tunatengeneza unga wa uji, tunachanganya na muogo. Tunauza huo unga wa muogo plain. Tunatengeneza kupitia huo unga wa muogo, tunatengeneza chapati. Tunatengeneza mandazi kupitia huo unga. Tunatengeneza majani ya chai kupitia unga wa muogo. Tunapika keki ambayo tunaipika kutoka kwa unga wa muogo. Kwa hivyo tumejifundisha kuhusu muogo mambo mengi. Changamoto iko, kwa mfano saa hii ni wakati wa mvua, tunapata ile joto ya kutosha pale ndani haiko. Unapata miogo haikauki kwa haraka kama vile wakati wa jua. So tunaenda polepole. Tukienda kupeleka nje ni mpaka tupate watu wakuje watuangalilie bidhaa zetu, ndio ikue tukiuza hata tukoshua na kile ambacho tunafanya. Kama tunaweza kupata mafunzo zaidi ili tutengeneze vitu ambavyo vina ubora. Tutengeneze vitu ambavyo tunajua hata tuweze kufikia mahali tuweze kupeleka hata bidhaa zetu kwa supermarket, tuwe tunaweza kuuza hata popote.
Here we fatten bulls. We bring them in and we fatten them for export, for the local market, and it's a relatively new business for us, seeing that we just brought in our first lot of animals late last year, and they are ready now for disposal. These are the ones you're looking at here. We do work with nutritionists. This food has to be well balanced so that it doesn't affect their rumen. You know, again, they are bovines. They have to ruminate their food and everything. So there is a science attached to it. But as long as they're getting the nutrition that they need, very, very simple. Currently, the demand for beef is really high here. So I think it's a policy, probably a policy issue, I would think, or logistical issue. Yeah, if everything was held constant, and the way I'm seeing the government has a lot of initiatives and there's a lot of push right now to start exporting beef. I think this business of feedlotting will really work, and I'm seeing a good future for it in terms of selling live animals and in terms of attracting many more markets, many more international markets to come and buy our beef, not just in this feedlot but in Kenya generally. But now different customers require different qualities. So the first thing you need to do is talk to your customer. What do you need? Is it lean beef? Is it fatty beef? And then you adjust your breeds and your feed accordingly. So if there's access to the market, how I see it, it would be good to have access to the market, which now would dictate how we raise, what we raise and how we raise for them to uptake. The government could support farmers a little more in terms of research for some of these diseases and anything that might affect these animals negatively. Again, education is very important for us as farmers. Give us a little bit of education. How do we do this? Can we get also some funds? Because this business is quite expensive. Access to funds would be nice. Insurance would be good if the government can or the private sector can offer insurance services for feedlotting, it could be helpful. In as far as the government would play a role, international markets, international buyers just come. You know, if there is a demand, they will just come. The government, whether government intervenes or not, watakuja tu. And we have seen them coming. If you have quality and you have capacity, watakuja. The biggest challenge we have faced is illness. You know, some of these chronic illnesses, okay, so you have added, right now we're doing an average daily gain of maybe 1.8 kilo. So you say you add 10 kilo on this animal, and then the chronic illness comes back again, and then it loses weight. By the time you start getting it to wellness so that it can start gaining, that is a big challenge. Another challenge is sometimes it takes a while for them to adapt to this food, because they're used to grazing out there on green, and then now they're coming and then the diet is different. So they get some get rumen problems, but only on the starting. Once they get used to it, that's it.
We produce 3 products, which is number 1, 100% mango puree, and number 2, makweni juice. Number 3, we have makweni mist, which is purified drinking water. So what we have is a whole value addition chain for the mango fruit. We have started with the mango fruit. The authority has future plans to venture into other fruit value chains, but for now we have successfully started with the mangoes. We have processed mangoes from the fruit to the table, and that is within the whole process of making mango puree as a fast. This puree is not ready to eat or ready to drink. It's actually for further processing. We get these mangoes at early January through cooperatives. They are brought here. We have systems that we have put in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture, where this authority is anchored. We have put systems at the farm level, control systems, so that by the time the mangoes are getting here, rather the produce is getting here, we know that this particular produce is from these particular farmers. We take mature but unripe mangoes. So when we put these mangoes in our ripening chambers, these ripening chambers are they're actually natural. We let the mangoes ripen natural. They're not controlled. We let them ripen, so that means in a period of between 5 to 7 days, these mangoes will have ripened. The first section is washing. It's a washing bay, where we have the mangoes. The mangoes are poured into the bay, washing bay. We have water and then air bubbles, you know, a little bit of science, and they are washed. And then we also have secondary washing where brushes are involved, and then another sorting table. This sorting table, it is the last sorting table. Here we ensure that no mango goes to the crushing before we have checked the quality and we are sure about it. And it is at this place where we also do tip cutting in the event that there is any mango that has gone, you know, past all those other checks, quality checks. After we have ensured that the mangoes are okay, we now go to the crushing. This crusher is actually a destoner. It removes the peel and the seed. These go out as waste, and then we recover the pulp. The recovered pulp is preheated to around 55 degrees Celsius for the purposes of viscosity, so that it can flow through pipes and enzyme deactivation. After that, we move to purification. This purification involves removal of small peels and fibers, and again the black and brown, you know, spots. So at the end of the day, we have puree or product that is consistent in color and every other thing. After that, now we move to packaging. Rightly before packaging, we do what we call a sterilization to this puree. We heat the product to 110 degrees for full enzyme deactivation and microorganisms. and then we force cool the product back to room temperature, and then we package it. So our puree is packaged into aseptic bags. We have 3 types of packaging. The aseptic bag is the primary packaging, and then after the aseptic bag we have a poly liner and then a drum. So normally, as you can see, this puree is normally in drums, but inside the drum we have a poly liner, and inside the poly liner we have an aseptic bag. So this product in that state can stay for, more than, for up to 2 years. Actually, it's best before 24 months. One of the challenges that we have, one of the biggest challenges that we have currently is on power. We are currently fully reliant on the grid. So that means any other time that we have a breakdown on the grid, then we run out of power. So our proposed solution that we are working on is moving on to green energy, and especially the solar for the operation. Actually, it's actually about setting up a hybrid system, a solar hybrid system, that we can rely on the grid, partially on the grid, partially on solar, or even full solar power for the operations of the plant.
We check the quality of the rice from the farms. We make sure the moisture content is okay. We mill at a range of 11, not below 11 and not above 13. That is good. It doesn't have aflatoxin because we have to care for our customers. And from there, after we've checked the quality and it's pishori, we take it to the machines. From the first machines, we have pre-processing machines first. There are 3 of them. The first one we call it KIPPRA. It's a sieve-like machine where we remove the impurities, the bigger impurities. From there we have elevator machines that just act like transport modes to transport rice from this process to the next one. So from there we have the second machine, we call it the pre-cleaner, the one that removes the immature pad rice from the farm and also removes the impurities that may have passed from the first machine. From there we have another machine for cleaning also, we call it a destoner. It removes the mud balls or the stones from the farm. From there, now we have our clean pad rice ready for processing. To process it, we take it to another machine, modified machine we call a Hala dehusker. The dehusker removes the outer coating of the pad rice, and you're left with the naked rice now, which we call brown rice. From there, that machine it's not 100, doesn't do it 100%. So we have another machine we call a separator. That from there now we get the pure brown rice ready for eating. From there, for those who don't consume the brown rice, we have machines we call polishers, the one that now polish or scrubs out the outer coating of the brown rice, and you're left with what we call white rice. There are 3 of them, polisher A, B, and C. So by the time the brown rice has come from the first polisher to the last one, it's already white, or what we call cream white. From there, we have value addition machines. There are 2 of them. The first one we call it the grader. The grader has sieves that grades the rice according to the grain sizes. So there we find there is grade 1, the one that we give you, grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4. So grade 3 and 4 they are taken separately. 3 we call it broken rice, and 4 we call it chicken rice. Broken rice most of the times it's sold for. There are people who eat it also because it's pishori, just that it has been broken, and there are other people who use it to cook for their dogs. And we have the last grade, we call it chicken rice. That one is used for chicken feed. So from there, we have the last machine for value addition. We call it rice color sorter. We have 3 lines, but mainly we run with 2 lines. Each line has an average of 30 tons per day, and we work for 12 hours per day, except Sundays. Only Sundays that we close, and we go to churches and people go to other things they do. So it averages to 90 tons per day if the 3 meals are flowing, but mainly we work with the 2 meals, so we go to an average of 60 tons per day of paddy rice.
Well, coffee, as said, is actually the crop that occupies quite a good number of acre range.
is dominating, is crop number 1. And so what we do here, we have a factory inside the Hiru farm. So after picking, the coffee is taken to the factory for powdering. And then the Archbishop also introduced the roaster house. The roaster house is also meant to roast the coffee. And after roasting, we ground the coffee. And after grounding, we pack now ready for use. And this actually has also generated quite a good amount of money to the diocese. So, and in terms of selling, our coffee has attracted so many buyers, both locally and internationally. And so by so doing, the Archbishop is able to sustain the farm by selling some of those products. For tea, internally we have not started value adding the tea, but what we do after picking our tea, we partner with the Gaduthi Tea Factory, so they are our buyers. So we do not pack our tea internally here because we sell direct outside the farm. We do not have the machines that can help us to pack the tea, but still yogurt we are doing it, yes. I mean, for the milk, we have around 92 dairy cows that are lactating. So that's quite a good amount of milk. So we are able to value add. We sell both the raw milk and also we do value addition whereby we make yogurts. And our target customers are actually the Christians also and the people working in the farm also. So that has also generated quite a good amount of money to the farm. And so by so doing, the farm is able to stand by itself. You find the market is front-end with the same kind of product. And so people do not like really to know that this product is from Hiru farm, this one is from so and so. And so with the fronting of the market, then you find there is what we call the demand is, the demand is low. The supply is high, but the demand is low. Number 2, we've also encountered another challenge that is we have encountered quite a number of diseases affecting our products here. Like if I give an example, what happened last year, we are densely affected with what we call the CBD, coffee disease, coffee berry disease, which made our production to actually go down with 50%. That it was uncontrollable, it was unstoppable. We tried all what we could, but I think we were not able to control it. And by so doing, our production was down, it went down. For Hiru farm, being a private farm, what we buy, like fertilizers, chemicals, the prices is not subsidized for us. And so we find ourselves, getting into a trap, buying those chemicals and fertilizers and herbicides at a very high price. And by so doing, our cost of production is also affected. And so these are the key, some of the challenges that we have. And also when it is raining, being a farm, our feeder roads are very bad. So sometimes to get the products from very far, as I started by saying, this land is over 3,000 acres. So to get the products from very interior becomes a very serious problem. These are some of the challenges that we have encountered as a farm. What I would request, rather appeal to the government, is to make consideration to the farm, because what we do here, we do not only target the Catholics to come and work in this farm. In fact, we get people as far as from the slums, because those are the people we feel the church is targeting to support. And so for the government, I would appeal to the government to chip in and make sure that as they do to the other farmers, they also consider Hiru farm as one of those farms that need support. And so they subsidize, they come in and they subsidize the products, sell to us exactly the way they sell to to the other farmers. That will help us and boost us in a bigger way.
When we receive the hide and skins from farmers, we first of all select, because that's the way whereby we deal with farmers or the dealers of the hide and skins. So that's what the higher the material, the more money you get. So we weigh there and we pay them there. So if your quality is higher, we pay you higher. If your quality is low, we don't. But if you bring us the rejects, we don't buy and take to another place. From there now, you start what we call soaking. Soaking is the removal of the dirt, the removal of the salt that is not usable now. Because initially it was preserved by salt, now the salt has finished its work. So the next process is to remove them and to open up the hide such that the chemicals can enter in. Next step is removal of the hair. It's a chemical process. And that's why it requires a lot of water anyway. Then also you go to a place called fleshing. You remove the flesh, excess flesh that was left from there. Then you go to turning. Turning, you keep some of your drums running, and that process is called wet blue state. It gives you a wet blue leather. You can export. You can use it here. So at that stage now, the leather is stable. You can store it even up to 6 months, 1 year. But on our side, we do after finishing. So on the other side now, you select. You say before you do anything, select. You want for bag, for leather. It is not the same. For the belt, it's thicker. For the handbag, it's light. So you selected the quality. This year we produce about 100,000 square feet a year. And we sell local. So those people whom we sell to, they go and make products for exports. And mostly are Kenyans here. Sometimes we go to regional, like Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda, but in small quantities. But major market here is here in Kenya.
We serve 7,800 farmers who bring their tea to this factory. Some of the best shareholders we can ever talk about, because they have supported this factory since 1963 until now. We have processing cities, which is mainly exported to Pakistan, England, UK, and very many other countries. We have orthodox tea, which you have also given some of the best teas, orthodox teas, coming from this country to the world. We are just about to release some of the finest brands that will fly off the shelves in supermarkets called Chinga Light. Beyond Chinga Light, we are going to have another brand that is going to be coming out very soon, that is called Chinga Delight. That is in addition to Chinga Premium teas that we have already selling. We are intending to have orthodox tea and green tea also in our value addition project. Chinga Light will have other additives like ginger. This tea is something that we want to do not only for this factory, not only for the catchment, but we want to do for international market. Inside here in the factory, we have a quality management system, ISO 9001. That is to ensure consistency, and the product that comes out of this factory is consistently good. We are also having another certification, international standard food safety management system, to ensure that the food is safe. So we can proudly tell anybody world over that we have systems in place to ensure that the tea that comes from Chinga Tea Factory is safe, is cultivated by farmers who have minded about the environment, and the factory is caring about the environment. We are caring about sustainability and the future of the planet. We have directly employed 200 employees, and sometimes they go higher when the crop is so high. Our workforce, we have about, out of them, they are permanent and pensionable, and others are here on seasonal contracts. Out of the 7,800 farmers that we are serving, they are able to give us about 17 million kilograms of green leaf per year. In a good month like this one, we are expecting to have about 2 million kilograms of green leaf. And in lower seasons, during pruning, the crop can go down to about 1 million. Cumulatively, in a whole year, we do about 18 million kilograms of green leaf. The tea they bring this month, at the end of the month, they are assured of 30 shillings per kg of green leaf. That was just recent, which we were coming from 25, below we were at 20 just last year. So the farmers' income has been growing. Another thing that we have been seeing is the return. After the profits are calculated at the end of the year, we have what we call final payment or second payment, which is the profit that the farmers are accrued, which have also been growing. Last year, we were able to give a final payment of 43 shillings and 50 cents. One of the things that I want to appreciate the government that has done recently is to remove VAT from tea sales which are being sold at the gate. That 16% VAT has gone a long way in improving the fortunes of the farmers. We would wish to see the government do more in terms of marketing. We know we have a body, very many bodies that market products from Kenya. We would wish to see more countries going to negotiations with the tea. Before I go far, I remember the teas or the agricultural products going to China has been zero rated. So we would wish to see more accelerated marketing, and we appreciate that initiative. But now we want to see more help in taking this tea to other markets in China, because one of the biggest challenges that we have as a company is over-reliance on traditional markets. We want the government to assist us move tea to different markets, and that will be good. We also appeal for support in variation. We have heard the government talk about common user facilities, removing some taxes on the burden of the farmers. Those initiatives are welcome. We look forward to better working conditions here, and also proper other markets courtesy of government initiatives.
Nikipeleka majani chai wananichukulia, halafu ninachukua pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi. Huo mwingine ni tuseme kama fertilizer, tunasaidiana na fertilizer. Tuseme kama hawa extension officers wanakuja wanatuonyesha ile tutafanya kwa mashamba.
Tukiingia kwa cashew nuts, hiyo process ya kwanza kabisa inatakikana korosho, ununue korosho kutoka kwa wakulima ama kuna wale brokers ambao wananunua kutoka kwa wakulima. Sasa inatakikana zinunuliwe kwa wakulima mpaka zinifikie hapo mahali niko kwa store yangu. Sasa mimi nilianzisha hii kazi baada nikaanza kupanda seedlings za mikorosho, nikagawanyia hawa wakulima hapa mtaani. Na nilipogawanyia hizo seedlings, niliwaambia wakipata hizo korosho zao wao wananiuzia mimi, alafu mimi nikaanza kuprocess. Sasa hiyo ilinifanya hawa wakulima hapa karibu wanipate hiyo korosho yao kwa urahisi, kwa sababu nilikuwa baada ya kuwagawanyia hizo seedlings ilikuwa ni rahisi kwao kuniamini na kuniletea hizo korosho. Si watu wananiletea bure, nanunua, lakini ni rahisi, si hawezi enda kwa mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi zile ambazo na process hapa ni zile ambazo nanunua kwa hawa wakulima ambao wako hapa karibu na mimi. Nanunua kwao na nazileta kwa store yangu, alafu naleta hapo kwa mtambo, nazianika. Processing yenyewe na include zikiingia mpaka uanze kuzianika mwanzo. Nazianika kama 2 days, alafu nikimaliza kuanika ndio naziingiza kwa boiler. Zinaingia kwa boiler, boiler yenyewe inachukua kama 200 kg. After 40 minutes inatoa. Sasa zikitoka kwa boiler lazima zikae uzianike tena under shade kwa kama 12 hours. Sasa baada ya 12 hours ndio tunaenda kwa shelling. Tuna mashine hapa ya kuvunjia, hiyo inaitwa shelling. Ndio tuna shell hizo ambazo tumezianika kwa 12 hours. Tuna shell, alafu kuna hiyo ni kama process ya kwanza, kwa sababu sasa zikipikwa hiyo shelling sasa ndio process ambayo ni ngumu sana, kwa sababu sasa hiyo ina involve machinery, ina involve na ni manual, ina involve machinery, na hizo unajua sasa zile ziko corrosive pia, lazima uwe na protect, wanapaka mafuta ya nazi kwa kuprotect ile mikono yao isibambuke. Wakimaliza kushell, kuna watu ambao wana scoop, wanaziscoop alafu ndio zinapelekwa kwa dryer. Sasa zikipelekwa kwa dryer zinakaa kama masaa 4 kwa dryer, alafu after 4 hours zinatolewa, zinaenda kwa peeling. Kuna section ya peeling, zinapelekwa kwa peeling, watu wana peel na ni manual pia, kutumia mkono. After peeling kuna section nyingine ya sorting, maanake pale wakipeel kuna pieces ambazo zinachanganyikana na zile holes. Sasa zinapelekwa hapo kwa sorting, zinasortiwa zile pieces na zile holes zinawekwa kando. Zikitoka hapo zinaenda kwa grading. Sasa hapo wanachagua kama ni holes, wanachagua zile kubwa, alafu zile middle, alafu na zile ndogo, alafu na hizo pieces zinawekwa kando. Hapo ni grading. Kutoka kwa grading sasa tunaenda kwa value addition. Tunaenda sasa hapo kwa value addition. Kwa value addition, korosho tunaweza kufanya kama mara 5 hivi. Tunaweza value add. Hapa tuna value add kama mara 5. Kuna salted, kuna ambao tunaweka chumvi, hiyo ni salted. Kuna plain, hiyo hatuweki chumvi, tunakaranga, tunabaki hivyo hivyo. Alafu kuna ya pilipili, hiyo ni chili. Alafu kuna caramel. Alafu kuna ya honey. Hapo sasa tunakuwa tumemaliza kuvalue add. Alafu tunaenda kwa packaging. Tuna pack namna hii. Kuna changamoto sana. Ya kwanza, korosho inanunuliwa na watu wengi sana na kampuni kubwa kubwa. Ziko kampuni kubwa kubwa ambazo pia nazo zinanunua hiyo korosho hiyo moja, na wale bei zao ziko juu. Lakini sisi processors wadogo pia inabidi tununue hizo korosho hiyo korosho hiyo. Sasa bei zikiwa juu, sisi kwetu huwa ni changamoto, kwa sababu hiyo hatuwezi kununua stock kubwa ya kutosha. Tunanunua tu ile stock ambayo tutakuwa tunaweza basi. Kwa hivyo hiyo changamoto ya price hiyo huwa iko nyingi sana kwetu. Kuna hiyo changamoto ya mabei, kushindana na wale big fish au processors wakubwa, hiyo iko. Alafu kuna wakati mwingine pia season saa nyingine inakuwa fupi, pengine kumekuwa na kiangazi sana, korosho zinakuwa kidogo. Sasa zikiwa kidogo, unakuta sasa competition inakuwa juu sana. Sisi sasa tunashindwa kucompete na wale watu wakubwa.
Got into this business around 9 years ago. We started initially with a 4-acre plot where we were doing commercial potatoes. And then we saw that there was an opportunity in the production of seed potato. At that time, Kenya was only producing about 5% of the demand of the potato seeds. So we saw that there was a huge gap and opportunity for us. So we did some research online, got connected with the Center for International Potatoes. They were rolling out a program of apical root cuttings, which was a new rapid multiplication method for seed potato. So during that trial, I met with a scientist named Monica Parker, who helped me through the process and really pushed me to get into the seed production business. I got my first farm in Nyandarua, and initially we started the company as a decentralized seed production hubs of where we would do some of the base seed production directly on our farms. Then we would contract some of our outgrowers to be able to continue that multiplication process of those potatoes. One of the things that was really important for us as we're starting this is to be able to have all the players that are in the potato value chain come under one roof. So, you know, as we come into a county, we get to the local officers, the agricultural officers, to make sure that they're aware that we're in there. Initially, when we started the company, we included the national government to let them know kind of the initiatives that we wanted to do in the country. We also incorporate some of the non-government organizations. So we worked along with SNV. We worked along with ILRI in a couple of different projects. We worked along with USAID when they were doing some projects. We work with different cooperative groups. We've done a couple of projects with cooperative groups of where we've initiated some seed production directly with some of the cooperatives. So the biggest one that we've worked along with was the Potato Union of Nakuru. So that was a big initiative that in the initial stages of this production that we've helped them to get their seed production up and running. We've worked really closely with Farm to Market Alliance, which has been a real help for the community and doing a different initiatives where they've done also some farmer education. They've done some training in spraying. They've done some training in value add directly at the farmer level. So we work with them in various different initiatives. Fresh Crop Limited is a full value chain approach potato company that goes all the way from breeding new varieties, doing trials of varieties in country, also doing mini tuber production, seed multiplication, commercial potato growing, and most recently getting into value addition. Currently, we have one factory that's making fresh cut French fries, Lyonnaise, whole peeled, wedges, cubes, and breakfast potatoes. We've gotten up to over 100 full-time employees, and then on a daily basis, we have around 500 casual laborers that we support in the different communities. And it was really important that as we go into the communities, we kind of get different lady groups, different men groups, and we rotate them to give fair and equitable chance to be able to come and make income. In the last 2 years of our casual labor, we've generated about 28 million shillings in casual labor salaries, which has been a huge impact to this community that typically we're only doing grazing. So we did a process of where we brought them in, trained them on the farm. We segregated them into groups so that we can have training groups, and we introduced them to all the different aspects of the farming. So they do anywhere from planting, they go to roughing, which is removal of any off types of potatoes that are there. They do spraying. They also come into crop maintenance where they can do harvesting, and then they can do transporting back to our facility.
I oversee the whole process of starting from the greenhouse. In the greenhouse, we deal with the apical cuttings, and then coming to the field, the land preparation, the planting processes. I ensure that we use the customized nutrition programs. Before we do the land preparation, we have to do the soil sampling processes, and after that, we do the customization of our nutrition. So first of all, when we do the sampling of the soil sampling, we check for the diseases and the pests, and also for the nutrition requirements. So after that, we are able now to do now the planting using now the customized program from our soil testing.
Ile kazi kubwa ambayo tunafanya ni kuweza kuelimisha wakulima, training on good agricultural practices.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, and our theme is strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. We are about to begin our afternoon session. It's at 3. I promised that we will begin at 3, and looking at the quorum, it's not very encouraging. So this is to my colleagues at KIPPRA. If you can start urging people to come this direction from the lunch area, I think we've had more than enough time for our lunch. But in the afternoon, we have quite an interesting panel, and we're going to be unpacking what's happening in the leather value chain. Thereafter, we do a panel and another common session, which will close our day for today.
Kuna market size kama mula iliyopita mwezi wa 11 12 11 kwa tuna.
Okay, asante sana. We are about to begin our afternoon session, and this one will be tackling industrial value chains. To be specific, textiles and apparel industrialization, leather sector development, agro-processing, building and construction. And some of the key policy questions that we are hoping to raise this afternoon is, why is Kenya losing value along the chain? That is one. And two, how can smallholders and SMEs capture more value? Our first afternoon session, we shall have a presentation on matters leather value chain by Adan Shibir from KIPPRA. They will take 8 minutes specifically, and thereafter we'll have a panel on matters to do with industrial value chain, which shall encompass almost 7 people. So that and many more this afternoon. But prior to that, I know a lot of us have had a beautiful lunch. Let me come and talk to you about your lunch, which is very, very powerful. But I'll start with one of the board members. Hello. How are you doing? Okusawa. I know during the morning session we were like, what is happening? Because we have to discuss policy at the end of the day. But so far from where you sit, talk to me about the gains, some of the things that have stood out in the morning session, and what you're looking forward to in the afternoon session.
Thank you. I think I can sit there. Thank you, and especially from the panelists, they have brought forth really factual evidences that can enrich our communique that will definitely be part of the wider KIPPRA research that will ultimately inform policy. We'd like to also thank them for really putting a lot of evidence into their presentations, either at the panel or the individual presentations that have happened. And I'm hoping for the participant to participate, contribute, not only ask questions, but mention to the presenters if there are gaps out there that they know. Well, we don't just do these conferences. This conference informs a lot the subjects of KIPPRA, not only in policy but in capacity building. So we bring together everyone, and it's not upon the presenters only to really make meaningful contribution into the proceedings that happen. Often the participants, in the background are the drivers of the contributions that actually come out of this conference. And I'm sure you will be really happy to see your contributions published by KIPPRA. And next time, don't just pick me like that.
Asante, thank you for your kind words. I understand. But life is very unpredictable. Sometimes I think when we are asking National Youth Council elections, you're wondering, how does it feature in the theme of strengthening value chains? Maybe there's a value chain for elections as we head into 2027, yeah? But sometimes detours are good, but really appreciate. My good friend, it's been many years, and you look younger than the time we met last, You look rested.
To a very good start. I was very impressed by the presentations that we had from the beginning. If you listened very carefully, you can see that the organizers did a very good job in selecting the presenters. They talked about things that they experience in real life, and we can learn a lot from them. Ours is evidence-based policy. And what we hear from these people can add value to the kind of advice that we give. Here we are talking about value addition. And even what we hear from these people can help us improve the kind of evidence that we give to back up the kind of advice that we give. And I hope to see you again next year.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir. This is amazing. So, I see we have quite a quorum. So I was almost coming to you, because I love the way you dress. It's very African, and by the fact that I'm organizing my Irura show, I have to wear something close to this. I'm inspired, I'm inspired, so that when I dance there, the in-laws see me and they're like, this young man is strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. But briefly, what has stood out for you in the morning session, and what are you looking forward to in the afternoon session, sir?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think one of the things that impressed me is the attendance, because I saw a lot of young people registering and to attend this particular conference. And also the presentation from the PS in charge of youth, which it came out clearly that 70% of the population comprises of youth, and that basically means that we have to ensure that we make, as we tackle the theme of this conference, strengthening value chains for inclusive growth, we must think about inclusivity and how to include the young population in what you're discussing here. And secondly, also the last session was very enlightening, particularly the main presentation, which reminded us about the various stages that we are talking about in terms of production, in terms of marketing, in terms of manufacturing. And talking about the first stage and focusing on small-scale farmers, the fact that we have to think about supporting extension support for the farmer and things like that, and proper productivity for the small-scale farmer is important to ensure that we get maximum value from that process. It begins from there. I think also there is need for a lot of collaboration between the various stakeholders, especially national government and county governments, when it comes to this whole idea of strengthening value chains. The role of county governments is very important, especially looking at agriculture is a devolved function, and the need for the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that they come up with proper legislation to make sure that some of those things like extension support does not fall between the fingers. I think basically the issue about collaboration is very important with all the players that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So I was almost coming to you. I also love the African look. I don't know whether it's under part of the board you must wear African look, you know, but I love the authenticity in this particular board. So tushikilia hapa, si ndio? Tushikilia hapa, tutakuja. Sawa sawa. So good afternoon guys. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, a very simple exercise, okay? A very simple exercise, and we've done this before. We've eaten. Situmeshiba. Situmeshiba. So I'm gonna ask you, when I say sit, you stand, okay? And when I say stand, you sit, okay? And I'll be talking in sentences. For example, one evening I was seated heading to work. When you hear sit, you stand. When you hear stand, you sit. Are we ready? Are we ready? You know, somebody is saying, I've done a PhD thesis, and you're telling me these simple things. It's very important for your digestion, okay? All right, so one day, I was walking in Githurai, and I got too tired, so I decided to sit. And while I was sitting, there was somebody standing next to where I was sitting. So this particular person, I asked him, sir, I can see you're sitting I can see you're sitting, sir, where somebody else was standing. And this person told me that he has deep-seated issues. And those deep-seated issues, sometimes they make him stand out. Tell your neighbor you need therapy. Okay, are we ready for the afternoon session? Are we ready for the afternoon session? So this one is on matters, the status of Kenya's priority value chain, and specifically industrial value chain. So we are looking at textile and apparel industrialization, leather sector development, agro-processing, and building and construction. And to give us an 8-minute presentation, may I have the timer right there, 8 minutes. I'd like to welcome Adan Shibia to give a presentation on leather value chain. Pigeni Mr. Shibia makofi yakikuja tafadhali. Come on, appreciate him until he gets on stage. Yes, thank you very much. Adan, even as you come, asante sana. I hope your presentation is skewed. You can always track your presentation from the screen down here, and the timer is right there. The floor is yours. You can use this particular mic, sir. Enjoy your presentation. Okay, let's get you the clicker so that this is swift. just test it so that we see whether it works. Is it working?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I'm Adan Shibia. I'm a senior policy analyst at KIPPRA. I'll be making a highlight of a presentation from a recent study we have done at KIPPRA on leather value chain, specifically on integrating micro and small enterprises into the leather value chains. Okay, this is actually just an image of the paper that was recently completed on integrating Kenya's micro and small enterprises into the leather industry value chain. In terms of the study design, this study relied on three broad approaches: review of the lessons from three countries, Italy, because they have been very successful in terms of high-end leather products, India, where we also import most of our leather and leather products, and then Ethiopia, our neighbor, as a recent success story. I think the presenter from ILO mentioned that in the morning. Yes. Then we have policy and institutional review, looking at the policy framework in Kenya, legal and regulatory framework, as well as the roles of various actors. Then we also did surveys of leather development officers at the county level, 37 of them, and 62 micro and small enterprises in the manufacture of leather and leather products. And we also did key informant interviews with selected tanneries. Just starting on a comparative perspective, looking at Kenya, Ethiopia, India, and Italy, just looking at, because the export structure actually reflects how and our industries are performing, you realize for these successful countries like India and Italy, most of them are in the manufacture of finished leather and leather products. You really see for Kenya is more of largely wet blue, semi-processed that are yet to get to the final products. Just some important insight, just summarizing cross-cutting lessons from deep review of those countries. One is the need for cluster approach. This is important in terms of facilitating skills and technology transfer, and of course learning through some networks of clusters of businesses that operate together. Two, conducive research and development and innovation ecosystem, because this is key in terms of product upgrading, innovation to remain competitive in the industry. Then you strengthen the tanning capacity to serve as a pull effect, because when tanning industry is very strong, then it has a pull effect on the lower levels of the value chain in terms of the generation of the hides and the skins in terms of a market-based incentive system. Then attracting lead goods in terms of just attracting those businesses that have succeeded elsewhere, so that they serve as a learning lesson for technology upgrading, among other benefits. Then I think this is just a summary of the issues along the value chain. First, at the input level, what did you observe? One is limited policy support and extension services, especially in terms of generation of the quality heads and skins, basically most of the things that are happening at the county level. Actually, on this, we observe that actually the leather development officers are supposed to be key in terms of ensuring that we have better improved hides and skins. But we observe that actually some counties, they don't have the leather development officers. Some have issues of budgetary allocation to support their operations. Then there was also aspect of law awareness on institutional policy framework, including those that, for example, relate to aspect of the grading of hides and skins, issues of the quality, Then also low appreciation on value of hides and skin, in the sense that the responses were that at the household level, at the farm level, most of the people are yet to appreciate the value of hides and skin, ensuring that they sustain the quality that is required. At the processing level, this comprises the tanning level as well as the integrated components of the manufacture of finished leather. Some of the key issues at this level that emerges, one is technology and the skills deficit in terms of ensuring that we have the most advanced technology. And here again, it is very capital intensive. It requires huge investment in terms of tanning technology, and also ensuring that we adhere to the required environmental standards, issues of eco-friendly practices, limited access to quality hides and skins, pointing to the fact that we need to do more at the point of generation of the hides and skins, then low access to affordable finance and supportive infrastructure and technology. So especially for the micro and small enterprises, things like common user facilities are quite key because of the resource constraints that they face. Then at the market level, there is aspect again of product quality and favorable cost competitiveness, looking at the various cost elements across those countries we have compared with. We can improve further on that. Then product environmental standards and upgrading. I think this is an emerging issue, especially going into the future, where there is a lot of awareness among in terms of consumer demands that what they purchase adhere to the required eco-friendly practices, and especially in terms of penetrating advanced market. This is quite very, very important. Then limited access to information on market opportunities. So we kind of assessed issues of access to markets at the regional level, like within the ESC, within the African continent, and the broader global markets. Some of the important things important or significant issues that came up was opportunities or access to information on available opportunities. Then again, the aspect of product standards, environmental standards in terms of access to some of these regional and international markets quite stood up. Then competition from synthetic and second-hand leather products also stood out quite peculiar, or was very peculiar in terms of standing out as some of the key issues that are faced at the market level. Yeah, so I don't know this. Yeah, so I think I'll just take additional 3 minutes to sum up. I know I think time is moving very fast. Some of the issues, of course, we have looked at is also the aspect of the linkages between the micro and small enterprises and large and medium enterprises in terms of subcontracting arrangement, and we found that, again, it's very minimal. Partly, I think as a country, we are yet to also develop a subcontracting policy. But also there are a number of issues that were raised, like the micro and small enterprises. They feel that they could be tied up if they engage in some contracting arrangements. Others reported that there are issues of even having being aware where to get information on such kind of opportunities. Again, issues of product quality standards, I think this is something we can improve on in terms of certification, issues of eco-friendly labeling, issues of even traceability labeling, among other issues. I think this one I've talked about. Again, now in terms of common user facilities, like especially for these micro and small enterprises, because this is key, as I've said, in terms of ensuring that because of the resource constraint, they can leverage on this in terms of upgrading their products. Majority, actually about only 13% indicated they have access to the various user facilities that are provided by the government, and most of them indicated these facilities are not accessible or not appropriate for their manufacturing process, like suitability. Yeah, again, issues of innovation. I think we can, first we see that across the product, process and market innovation, quite minimal. Less than 50% in most cases, and again, in terms of financing, we see that the MSCs mostly use internal financing, and then the key constraints, issues of access to affordable finance, market demand uncertainty, as well as issues of supportive technology or infrastructure. Again, issues of access to skills. This is access or continuous upgrading of skills. Only about 53% indicated over the past 3 years they have benefited from continuous upgrading of skills, and among those who attended, they have benefited on areas like leather technology, footwear technology, leather goods, fashion and design. And again, in terms of the constraints, the major ones are financial related, availability of relevant training, and limited linkages with training providers. I think these are just some of the recommendations by the micro and small enterprises. Enhance access to finance, most important, access to markets. I think those are the things that stood out. Key takeaways, my final slide. One, cluster approach and strengthen institutional support so that we strengthen learning and technology transfer, as well as economies of scale in terms of ensuring that with more production, the enterprises are able to spread the cost over many units so that they are able to benefit competitively in terms of per unit cost. Then skills and technology upgrading in terms of learning from the lead goods, targeted training and infrastructure and tool support, then R&D and innovation ecosystem, and then aspect of complementary trade and industrial policies. Yeah, so there has to be a synergy between industrialization and trade policy so as for us to remain more competitive. And finally, access to affordable finance for technology and innovation upgrading. Apart from this study, I want to go into the other studies. We also have other studies which are available on our website, like towards revitalizing Kenya's skins and hides and leather products industry. This study assessed how price of hides and skins at the farm level responds to the prices of finished leather and leather products. I think it is a story of along the value chain, how equitable is it in terms of the distribution of income. I think that's already available on our website. And then finally, the other study is effects of export levies on hides and skins on competitiveness of Kenya's leather products, which again was done by my colleagues in the trade and foreign sector policy and foreign policy division. So in short, in summary, this study assessed the export competitiveness of leather products and the implications of export levies. Yeah, I think for more details, you can see that on our website. Thank you. I stop there.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for that detailed presentation. You had borrowed how many minutes? Guys, should we like introduce a fine system for minutes so that we raise finances that will strengthen value chains in Kenya? That would be interesting. Right now, quickly, I'd like us to go to a panel discussion, and this one is quite interesting because it's encompassing this issue of industrial value chains. And we have quite a heavy panel, so I'm going to call our panelists up. You can just pick wherever to sit. Then later on, I will invite the panel chair who will take over and moderate this particular channel. So this is going to be interesting. And our first panelist is Honorable Dr. John Kanyuithia Mutunga, who's an accomplished strategist. He's worked in quite a variety of backgrounds. He's been actually the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya National Farmers Federation for 14 years. And right now he's diligently serving and solving problems for Tigania West people. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Honorable Dr. John Mutunga. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Sir, karibu sana. All right. Our next panelist, I'd like to call upon Dr. Robbie Kinga, who serves as the Executive Director and CEO of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority, Kenya's government agency responsible for eliminating illicit trade. And pigeni Dr. Kinga makofi tafadhali akikuja. I see that. Quite a rich panel right there. Up next, we have quite an interesting panel, and panelist. This one is Dr. Caroline Kaua, who is an accomplished professional with over 15 years of experience spanning agribusiness, manufacturing, quality management, and MSMEs. A certified food safety auditor, Dr. Kaua is widely recognized for opening global markets to Kenyan products and driving value addition. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. All right, asante sana. Up next, I'd like to invite Engineer Zakaria, or Zakaria. It depends with where you are and what you prefer. Engineer Zakaria Lukorito. He holds a BSc in Mechanical Engineering from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And this gentleman has over 20 years experience in industry, of which he has spent 18 in standardization. So mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Standards are very important when it comes to farming up our value chains. Up next, we have engineer, another engineer. Tell your neighbor, another engineer. And ask your neighbor, when will you become an engineer? You can, these days you can just speak something. You know, I am an air engineer. When air comes this direction, I figure out what to do with it, yeah? Yeah, so, or you can be a mental health engineer, right? That's another one, a good one. Engineer Charles Minor is an analytical chemist and general manager at Polycon Services Limited, an ISO 17025 accredited testing laboratory. Okay, he brings over 16 years of expertise in product quality, safety standards, and quality management system auditing skills. Kindly help me welcome Engineer Charles. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. Where is Engineer Charles? Ako wapi? Okay, he'll catch up. And we have also Stephen Osedo, who is a policy and fiscal analyst serving as head of policy, research and advocacy at KNCCI, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Stephen Osedo, good to see you, sir. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. He's one of the few people who's dressed in a suit. And I interviewed the other day. Thank you very much, sir, for granting me an interview. I appreciate it. And finally, we have Miss Janet Mesa, dynamic and result-driven leather technology specialist with over 8 years of progressive experience in leather manufacturing, product development, quality control, and sustainability practices. She holds a master's and a bachelor's and master's in leather science and a member of Kenya Association of Leather Technologists and Scientists, that is cults, okay? And tell your neighbor, don't join a cult unless you are a leather specialist. And finally, to chair this particular session and to drive this discussion in the next 45 minutes roughly, maximally, I'd like to welcome Mr. Shafiq Makrani, who is a highly accomplished manufacturing and operational executive with over 3 decades of industrial management and strategic leadership experience across Kenya and the wider region. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. And he is actually leading the Coast Region of Kenya Association of Manufacturers. So he is the man to ask the right questions to this particular panel. Sir, the floor is yours. You can just use one of the mics so you can do the introduction here.
Dignitaries, honorary members present here, distinguished guests, representatives, leaders, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This session reminds me of the high school, the first lesson after lunch, where you find most difficult time to concentrate. But I would like to thank the MC, Engineer Noah. I'll call you engineer because you just engineered a session here and gave them a very, very good exercise. And besides that, we have champions here from different institutions. They are going to share their views, ideas, and how we can strengthen our growth in Kenya. And they will not let you blink, I bet that. I would like to thank KIPPRA for this opportunity and for bringing all institutions which are necessary for this particular theme on board under one roof. So thank you very much, and I will just like to inform the panelists that I will have a very simple format because I want to hear from different institutions their views on the same topic. So I'll have probably, with the time constraint here, I'll have limited maybe 3 or 4 questions maximum, but 1 question for every panelist. Thank you. I would like to take a seat on my left there, and I don't want to also show my back to my panelists. These are champions in different fields and different institutions. Please. So I'll ask this first question, and I want the Honorable MP to answer, and we proceed to his left. So my question is, how is your institution supporting development of industrial value chains?
Thank you very much indeed. My institution is the Parliament, and specifically the National Assembly. Of course, all of us know that we have a Parliament which is bicameral, and we have distinct roles, mandates, and responsibilities. So if I may talk on behalf of the National Assembly, which basically does the budgeting of this country, one of the key support that we give to the value chains through the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and other related ministries like cooperatives, and of course the fisheries and blue economy, is budgetary support. And this budgetary support comes in to do, first of all, value chain development across. And value chain development starts from the basic inputs, if it's crops, the seed, if it's animals, the gene, the genetic material, all the way to the plate or to the consumer. So that's one of the areas that we support. So Parliament does that business every year, looks at every value chain. And of course, the budgeting process begins at the sector level. We have sector hearings where priorities are set and limits are basically defined. So this comes to Parliament and we rationalize as members, because we are representatives of the people, we look at what has been apportioned to what value chain and which function of the value chain, as it were. So that's one of the things that we do. The other one is the legal, policy and regulatory. We do the laws of the country. We also pass policies through sessional papers. We discuss them in details and vote for them and pass them as sessional papers. We also look at the regulations developed by the mother ministries and also the regulatory agencies, and we pass them through the committee on delegated legislation. And of course, the technical committees look at them to align with the existing legal, regulatory, and policy instruments. So that's the other thing that we do. We also do oversight, and the oversight role basically.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just be giving 1 minute for this particular question, so we'll continue later if you.
Okay,
don't.
No problem. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. As you have heard, I work for the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. This is the authority under the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. And the authority's mandate is to promote legitimate trade and to support the elimination of counterfeit product in the market. And how we support this particular value chain is by ensuring that the market is not distorted. And once we have people who are innovative enough coming up with the value chain within the agricultural sector, then those products are protected by getting the right trademarks, and number two, ensuring that they are not infringed upon. And that's why we come up with enforcement, because we do enforcement. And the ACA is strengthening this work through enforcement. We are the border point, or the border point of entry, that where the ACA is, and we work collaboratively with other agencies, including those one, the Ministry of Agriculture, the police, the Kenya Bureau of Standard, the Kenya Revenue Authority, and the police, among others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I work with Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, and we remember one of the 5 pillars of better is MSME development, and basically that is my main area of action. So I'll start by saying one of the key interventions is formalization and integration into regulatory support, because we all know that micro, small, medium enterprises, most of them are informal, and the informality makes them locked out of opportunities from access to finance, government opportunities, and social protection. So we have a registry of MSMEs, and where we make sure we sensitize and create awareness for formalization and registration of these businesses. The other key one is cluster development. Currently, we organize MSMEs into clusters, into cooperatives, into associations, because resources are scarce. And unless they are organized into clusters, they are not able to share facilities, to buy collectively, or to market collectively. And currently, we're implementing a project called Kenya Jobs Economic Transformation that is acting on clusters to support them in trainings and co-investments in machinery. And now my third intervention becomes machinery. How do you support these MSMEs?
Thank you. Time.
Thank you, Chairman. My organization, which is the National Standards Body, Kenya Bureau of Standards, is established under the Standards Act, Cap 496 of the laws of Kenya. And under this act, we have a clear mandate on how to support the industrial value chain, specifically looking at 3 key issues. One of them is standardization, looking at how can we facilitate these industrial value chains by developing the relevant standards at national level, also at East African or community level and at continental level, where we also participate in African Regional Standardization Organization to see that the relevant standards are developed to support this particular industrial value chain. Secondly, is to look at the metrology side, where we look at the measurements, what kind of calibrations that need to go into the systems that support this industrial value chain. Therefore, if you have some equipment, some machinery that we are using to produce some of these products, then we come in strongly to provide the measurements and the calibration services that are required. Then thirdly is about conformity assessment, where we do certification of products. We also do testing and also provide system certification, famously the ISO 9001 that is applied across the value chain to support them in marketing their products. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Osedo Stefan. I work with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is a private sector institution working to protect and promote businesses in Kenya. So how do we support value chain development? So first, as a chamber and as a core mandate is to advocate for favorable business environment in the country, and for this particular year, our focus is on the issue of cost of energy. So we are looking at how we can be able to support our industrial development through competitive energy cost, because as you know, globally we are talking about 0.1 cents per kilowatt hour. In Kenya we are at about 0.24, so our industries are non-competitive. So that's the first area that we are working on in terms of advocacy. Two, we also, because of our countrywide network, we are able to mobilize farmers, cooperatives across all the 47 counties. For instance, currently we are working on a program where we are supporting those in the dairy value chain on what we are calling climate smart agriculture. And what we are doing is that we are linking them up with green financing opportunities. We are training them and also linking them up with different markets, both locally and internationally. Thirdly, we work a lot around market access. And on market access, I think when the colleague from the Ministry of Trade was presenting, he mentioned some of the trade agreements that Kenya has entered into with different countries. So as the chamber, we work to bring these trade agreements to life by ensuring that we present these opportunities to our members. For instance, we recently, 2 years ago, we opened an office in China, and as you're aware, we are benefiting from the early harvest opportunity with China. So we have been able to facilitate trade to that region worth of 700 million Kenya shillings. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Janet. Good afternoon. I'm overwhelmed because I'm the only non-doctor, non-engineer in the panelists. So my organization is Kenya Leather Development Council, whereby we are mandated to transform the leather sector from export-driven industry. Mostly we export semi-processed or raw hides and skins. So we are mandated to transform that into manufacturing of leather and leather products. And we've had a number of sector interventions as a way of supporting this value chain, which is very dynamic. One, my sister here talked of cluster development. We actually transform those clusters by developing common manufacturing facilities, which the presenter talked about, just to provide access to machinery to these informal clusters. That's one. Two, we also do a lot of training, capacity building, especially on the upstream level for hides and skins, flares, because quality is very key in us. For us, when the quality of hides and skins is compromised, it has a ripple effect on the products. So we do continuous capacity building and certification of these flares. Also, we have a project called Kenya Leather Industrial Park, whereby we are coming up with an ecosystem, a leather ecosystem, and we are encouraging investments in the leather industry. As government, we've offered incentives just to attract FDIs to be able to invest in this exciting leather value chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, this time to answer this question is not sufficient, but there is more to talk about. That's why I would say we keep it straight to the point, but of course, you have more to say, and you will excuse me if I interrupt you in between. Yes, thank you. One of the key points which you brought up also is the cost of energy that is actually weighing down the manufacturing process and value-added products. I'll go to my next question, and this time I'll start from my right here. What opportunities do you see along the industrial value chains in Kenya?
Thank you so much. So in the leather value chain, there are quite a number of opportunities. Currently, we produce around 3 million hides, 18 million skins per year. But our operational capacity as a country is below 50%. So there is opportunities to invest in these tanneries. Secondly, we talk of inputs, like the soles and other accessories that goes into manufacturing a shoe. So as a country, we import most of these inputs, and I feel like there is an opportunity we can explore and actually produce our own inputs. Then we also, have an opportunity in terms of product diversification. In the leather value chain, we've focused on shoes and the handbags. We can do more. We can produce leather gloves, we can produce leather garments, we can produce upholsteries, we can make our own sofas made of leather other than, importing those high-end furnitures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of opportunities, first I'll look into the issue of KIPPRA. So the currently government is developing the county aggregation and industrial parks, which presents a huge opportunity in terms of aggregation. Two, related to that is the special economic zones and also, of course, the EPZ. Now, on the market side, Kenya is a party to the EFCFTA. We know that globally, the international trade is becoming a big challenge due to conflicts in different parts of the world. But we have an opportunity as Africa to trade within Africa. So that presents. And then thirdly, we are looking at also the opportunity that was presented by the reopening of AGOA. So that also presents a huge opportunity for our manufacturers to explore. And then lastly, of course, we have seen where now our commercial banks are developing specialized products for sectors, so sector-based financial products. So this is also because the issue of access to finance is a big challenge for manufacturers and even the MSMEs. So through that, we are seeing that our evaluations will be able to develop through access to affordable and patient finances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, for the opportunities in this particular value chains, it is definitely that there's a huge potential in terms of market value, noting that we are importing quite a number of products that could be quickly filled by these industrial value chains. But what has hindered us from gaining that market access is basically standardization, because a standard acts as a passport for your product, so that when you have one standard, one certificate, then one test is accepted everywhere. Therefore, there's a huge opportunity for this particular value chains to look at what kind of standards are missing in terms of the quality that is required, so that we fill that gap quickly and ensure that these products access the common markets in East Africa. Under the AFCFTA, there's also a huge market that this industry can tap into. Thank you.
Thank you.
So my addition is I'll look into the building and construction of materials. A lot of opportunities due to the rapid urbanization and affordable housing programs. The programs are creating a lot of demand in the industry, in the iron sheets. in furniture, in paints, and I think it's one of the drivers currently in the economy. Then I'll look at the agro-processing value addition. You know, Kenya is an agricultural country, and in time we are pushing agro-processing and exports of finished products. We are creating jobs, and there are a lot of opportunities. And what cuts across is basically green manufacturing. When we learn of the circularity economy practices, I think the opportunities across all the value chains in terms of circularity. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of opportunities that are available, I see a lot of opportunities in KIPPRA, as well as the cottage industries. And it's a fact that when the counterfeiting is eliminated in the market, our producers have got an opportunity to invest more in innovation, research and development, on the issues of quality, on the issues of branding, and these are opportunities that we have so that we produce more in this country and we consume Kenyan product, because there is a ready market that people are willing to consume Kenyan made product as long as the government and the players, they are going to work toward protecting these innovations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, there are many opportunities in the industrial value chains, one being, of course, value addition and local manufacturing, which will give us more revenue and jobs. So the bigger the scale, the better. Also declare and possibility, taking advantage of declare and possibilities like the African Growth and Opportunities Act of the US. It's a great opportunity. The other one is import substitution. I have in mind the edible oils, where we spend more than 200 billion every year importing. I think 120 to 200 sometimes importing edible oils. We also have things like butter, cheese, and so on. We can produce more and therefore substitute the imports. I'm also looking at wheat and rice. There is also the opening up of new frontiers, new markets. Right now we are selling a lot of livestock and products in the Middle East because we have the halal option. And the other opportunities, of course, include also being able to increase the capacity to grow our agriculture, because we really not grown our agriculture. By exploring those areas that we are able to grow crops and livestock based on the suitability in terms of agroecology. There's a lot more we can do in Kenya than we are doing right now. All we need is water and better seed, and of course, the soil health, and we'll be able to produce in most of the areas.
Thank you. As we can see, we have enough of opportunities, actually, and we need to work towards achieving our goals, especially when it comes to strengthening the value chains outputs. When it comes to value chains, I think I'll start my question now from your side, Honorable MP. What are the drawbacks and to achieve these targets, and what can we do? What interventions are required to achieve our goals?
One of the key drawbacks, or one of the key impediments to exploring the value chain opportunities is the cost of credit and availability of this credit. Specifically targeting and packaging form of a credit that would be attractive to people. That's one of them. Low access to credit is one. The lack of sufficient investment in cold storage infrastructure. We need cold storage across, because most of the products are perishable and therefore they need to be stored in good time. We have seen some efforts in coming up with the special economic zones, and especially the KIPPRA. And I don't know whether in this room we are able to discuss the KIPPRA, because we have investment in 47 counties, 500 million in every county. We are putting up infrastructure. The question is the extent to which we have done backward integration to ensure that products land into those KIPPRA, and then also what type of investment have we put therein to ensure that all sorts of the variety of products can actually find space. The other one is the impediments in market, having sufficient market for our products. Sometimes we have market rejections that are born out of things that are not necessarily really, that are contestable, we may say, when it comes to negotiations in the international trade circles. Some of our products are rejected, not because they are bad, but because the environment changes or some off-takers decide to change the equation, and therefore, before we adjust, we have a problem.
Thank you. Very constructive.
Thank you. I think the cost of production is one of the issues, particularly the cost of power. That has become an issue, and I think the government is also addressing that. And when you look at the issue of illicit trade in this country, the country loses close to 800 billion Kenya shillings in this trade, which is estimated to about 9% of our GDP. And when you look at some of these constraints that are going to impede on the development of this value chain, they include the counterfeit. You can imagine when our farmers or the people who are in the marketing and manufacturing sector, if the input that they are using, whether those products they are using in the market, they are counterfeit, or they are substandard goods, or they are smuggled goods, and they have weak traceability. That is an issue that we need to look into. And also there is this growing abuse of digital platforms for illicit trade. And for instance, some of the products that now they are being consumed in this country, 30% of them, they are coming through the digital platforms. And this flow of digital platform is making it very difficult to detect what is genuine and what is not. And we also talking about lack of understanding of these new producers and manufacturers on the need of protecting their innovations, the issues of coming up with their own trademarks that they can put in the market, and lack of that knowledge is likely to impede the development of this sector. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will look at the issue of quality and standards in the country. Manufacturing is effective when you can produce products that can meet standards into the country or across the country, and that is one of the areas where we have a problem. So there is need a lot for research and development and cascading the same to the levels below. Then the support in terms of certification, we know the costs associated with certifications. There is need to support these businesses for certification so that they can enhance the quality of their products. I'll look at the issue of, again, informality, because when these businesses are not integrated into the regulatory framework, then it makes any other move to industrialize very difficult. So the reforms into the regulatory framework into a country also needs to be looked at, the multiple licensing and all that, and then maybe come up with simplified registration of businesses. I think those are major constraints that I can look at.
Thank you.
Thank you. My colleague from Micro and Small Enterprises has already alluded to the low levels of standards and the quality. In terms of certification also, we see a huge constraint in terms of costs, specifically for micro and small enterprises, especially the startups. But then what we've done as an organization to alleviate this particular constraint is to greatly subsidize and allow micro and small enterprises to get certified at much lower value compared to other established enterprises. But most importantly is that we've also seen a low interest in terms of participation in standardizing the products from those who are players in terms of industry as well as even the academia to enable these enterprises meet the required standards either at national level or at international level, because definitely when you go to other markets, then you could also establish that standards in those markets will be slightly different from what we've developed here. Therefore, that calls us for harmonization of standards across the globe, whether at East African community level, then we need to work with other partners. But what you've seen is that those involved in this industrial value chains then do have low interest when it comes to harmonization of standards. But then we are trying to create awareness of the importance of these standards and quality certification to enable their products access the markets.
Thank you, Engineer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to disrupt the norm and say that the biggest impediment is ourselves. Look at your neighbor, and from whatever they are wearing, how much can you apportion to what has been made in Kenya? For instance, my suit is knitted, stitched here in Kenya, actually in Nairobi. My shoe is made by somebody from Kariako. But how many of us can say that, yes, we are promoting Buy Kenya, Build Kenya? So the biggest impediment, apart from all the rhetorics that we already know, like taxation, cost of energy, I think the biggest impediment is ourselves. Today we were challenged that when we went for coffee break or tea break, there was no Kenyan coffee. Okay? So how do we develop our industries if we can't consume that? So that said, I would say that over and above that, there is also the issue of unpredictable policy changes. So every other time there's new policy that is coming up and it's disrupting businesses. So that's causing a lot of issue in the in value chain development. And then also the issue of logistics. The cost of logistics in the country is quite expensive and making us uncompetitive, and also looking at logistics in terms of the interconnectedness of our country. So there are still markets, especially in Africa, where we cannot access because we do not have trade corridors. For example, we can't get our flowers to Ghana. It has to go to Netherlands, then it is re-exported back to, imported back to Accra, Ghana. So I would say that those are some of the challenges. Of course, over and above that, there's also the issue of fragmentation. So we are not looking at, for example, if it is mango, it's not just that ripe fruit. Can we look at from that farmer who is growing that fruit to the point where we have a fruit juice in our shelves? So all that value chain has to be developed concurrently, not one in fragmented sections. Thank you.
Thank you. Valid point.
Thank you very much. In addition to what my fellow panelists have said, I think in the leather sector for us, the major challenge is inadequate supply of quality hides and skins, because now it impacts the quality of leather products. Then also we have limited processing technology and capacity. As I said, only 50% of what is produced locally is manufactured locally. And finally, weak regulatory framework. There's been a challenge of, coordinating the sector. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very interesting, and I concur with most of your points here. We are on good time, and just to conclude this, I'm sure there's a lot to say. As I said, you can, I can give you 1 more minute each, and just in case if you're left behind something and you want to say, please go ahead, starting from.
Okay. Well, I would like to echo what my friend has said, and I'm glad he has mentioned Kariako. For us, as people in the leather sector, we are happy because Kariako is one of the clusters that we are really trying to transform. And mostly, for the leather sector, more than 50% of the manufacturers are actually MSMEs. So I'm happy that he promotes our local manufacturers. For me, what I would like to say, as KLDC, we cannot deliver, or transform the leather industry in silos. We need to collaborate, I'm glad we've collaborated with KIPPRA. They did help us to formulate the policies. We are working together with KEBS in implementing these policies, and I think we are headed in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So my parting shot would be, I want us to look at, sorry. Thank you. So my parting shot would be, I want us to reflect and remember that every raw product that we export out of this country is a job created in another country. So by the time we are going to the Mombasa auction store to sell our tea in sacks, we are creating jobs in the other country. So can we try and add value to our products, create more jobs locally, and to the government? And I know from the chamber perspective, we have come to a point where we are not saying the government should, but we are working very closely with the government to do what we think that they should do. So in terms of policy, please can we ensure that the policy regime or the frameworks are predictable? Can we ensure that the cost of power is competitive? We are not competitive in the region. Taxation is another issue that is choking businesses and manufacturers, and we are seeing many people moving out of the country to go to countries where things are a bit easy in terms of ease of doing business. So we have a country called Kenya to build, and it won't take a foreigner to build this country. It calls upon all of us to work together to build a country called Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. My closing shot is that standards are technical documents, and sometimes it becomes very difficult for these industrial value chains to implement them effectively. What we are doing is to encourage them to come together in aggregations. Then we can work with them together to train them on how to apply standards, and then make them also simplified using pictorials to allow them apply the way they should be applied. But most importantly will be for them to also incorporate issues of green compliance, because climate change is an issue that needs to be incorporated in each and every aspect. And some of the markets are really demanding that if you've not produced your product in a green way, then it cannot access their market. Therefore, our focus is also, as we review and look at the applicable standards for different products along the value chains, then we need to look at those issues of green in their production system. But most importantly is to take note that quality drives competitiveness, and export standards will be mandatory for these value chains to access those particular markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First, allow me to revisit the issue of cross-border trade. Currently, there's a lot going on in EAC, COMESA markets, and AFCTFTA. We are there to support these businesses, to encourage them to cross-border, and this is how these industrial value chains will grow. And I will specifically point out to the upcoming EAC trade fair for MSMEs that happens annually, coming up in Rwanda in the last quarter of the year. I urge institutions to support MSMEs so that they are able to network and be able to cross their products across border. The next one is about, on top of KIPPRA, we operate what we call constituency industrial development centers for MSMEs. The presenter who came before us mentioned that most of these MSMEs are not aware of shared facilities for manufacturing, and through micro and small enterprises, we have almost across all the counties these facilities we can take advantage of, the shared facility and the shared machines. My parting shot is that for us to transform industries, we must remain inclusive, practical, and be MSME driven. For the reason that the main actor in all these value chains is the small business down there. They are driving the economy, they are the source of our jobs, they sustain our livelihoods. So any intervention that we do must be connected from up to the bottom so that we realize the industrial transformation? Thank you.
I would say that for us to strengthen the value chain for inclusive growth in Kenya, this cannot be done in isolation. The fact that the intellectual property is an important imperative that need to be embedded within the entire value chain, right from the Constitution of Kenya. When you read our Constitution that we gifted ourselves in 2010, and Article 40, subsection 5, the state is obligated to support, promote, and protect the intellectual property right of people of Kenya. And this one is going to ensure that whatever we come up in terms of the value addition, that it is well insulated, protected, and enforced. In that it can now be marketed within our own land, and people will always be advised to purchase Kenyan product, buy Kenya, so that we can grow this new industry. And my final I will say that protecting IP and supporting legitimate productions and producers and strengthening their coordinated effort must not be treated as a part of country mere words, but this should be our country's industrialization agenda. And this one should be supported by all, whether private or public sector players. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Several things that we need to do. But one, we need to get out of the cottage industry thinking and do things to scale. We need to scale up on everything. When I look at industrial value chains, I wonder which value chain cannot be industrial. I really wonder. Some countries grow chilies and they improve on the amount of chili they produce and they run a country. So there is no value chain that cannot be industrial. It's us who fix our minds into these are industrial, these are not industrial. Our value chains are not organized. Only a few, maybe tea, a little bit of coffee, maybe sugarcane. But it's because of the structure of these value chains themselves. But every value chain can be organized to the extent and give us more and better jobs and even better revenue. We need to sanitize our data. Now that KIPPRA is here, please, you have a responsibility. You can engage with any institution, whether training or research, wherever they are. Let's be speaking a language that is understandable, not only to us, but a language that speaks the truth about what we are able to do and what we are not able to do. We need to do thorough mapping of these value chains and even registration for aggregation. And we need to seriously invest in aggregation. Because smallholders will not aggregate. They don't invest in storage. So, then better that, if it's better for us to think about aggregation, but then we must get the producers into organized groups. We have shunned from supporting producer organizations. And unless we support producer organizations, we may never get to the point where we can say we're producing for our own industry. Because if you asked me the amount of potatoes we produce in this country in terms of tons, I cannot tell you. But we can say that you can put up a potato processing factory. Where will you place it? How much of input will you have in a day in terms of raw materials? And of course, the demand is there. Then we will have to keep on importing chilled chips other than producing our own, because we are not organized. We need to organize the value chains by supporting producer organizations. We need to reduce post-harvest losses, and I don't want to belabor that point. We need to lower the cost of compliance, and this is part of what Parliament can do. We need to look at the laws. We normally look at the laws. We look at the mischief within the industry and try to deal out the mischief in the law. Some of the laws we've done recently are really they are supportive, and you can see industries or value chains like the sugar industry. Unless it is interfered by unscrupulous traders, the sugar industry is moving towards sustainability. Because we've done a law that does product development, it does regulation, it does research and training, does all the things that need to be done. And we are creating money within the same sector because we realize agriculture is not one of the most favored in terms of funding. The other thing we need to do, we need to aim at furthering our value addition. Let me pick out an example of the Heinz and Skins, and that lady has spoken very well. Do you believe that the hind and the skin can be the main product, and meat is a byproduct? That's the reality. Animal hind and skins for the small stock are more valuable than the meat that and the bone and all the offers that animal takes. Why? Because that's what can produce, what can be sold anywhere in the world. The rest is just for consumer, and you measure in kilos. These are the ones who go to all the applications that you can think about. For the sugar, we need to stop also taking the byproduct. Sugar is a byproduct. The main product we should aim at is biofuel. Why can't we go there? Is it the science that is not enough, or what is the problem? We need to be aiming where the other countries are going. And if you go to Brazil, sugar is a byproduct. So they can sell sugar to you at whatever price. We need it for consumption ourselves, but there they need it for biofuel. In fact, it's targeted at biofuel a lot more than. And if you look at our country in terms of some regions that produce bananas, we produce bananas for our table serving in the morning and evening. Bananas have got components that can do infant formulae. Nobody is coming up with such things. So why don't we move further than we are doing right now? Why is it limiting us? Why should we remain limited? I think we need to move from the talk shows to action, and action in an attempt to use science the way the others are using it, and then growing the economies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was really constructive. And when I said the champions of your field, I really meant it. And the audience will agree with me here. We have identified issues. We know where the problem is. We know the solution. And this panel, this session is actually being documented, and I'm sure it is going to reach to the concerned authorities, the concerned ministries, and they need to look into this, because I want to promote Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. But if the cost of manufacturing that product in Kenya is expensive, then we are attracting the import of the same. If we are going to compete made in Kenya with a counterfeit brought in, then we are going to have a big challenge. So we need to deal with these issues and get out of this blockade. So coming back, one of the key factor which affects also manufacturing is the cost of manufacturing. We talked, the cost of compliance, Honorable MP said, the cost of energy, the logistics, everything is going high, and that is why we are more expensive than the imported products, some of them. I've been told by the MC, we allow only 2 questions from the audience. Please keep it straight to the point. Thank you.
Okay, there is a gentleman there. That will be the first question. And question number 2, there is a lady just in front of the gentleman. Instructions: once you get the microphone, tell us your name and go straight to the point. We appreciate your history, but our time is of essence. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Masha Cerulo from Coast Region Budget Hub. So my question goes to the panelists from the Parliament. And you've highlighted that you are supporting value chain through budgetary allocations. So, and then we've seen the Parliament has been passing some bills. Look at the finance bill, that they actually, when you look, they support high charges like the VAT tax and agriculture. Then how then do you balance the two at supporting budgetary allocation and also at the same time passing measures that the finance bill, which you see they are going to lead to high cost of production? Yes.
Okay, let's go to the lady, then we go back to the panel, and thereafter close.
Hello everyone. I'm Sabra Hasib from Budgeti Hub. My question goes to the gentleman from Chamber of Commerce, sorry. Do you think local manufacturers are genuinely motivated to support value chains, given that most of them, they supply us with grade 2 products, let me say, low quality goods instead of the higher quality products?
Asante sana, that's it. Let's go back to the panel. So we'll start with the Member of Parliament.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I actually expected a question to the Member of Parliament, especially to do with the budget, because this is the time we are doing the budget, and I'm sure the finance bill is live to all of us, and the finance bill is being discussed. Look at yourself in a situation where you have proposals for what is supposed to be spent, and on the other hand, you have to finance what is supposed to be spent, because that's all the essence of budgeting. There is the budget and the financing. Finance bill comes in to say this is where we can get the money from. Now, when it comes to internal dealings of our parliament, we normally look at the intricacies of, or rather the effects of any changes within the provisions and what we call the mischief in the changes that are brought in. We normally give the proposals to the finance committee so that they may look at areas they need to zero rate or areas that they need to do a complete VAT or any tax waivers. Now, when it is not possible to do that because of the deficit comes in between the total money required to do the business that you have proposed all along, and then the available resources from the sources that have been pronounced. Therefore, you have to look for innovative ways of looking for money. And that is where you find a government trying to ask itself, what do we do instead of borrowing? Because if you have a deficit, either you borrow or you raise revenue within. If you can raise revenue within the country, then better for you. If you can have a budget where you do not have any deficit, then you can basically have, you can have a situation where you do not increase taxes or you basically do not vary anything. Where the logic of varying comes in view of the extent to which the budget deficit bypasses the provisions. Kenya does not exist as a unitary institution. It is within the global economies, and the globe is managed. We have to remain within the specified budget deficit between 5.3 to around 6.5 or something like that, which is approved, or rather, we will be downgraded as a country in terms of the cost of doing business and in terms of the environment, basically, that are mentioned by international bodies that basically look at economies. Now, when it comes to agricultural products, rather the raw materials that we need to be able to produce within our system, we normally look at these raw materials, and we normally propose that they are zero rated or completely left out of any form of budget allocation. Because if you zero rate, is not the same as completely being exempted. Zero rating means you can even increase by 1 or 5 or 3%. That's a provision that you can basically revise and increase. So we normally discuss and look at the logic of this. The problem we have is that all sectors, private sector or public sector, all the concerned stakeholders do not come out strongly and tell us this is how this is going to affect us. And if you, in the absence of insufficient information on how it's going to affect the various sectors, then we can allow for a few things to pass through. But once we get information, we normally revisit the issue, and in the subsequent budgeting cycle, we normally remove some of these issues. So it's not really a completely cast on stone issue, it's a matter of negotiation, and that is why we have committees which look at the logic of choices and the choice of what is supposed to be put onto the budget itself. We normally negotiate, and this negotiation is based on facts. Treasury looks at how much money are we able to raise and how much money do we need in view of where are we in terms of maintaining the budget deficit. And that's why you touch on various areas. The final thing I want to say here is that in Kenya, we do not look at how productive we can be. And I think this is important. We don't look at how productive we can be at individual level, at institutional level, at society level. We look at how much can we make it easier and cheaper for us. And where are we making it easy from? The same budget. Yes, indeed, there is the cancer of corruption, but it needs to be dealt with. However, we need to look at how can we ensure that systems that are set are made efficient to be productive so that most of the people are engaged in productive gain, so that we have many people engaged in economic activities that help them at very individual level, family level, local level. before we come back to the global budget issues. So when you tell a government to reduce the cost, what is your contribution in reducing the cost? That's the question we don't answer, and that's the question we leave to somebody else to answer. The day we face the reality, we shall be able to answer most of the questions. The final thing, if you look at the economies that have done very well, the greater proportion of the individuals within those economies are productive. If you look at an economy like Kenya, maybe 20% of Kenyans are productive, 80% are dependent. It's not a situation that has come today, it's a situation that has been building over time. What are we doing about this? And I believe this is part of the essence of having this kind of convention. When you leave this place, what change will you cause in your backyard? That's the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, the lady from Budget Hub, and just to acknowledge that Budget Hub is doing great work in informing the citizenry on budget advocacy. We appreciate your work. Now, I would address your question in two parts. So first, I would say that yes, Kenyan manufacturers and even businesses in general are motivated to continue doing their business. In fact, if you look at our annual barometer survey that we launched 2 weeks ago, 86% of Kenyans are saying that we are projecting that in this 2026, our businesses are going to improve. So meaning there's that resilience. Kenyan businesses are quite resilient. And that's something that we really appreciate. However, we also are alive to the fact that the operating environment currently is not very favorable for businesses to make profits. That's the reality. So the issue about production or manufacturing, you'd look at it in terms of, are we competitive in our production processes? That we can say, I would rather buy a product that has been manufactured in Kenya and not that from China or any other country. So there's the issue of competition from the cheap imports. And that's the reality of our country. So as we gather here today and as we have these conversations, we also need to look at the ripple effect of some of the policies, pronouncements that the government is putting across. Then secondly, I would also address it in terms of standardization. I believe, and I know my brother from KEPS is here, that before any product is sent to the market, it must pass some tests and standards that KEPS is working, that KEPS regulates. So I'm not very competent to say that we are consuming low grade. No, I think KEPS is doing a great work and we need to continue supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. You have been an absolutely great audience. And I would like to thank each and every panelist here for your time, for your contribution, and for your support. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. I'd request the panel, we just move forward. We have a photo for the panel. A photo for the panel. Thank you very much. In the meantime, let's be on our feet. Just for a moment, let's be on our feet, tafadhali. Let's be on our feet. Let's be on our feet. Everyone, come on, guys. We can do better. We can do better. Okay. So get hold of somebody. Get hold of somebody. If you are alone, text somebody on WhatsApp. Yeah? So get hold of somebody and tell them the 7 colors of the rainbow. Please, just tell them. Just tell them so that you know whether these people know colors or not. Aha. We can have the podium back, please. Quick one. We can have the podium back. Okay. So, tell your friend, I didn't know you were this smart, you know? You only know 3 colors of the rainbow. Somebody told the other person magenta is part of the rainbow. Go home and repent, okay? That's very, very important. Okay. Okay, if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap thrice. Okay, so I want you, when you raise your right hand, okay, I want you to stand on your left leg. Sawa sawa. Haya, raise your right hand, stand on your left leg. Okay, raise your left hand, stand on your right leg. Look at your neighbor, tell them, you need to see a doctor. The way you are shaking, this one is not normal, okay? It's not giving me confidence. Okay, one more time. Your hand, your left leg. Okay, go down on that left leg. Go down, just continue. Continue. I know your knee is telling you a different story, but continue. You can do it. Hold it right there. Okay, start coming up. Okay, tell your neighbor, you don't pray. You never go on your knees. We can have our seats, please. Thank you very much. At least we've stretched a little bit. Now it is 20 minutes to 5. Our time is long gone. We should be starting to clear, but we have a whole session. So we'll be very precise. The next part, we're looking at the service sector priority value chains. And this is absolutely critical because it touches on tourism, the county that we're in, the city that we're in, the premises that we're in, embodies this particular value chain. So tourism and hospitality services, digital economy and ICT services, transport and logistics services. And this is what you're going to be focusing on. But at this particular moment, to give a presentation which is going to be timed right there, 8 minutes to the dot before we come to our panel. I'd like to welcome Senior Researcher Fellow in the Markets, Trade and Institutions Unit of the International Food Policy Research Institute, that is IFPRI. Please help me welcome Dr. Cream Baba. Kindly appreciate how she comes for her 8-minute presentation. Beginning our coffee. Come on, guys. We can do better. Dr. Kramer, the floor is yours. Have some fun. You can have the clicker. Here it is. There you go. Is the microphone on?
It will get better. It will get used to me. All
There you
right,
go.
great. So one thing that I haven't heard today much when we are talking about agriculture is risk. And risk is paramount in agriculture, especially in Kenya, where a lot of agriculture is rain-fed, and farmers are just really exposed to the vagaries of weather. So that's what my talk will be about, risk and how to better manage risk in the agricultural sector. So climate risk is concentrated in places where actually insurance to manage that risk is absent. So sub-Saharan Africa is the continent with the highest exposure to climate risk when we look at vulnerable populations. But at the same time, crop insurance availability and uptake of crop insurance is lowest in the continent. So we have a lot of uninsured risk in the agricultural sector, and this is depressing investment. So farmers do not feel confident to invest. Financial institutions do not feel confident to lend to farmers in rain-fed systems because of the high amount of risk that is in the system. Now we have seen that reducing this risk, for instance, by providing crop insurance, that is really increasing investments. But here's the dilemma. Uptake of agriculture insurance remains very low. Now, one challenge is that most agriculture insurance products are index insurance. So these policies don't work the way that your car insurance or your house insurance might work, where you get sick and you go to a hospital and you get reimbursed, or your car breaks down and somebody comes to inspect the damage and you get reimbursed. No, crop insurance tends to rely on indices, for instance, a rainfall index that tries to proxy the loss, but is not a perfect proxy for the loss. And so what ends up happening is that oftentimes farmers might face damage and the index doesn't pick up on it, or the other way around, farmers do not experience losses and they get a payout. And so this is breaking trust in the system. And so it's very difficult to insure farm losses. Now, why don't we have indemnity insurance for agricultural losses? This is because it's difficult to monitor whether farmers are using the right practices, are doing what they can to prevent losses, and also because of high verification costs. So if there is a claim, it's difficult to send an insurance adjuster into the field and indemnify the claims. That would be way too expensive for a farmer with 1 acre of land. So this is where we come in, thinking, can technology help? And we have been at KIPPRA studying an innovation that's called picture-based insurance, where farmers can send photos of the damage that they have sustained, send it into the insurance company, and on the basis of that, payouts are being determined. Now, it's a little more sophisticated than that. There's some checks and balances. Of course, we don't want to get into a situation where there's large-scale tampering, but this is the idea, essentially, that it's really photo-based, just like your car insurance in times might be photo-based. So this is being enabled by AI, as we can now train models to predict damage from photos. And the main benefit is that it's much easier to understand and much easier to explain. When there's damage visible in your field, you get a payout, instead of saying, when the satellite detects low rainfall, you get a payout. It's much more difficult to explain, and so it's easier to understand, and also a way to reduce this problem that the index doesn't perfectly correlate with actual losses. So this could influence investments. One concern is that it might reduce investments because people feel too insured, or that they feel insured and actually start investing more, so it can go in two directions. But it can also change who takes up the policy. So we might get a more inclusive product because people who are skeptical of insurance now buy into it. And these are typically lower investment farmers who would have invested less in the first place. So then we are asking in this study, what happens to take-up? Do we see, compared to these index insurance policies, an increase in take-up? What happens to investments? And do we get selection? Do we see that more vulnerable farmers are the ones indeed enrolling into the pool? All right, so how do we go about this? We have an experiment with 191 villages across 7 counties in Kenya that we ran from 2020 to 2022. And so we had a control group without insurance. We had an index insurance arm where farmers were receiving trial insurance policies. And we had a picture-based insurance arm where farmers were receiving free trials of this picture-based, indemnity-based product. And then in the final year, we went into all the communities and gave an offer to buy insurance, and farmers had to pay for it out of pocket. And so we'll be looking at what are they doing depending on which product they have been receiving in the past and what do they have experience with. And in the picture-based arm, we offered a picture-based insurance product, whereas in the index-based arms, we offered the index-based product. So that's what we did. So what do we find? We find a large increase of take-up because of past product experience, but especially because of past product experience with the photo-based insurance and now being offered photo-based insurance again. So we see an increase of 24 percentage points compared to the control group when offering picture-based insurance, and this is only 8.8 percentage points when offering index insurance. So really a much larger increase in demand when offering this photo-based insurance policy. We see that this is driven by perceptions. So people like the product a lot more than index insurance policies. Okay, in addition, because we don't do insurance just to increase profits for an insurance company, we want to see investments. So in addition, we see that picture-based or photo-based insurance is, just like index insurance, increasing investments in fertilizer. We see that farmers who are offered this product are more likely to start using fertilizer, and they spend more on fertilizer. So we see increased investments, which then could translate ultimately in better profitability. Now, what's important to note is that the difference in effects of index insurance and photo-based insurance are not all that different, even though we have a lot more farmers in the photo-based arm taking up insurance. So shouldn't we have been seeing larger effects of photo-based insurance? Why are we not seeing larger effects? Well, that takes me to my final results slide. We see that picture-based insurance, photo-based insurance, increases take-up, especially among more vulnerable women in ASALs, in drought-affected areas, where, and we've heard from women that they just don't have the decision-making power, the authority in the household to buy fertilizer. They don't have the means to buy fertilizer. And so what this is telling us is that it's important to buy complementary, or to offer complementary services, for instance, to link with finance, to make sure that women have agency in their household to take these decisions. And those are the types of things that we're working on now, on testing. If you bundle these, is it going to be having stronger effects in that case? So that takes me to my conclusion slide, and I have 5 seconds left. So what do we find? We find that this photo-based enabled indemnity insurance, improving contract quality, expands coverage among the most vulnerable, so in a very inclusive way, and this is really what we would want to see. And we see increased investment. So we don't see that this new insurance approach is having weaker effects on investments than index insurance. Now also we see that despite higher take-up, per insured farmer, we don't have stronger effects on take-up, but this is because of who enrolls and not because of the impacts that this particular product has. So to conclude, contract design really offers a promising path, offering high-quality insurance products, to offering insurance that is both effective and inclusive, and at the same time financially viable. We worked with Acre Africa, an insurance service provider that normally breaks even and hasn't been losing money on this product. So I just wanted to share that with you as a way to reduce risk using ICT in the digital economy. Thank you.
All right. Come on, let us appreciate Dr. Kramer. And Dr. Adley, I'll just request if you can just remain on stage because you're part of an upcoming panel, or you're going to pick your phone. Very, very important. All right, with your notes. Very, very important. That's quite interesting. That's a beautiful story to tell in terms of reshaping coverage or covering our farmers, which is important. And that brings us to our panel, the last panel of the day, before 20 to kunywe chai, sindio? So the goal is not the tea. The goal is to gain from this panel on matters service sector, priority value chains, and I'd like to, of course, you know Dr. Kramer, I already introduced her. I also like to introduce Doreen Odhiambo, Deputy Director Strategy at the Kenya Tourism Board, and Doreen is a seasoned development strategist and governance expert with over 15 years of progressive leadership experience across public, private, and non-profit sectors in Africa. Thank you very much. She holds an MBA in strategic management from the University of Nairobi, the university. Thank you very much, Doreen, for making time. Yeah? People from UN, if you don't say the article, now you make lifelong enemies. You guys need to repent, okay? Very, very important. Up next, I'd like to welcome Mr. Thomas Kaberi, who's the Director of Partnerships, Commercial and Growth at Kala Limited, where he leads strategic partnerships, ecosystem development, and commercialization initiatives focused on artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and innovation across Africa. And he has over 20-year experience spanning business development, commercial strategy, and technology advisory. Sir, good to see you. You look very young, so when I read 20 years, you start working at 10 years old, you know? You look very young, but amazing what you've done and what you guys are doing at Kala. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Adam Lane, who's the Director of Policy and Partnerships at Huawei Kenya, and he's been at Huawei since 2014 and has been based in Nairobi since 2016. And Adam is currently responsible for working with governments, intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, the media, and other stakeholders, and he helps these groups understand how to use ICT for development in their strategies, policies, and programs. Do we have Mr. Adam Lane with us today? Oh, he's joining virtually. All right, lovely. Good to see you, Adam. It's been a minute. The last time I traveled with Adam to Spain for some conference, and it's good to see you. And finally, our moderator or the chair of this particular session will have a very hard time, but good time in keeping time, because we are almost at 5. So if you can keep this panel at 30 minutes max, it will be her responsibility. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Chief Manager, Business Development and Innovation at Konza Technopolis Development Authority, Josephine Ndambuki. Josephine is a seasoned technology, smart cities and digital economy leader with over 18 years of experience across public, private and development sector, and she's played major roles in shaping Kenya's ICT and digital economy, and today we have the privilege of having her lead this particular panel. So once again, appreciate this wonderful panel. Even as they start the discussion, wapigeni makofi. All right. Josephine, enjoy. Okay. You have the microphone there. We can have this put down. I think it will be critical. Okay, there you go. You can use this.
Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to stand on the protocols established today to really just set a brief context on the discussion we are going to have. One of the things that we noted is that we are a social media country, but we didn't have a chance to do selfies. So at the end of this session, we'll request for a selfie moment, which will also allow us to conclude the sentiments of the conference for day one. According to the recent policy evidence highlighted by KIPPRA and the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the service sector in Kenya currently contributes between 55% and 70% of Kenya's GDP. And this makes it a dominant engine for the economy. Within these key subsectors, within this sector, subsectors such as transport and logistics, tourism and accommodation, ICT, digital services, financial services, and professional services are emerging as critical anchors of growth and regional competitiveness for our country. However, in 2026, our statistics still tell us something that is more nuanced, that while the service sector is growing, its value still remains uneven. For example, knowledge-intensive services such as ICT, finance, and professional services are still accounting for relatively small share of an employment, despite contributing disproportionately to the GDP growth. At the same time, subsectors like hospitality and food services have recorded strong recent growth indicators, over 15%, according to the latest statistics. And this signals a potential for growth of services to drive post-recovery expansion in our country, and also to grow these emerging value chains as Kenya continues to strengthen its positioning within the African continent and in the world in the fourth industrial revolution. It is in this backdrop that then we host this session themed Scaling Kenya's Service Sector Value Chains for Inclusive Growth. And in this section, we want to move the conversation from fragmented service activities to fully integrated, scalable, inclusive value chains that connect innovation, infrastructure, and markets in this era of the digital economy. And therefore, we want to welcome you as we interact with the distinguished panelists that we have in a record 30 minutes that we've been allocated. Thank you. Welcome, and thank you very much for this session. I want to start with Mr. Thomas Kaberi. We had a conversation earlier on, and just connecting the previous panel that was here to our panel. And so I want to give you a chance to highlight some statistics that will set a pace for this conversation.
Yeah, so one of the statistics numbers that keep me awake at night is something that we call pulling your weight ratio. What this is the ratio of our population, the population percentage of Kenya versus our global contribution to the global GDP. We're just looking at these numbers and it's very sad. Of course, Kenya contributes 0.7% of global population, but our contribution to global GDP is 0.12%. That means we are negative six times in terms of pulling our weight in the global GDP, which is actually the inverse of the United States. So that means in the United States, they pull 6 times their weight. We are pulling negative 6 times our weight. And those are not just numbers, because when we hear people talk about the potential population growth in Africa, especially people from the West, they are not talking about anything else apart from a huge population that will buy their services. So, and the main difference between then physical goods value chains like the one that the distinguished panel has just talked about versus the service value chain is that our service value chain must be focused on exporting value. You know, with the physical goods like leather and food, we want first of all to be the first consumers and then export. With service value chains, you actually want to do the opposite, and I'm sure people in tourism will talk about that. We want to, because over time and as technology becomes more efficient, you find that there are fewer and fewer of us will be required to provide enough service value for our country. And therefore, we must be focused in building our capability as a nation to export our services. That means exportable value of our services.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that just connects to Kenya, the global business service sector, and its expansion to this market. I want to invite Madam Doreen to really just speak from the Kenya Tourism Board, doing an incredible work to promote the tourism sector. From your perspective, where does Kenya stand in strengthening service sector value chains today, and what are the opportunities?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate. And I think before I start, I just want to encourage everybody to tembea Kenya. Kenya is beautiful. From magical Kenya, we are saying tembea Kenya, and our hashtag is hapa ni wapi. Send it out and explore Kenya and ask people out there hapa ni wapi. Looking at when we look at in terms of just where we stand as a country, I believe that our positioning is quite strategic. If you look at Kenya just being a hub in the region, I think that alone is a key strength, because that really positions us when it comes to the meetings, when it comes to the conferences, when it comes to the event, which is a very good opportunity, which we really, really need to look at how do we harness. But apart from that, this is whereby I must say that we really pride in Kenya being an all year round weather destination. Quite diverse, quite rich. If you look at the number that are seated here, we are looking at almost 44 to 45 cultures that are represented. To us, that is a selling point and a real strength for this country. So even as we position out there, this is a very rich country in terms of experience. And finally, the youthful population that we have. When you look at investment in tourism, this is a great opportunity and a real strength for the country, which for us is a real selling point for the investment even into the tourism and even the hospitality sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Doreen. And just connecting from tourism, hapa ni wapi, to the world of technology. We are joined by Mr. Adam Lane from Huawei. And the other part that is fast accelerating in Kenya is really AI. cloud computing, and connectivity, which is now an essential contributor to our GDP and efficiency for service delivery, with Kenya recording some of the highest statistics globally. Now, the question for you, Adam, is based on your position as a private sector driver for technology adoption and the support of the digital superhighway project, how can technologies like artificial intelligence, cloud, and connectivity improve services across different sectors in this country?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me okay, Josephine?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Really? First time? That can't be possible. Okay, I'm impressed that your connectivity is working, and so is mine, at least until either we have a power cut or you have a power cut. So I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. Unfortunately, we're doing an event this morning in Nairobi that I had to be at. But I'm very glad to be able to join online and glad that you can hear me. I'm very proud to be here. I work at Huawei. We've been working with many of you. I know Konza and Carla and others, even KTB, were at your offices recently discussing technology and tourism. So we've been in Kenya over 25 years now. I've been here only 9 years. But I think we have a good insight as to the role of technology and how it can drive this country based on what's happening in Kenya, but also based on what's happening globally, since we work in every country around the world. Both those are maybe more developed than Kenya, and also those are less developed than Kenya. So I think for me, the really important thing is around information and data. And you need connectivity to collect the data. You need it to get the data to the people that can use it. But connectivity, of course, is just the first part of it. It's having access to that data, getting data about weather, data about prices, data about availability, data about suppliers. I'm getting some feedback, but it's okay. Data about demand. I think even we were at Kenya Tourism Bureau recently, there was a conversation with them about what data is out there in terms of how many people are arriving, from which countries, which hotels they're going to, which tourism sites they're going to, which museums they're going to, which restaurants they're going to. Is there a way that this data could be utilized to better understand the demand, better understand supply, better then guide services and what can be done in an integrated fashion to help existing tourists, but also help, of course, drive demand and help attract more tourists to come here. Data, of course, can be anonymized, it can be aggregated, there's ways it can protect personal information. But this, I think, is really the big opportunity. And data doesn't have to just come from raw data. Nowadays, and we talk about AI is able to collect data from anything. You know, if you look at videos, you look at images, the AI can really easily identify information based on the data and then provide really useful insights for that. And then not just make the analysis of that insight, but also share that with the relevant people that need that insight as well. I think there is information out there, but not available to those that need that information and can use that information in meaningful ways. The other thing I want to mention is connectivity is not just for the individuals, whether they're individual consumers, individual producers, also connectivity for the sensors. This is something, I guess, for those who have been to Konza would have seen in terms of their Internet of Things platform and network, connectivity for cameras, and other aspects of connectivity that are important to get real-time insights and real-time data. And that can be very important, I think, for all of the industries, but especially in the service industry. Service industry, I think, is probably the biggest likely driver of jobs in the future, whether it's tourism, whether it's retail, whether it's hospitality, and other areas. You know, no matter what happens with the adaptation and utilization of AI and technology, people are people, and people want experiences. And people also growing old across the world, including even in Africa, and there's huge demand, I think, for more social welfare and other services, and that's really where I see the opportunity for services and the need for more data, more information, and more analytics to provide that kind of information. Maybe I should stop there. We haven't got much time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've introduced the concepts data. Data is a new oil, but also we're talking about data protection, data sharing, anonymization, and also making sure that we are leveraging this data for decision making and making it accessible to those who need. And I think this is a fantastic platform for dissemination of organized data in form of research, reports, statistics that can actually inform policy and development. I want to just connect what you said to the presentation by Dr. Baba, and this is about picture-based insurance. I can say I was very fascinated about your presentation, and I followed it very keenly. And just following on that very good presentation you've made, what, from your research and observation, is the role of digital innovation in strengthening trust and participation in Kenya's service sector, and also just taking care of the vulnerable communities and persons?
Thank you so much. Yeah. So a key thing where these digital innovations come in is bringing the service providers closer to the end users. And so that has to do with better data, but also better engagement platforms. And for instance, in the example that I presented, we have photo-based insurance, which operates just a lot more intuitive. And farmers have the feeling almost that somebody comes to their farm to see what's going on, and do you indeed, are you eligible for a payout? It feels much more concrete. I also think, for instance, if we're thinking of other services and risk, it just can bring insurers much closer to the end beneficiaries. And this is important. I don't want to have a presentation just about agriculture if we're talking about tourism, but de-risking is important also for the tourism sector. So if we have better ways of covering risk, reducing risk in different service sectors across Kenya, that is important. And that's really where these digital innovations come in. The other piece is also with large language models. People feel like they're talking to someone. I don't know if you're talking to Gemini or ChatGPT, but it feels like there's another person there, which makes a big difference. And I think especially for more vulnerable communities who usually don't have access to that type of connection, I think this can really be a deal breaker.
Thank you very much. What you've said is very important, but also the importance of inclusivity, because we must make sure that these technologies, these innovations are accessible to the most common wananchi in a language that they can understand. And so just connecting that, I want to bring back to Thomas, and my question is on the work you do every day. Kenya's startup ecosystem attracted approximately $600 million in venture capital funding in the last year alone. And we have been popularly touted as one of the top 3 innovation zones in African continent. From your work that you're doing and from your interaction with the many startups and venture capital investors, where is the biggest opportunity for startups in service sector value chains in Kenya?
So, first of all, service sector value chains are intelligence systems. So what that means is that if you are to extract or build out value from this service sector, you want to build synchronization. And actually, yes, you've talked about capital, but capital is actually not one of the biggest problems for startups in Kenya, right? Actually, some startups have failed right after they were capitalized, right? And that's because the supporting infrastructure for their success, which means like the synchronization of data. For example, like startups are shooting in the dark a lot of the time when it comes to policy, or these policies are coming and hitting them on their blind sides. So we need to coordinate much, much better. We need to have not just static data, but live streamed data. So for example, startups and businesses, and I've seen the Chamber of Commerce here, the private sector is constantly producing operational market data, user data, customer data, while the public sector is constantly providing policy data, government operation data. We need to have infrastructure that avails this information in real time to both private and public sector, so that the decisions that are being made in the public sector are visible, at the very least visible in real time to the private sector and vice versa. And I think the idea of just consumer digital platforms is actually an undoing, and I won't mention names, but I would like us to start thinking about not falling into the same trap that we fall into with other value chains, where we are importing a lot more than we are exporting. And the danger here is when we start importing intelligence and we start importing templates and frameworks from other markets, and we try and paste them onto our value chains, service value chains, and we expect them to work. So yes, so that supportive infrastructure, local shared intelligence, synchronized policy making is actually one of the biggest issues that startups are facing. But when it comes to opportunities within the startup space, wherever you see friction, wherever you see trust, because service value chains are largely about a better experience, they're about trust as well. So wherever we can build trust, wherever we can build, we can reduce friction like she's doing, wherever we can build coordination, those opportunities will be there, and they're there in health, they're there in agriculture, they're there in logistics, and I think they will continue to grow, but we must be careful that they are not being taken advantage of by imported intelligence systems.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the point is, as we build our capacities, we must also build our intelligence systems. And I strongly believe we have the talent, some of the best talent globally, to be able to support us in the development of these systems and frameworks. Now, back to our Hapa ni Wapi conversations. We want to ask the question, as we promote tourism as a service sector, and we've seen very, very promising growth over the last few years. The question is, one, how do we ensure that local communities are benefiting from this service sector that is tourism? Because at the end of the day, we must produce and we ensure the quality, as was mentioned earlier in the morning, that we are providing for opportunities at a right level. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and I must say that our communities play a key role. When it really comes to tourism, we really must appreciate. I think the first opportunity is really being able to open up opportunities for communities to participate. And I really love the conversation that came up in the morning around just being able to transition our young people or communities from learners to earners. Because at the end of the day, this is what is very key. And so I must really speak to the opportunity that really lies in terms of just being able to open up opportunities for communities, especially when it comes to capacity building of these communities to be able to participate within the opportunities that are there. Looking at it, a good example, when we speak to our youth who are within this space today, digital provides a great opportunity. But how do we position that digital at the end of the day to be able to expand the opportunities for our young people? Being able to build up their skills around the participation within that space, number one, to create content. Number two, even to be able to participate in the tourism business at the end of the day. But apart from that also, when we look at it in terms of the licensing opportunities that are there, these really need to be friendly to the communities. Because at the end of the day, when you look at the requirements that are there around licensing, for communities to be able to participate in some of these communities, it becomes more of a barrier. And so there's need for more conversation when it comes to the Tourism Regulatory Authority to be able to provide simpler and easy opportunities, especially for our young people, and even for women, really to be able to get into that space, to be able to do business at the end of the day. So these are some of those that I'm looking at. Of course, there's that opportunity around harnessing enterprises at the community level, and this is really looking at the regulations around the homestays, making them as simple as possible so that they are also an opportunity for our community to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that passionate appeal and presentation on how we can expand opportunities for our local communities. I hope we are all listening, because this is something very practical for all of us, especially in the coast region, in terms of just making sure we are showing up the numbers even at our very, very practical level. Back to you, Adam, in terms of our journey towards digital transformation. Over the last 2 years, again, we've seen significant investments by our government in advancing the digital transformation agenda for Kenya. From your side, what do you see as the biggest barrier in terms of this ambition, and what suggestions do you have from a policy perspective to really accelerate this journey?
Thank you, Josephine. Hope you can still hear me okay. So
yes.
The first one, I think, is still connectivity. There's still a challenge, especially with a large majority of, say, healthcare institutions, education institutions, so on, that are not yet connected. A large number of SMEs, though they may be within range of, say, a network, they're not really using it very well. We can say they're kind of underconnected rather than unconnected. So I think the first barrier is to get more businesses and more individuals using connectivity better. So that's partly the connectivity itself, and it's partly awareness and use of how to make connectivity productive for themselves. And the second one I want to bring is really this issue of data. I know you talked about it, and I know it is important. The government is working on a data governance policy and then subsequently a data governance strategy. We've been sharing a lot of insights into this, and I think it's really critical. And this is, I think, a really big challenge in Kenya. I think it's also why KIPPRA and other entities similar to KIPPRA are very important in helping create a market for data. We need people and entities and businesses to be going out there and collecting data. They need to then be incentivized to share that data in a responsible way with a legal framework, right, that enables you to, say, aggregate or anonymize data, but still there needs to be an incentive. If you are out there collecting data, you are able to sell it as market research, and that's really important. If there's no incentive to collecting and sharing data, ultimately people are not going to be collecting and sharing data. There's obviously not a lot of funding in Kenya for academics and for researchers, unfortunately. So I think we have to really look at the private sector and private market that would drive incentives to collect data, and of course set the framework for it to be done responsibly. And that's really important. So this new data governance policy is going to hopefully guide that. It will also look at setting up data sharing formats, data sharing standards, and the agencies that will be responsible around that. And that, I think, will really help. We've been talking about data for a long time, but until there's the marketplace, until there's the incentives, until there's the regulatory framework to do that, I don't think it's going to progress, and that's really holding back digitization and of value chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I like that your thoughts are very well aligned to a conversation we had at lunchtime, that we must have data at the right level, and also data sharing frameworks, and of course policy, which is the data governance policy on our data. Now, as we come to the end, we have about 7 minutes. I want to ask now the concluding question, or the looking forward question, which would be, what is the one priority that Kenya should focus on to unlock growth in the next few years? So today we are at X, and we want to go to, say, 5X, wait, not 10X. This time we want to move our service sector to 5X. What are these priority areas that we must invest in so that then we can unlock this 5X growth? I'll start with Dr. Baiba on that. Thank you.
So I think, my presentation gave the sort of prelude of this already. I think that it's really important to de-risk. So the public sector can play a very big role in taking the risk out of the system by ensuring there's a functioning insurance market, the financial markets are working well, and that systematic risk is covered by the public sector rather than leaving that over to the private sector. In addition, we're not just facing a lot of risk in Kenya, but also a change in how that risk is evolving because of climate change. And so it's also a lot of uncertainty that needs to be managed. And I think that's a top priority, finding ways to reduce the uncertainty in the uncertainty and turning it into known risks that we can anticipate and plan for, rather than an ambiguous world in which anything might change. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are looking at this. This is whereby the revenue in tourism, just within, that is 2025 alone, we are looking at $500 billion contribution from tourism. And we are looking at the average visitor spend growing from 189,000 in 2023 to where we stand in 2025. That was captured at 204,000. Tourism is a real game changer for us. But what we really need to focus on is the infrastructure. access into and access in the country is very key. So this means that at the end of the day, really, let us really look at around creating a seamless experience from the visitor at the point they enter the airport. I appreciate the work that is really going on at our airport, but how do we make the journey beyond the airport when it comes to our road, when it comes to our airstrips, when it comes to those facilities that are in between? They really need strengthening at the end of the day. So priority is infrastructure, considering that this is a cow for us. If we are going to milk it, then let the infrastructure align to the same. Thank you.
Yeah, I like KIPPRA's tagline, thinking together. And I think beyond thinking together, we must create infrastructure that will help us to do together so that we close the gap between private sector and public sector, so that in acting and implementing our various projects, we have a common, we are reading from the same script. And so private sector is not looking over their shoulders, wondering at what point will public sector catch up with me, or at what point will they trip me, right? We need to build that trust, and trust can be built through infrastructure. I like the idea of a repository that KIPPRA already has, a repository of all this regulation, of all these policies. We need to breathe more life to such platforms with intelligence, so that at the touch of a button, anybody in private sector, and even anybody outside this country who has the intentions of investing in this country or expanding their business in this country, they are able to interact with an intelligent system that is able to advise them from real-time regulation and policy factors that already exist. So I think closing that gap and starting to do together.
Thank you very much. I think in one meeting, there was a very big poster, and it was written, stop thinking and start doing, just indicating that sometimes we spend so much time thinking at the expense of doing, but we modified it and said, think, start doing, stop thinking, start doing, then continue thinking, so that then at least there's something that is going on as the thinking is also going on. I'm not sure we have Adam. He seems to have dropped, but really looks like we have 2 minutes to this time. I want to say that this conversation has been about how we can strengthen the value chains for the service sector. We have looked at what needs to be done and how we are going to do it. The strongest signal was that we must do together, with key priorities being finding ways to de-risk investments around ecosystems and platforms, looking at data governance policies and how we are implementing those, developing intelligent platforms from our home and making sure that those platforms are actually informing decision making. We've also talked about infrastructure access, IT infrastructure, physical infrastructure, 360-degree experiences. And lastly, we've talked about very solid public-private partnerships. And so, Adam, I want to invite you back to just give us one priority for which we must focus on to move our sector, specifically ICT, from where we are to at least 5x.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Oh, okay. Well, I would like to suggest we actually better use existing resources and existing platforms. I think this is probably where the quick wins are. And I know you've not been able to speak, Josephine, since you're only the moderator, but maybe I can speak on your behalf. Do a small plug for some of the great facilities. For example, at Conza with the IOC, there's really great Internet of Things platform, that can be really utilized and leveraged. It's a cloud-based platform. I think a lot of people around the whole country can be utilizing these resources. We don't actually have to be making big investments in new infrastructure necessarily. There's lots of infrastructure and systems and software that are already there, but we can use better if people are aware of them and make better use of them. So I think that would be my one thing. Let's know what's out there, and let's make better use of what's there, rather than always having to invest in new things per se. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And actually, that allows me to get a chance to speak about our perspective and the phenomenal work that is happening down at Konza. We have had a chance to partner a lot with Huawei, state-of-the-art infrastructure, solid cloud platforms that is supporting both government, private sector, and startup applications. We also right now are trialing experience centers, smart traffic systems, and a lot of really platforms that we have. But the one that I think is transformational is the digital hubs. The country is investing in 1,450 digital hubs across the country. At the moment, we have about 330 plus digital hubs already deployed, and they are starting to transform the communities for which they exist. This becomes centers of innovation, centers of experimentation, centers of learning, and centers of inclusion, because we say that everybody must find a space to plug in, to learn, and to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. And so anyone who's trying to find a place to start with their IT innovation and solutions, you could talk to us. Myself from Konza, we have quite a number of colleagues in this conference, and we'll be able to really support with that. And with that, I want to say thank you very much to my panel. It is exactly 0:00, and we want to call this to an end. Thank you, and over to you, MC.
Tell your neighbor, wake up. You can also tell your neighbor, wake up. You know, I've been dreaming, and I woke up in the dream, but in the dream, let me tell you guys, in the dream, I saw there were 5 bunches, and they bowed to my bunch. And I've woken up, and that's a biblical story, a reference to one. Yeah, but I really do appreciate. I think this is quite incredible. Haven't they done a good job? Have they done a good job? Sawa sawa. So, wapigeni makofi tena. I know our time is up. We should be recapping day 1 because it's already 5:30. But before we do much, I'd request our panel. We have a panel photo, first of all, and then secondly, we can wrap up day 1. Is that fair? Ama, you wanted a question? Oh, we've cut your sound.
Yes. We will do a panel photo, a panel selfie,
Okay.
and a selfie for everybody.
Ah, beautiful. I love that idea. It's beautiful. So let's have a panel selfie. Selfie. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So we have to look at the type of phone that you have. Then we start weighing, does it have space or not? You know, quite a number of factors. Okay, there is one there, a selfie one. I wasn't part of the panel, because you will crop me out even if I join. All right, there you go. Now we can take one photo officially. Asante sana. Amazing. Have we included Adams? Adam, you can smile. That's nice. We are screenshotting that one, okay? Thank you very much. Once again, let us appreciate this wonderful panel. Pigeni makofi. That is an interesting one. So, tell your neighbor day 1 is over. Then ask them, form ni gani sasa? Do they have any form? Okay. So, I'd like us to be on our feet. Tafadhali, let us be on our feet. You have a question? I know it's 5:30 actually, but it's okay. Recap tomorrow. Okay, so I want to give you one simple exercise as we close this up. I want you to just high-five 5 people, 5 different people that you don't know. And don't comment on how hard their hands are, you know. That is 1. Just count. And when you high five somebody, don't be awkward. You can also introduce yourself, yeah? Don't just walk awkwardly. All right, have you five people? Okay. So, one of those people I want you to tell them your greatest takeaway today before we close. Like, what have you picked from today's sessions? Share something with them. Quickly, in less than 30 seconds. Talk to them. Today we have to talk to each other. Just share something that you've picked. You don't have anyone. This guy. Share something that you've learned from today's session. Okay. Incredible. Sawa. See if you can hear me clap once. If you can hear me clap twice. Naona watu bado wako story. Vipi? Uko sawa? Sawa. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is where we are, and that's where we put a full stop to today's session. I'd like somebody to pray for us as we close up. We started with a word of prayer. We also have to finish with a word of prayer. Who's going to pray for us? Preferably a lady. Nani atatuombea? Is that a lady? Okay, thank you very much. So, I'm looking for somebody to pray for us. Let me see. Wapi? Oh, kuja utuombe tafadhali. Tukimaliza. So guys, let us pray, then we'll finish day 1. Tomorrow we start at 8.
Praise God. Aya tuombe. Tufunge macho. Mighty and everlasting God, we come before you because none like you. We say thank you for the precious day that you have given unto us, Messiah, Lord. Say thank you for all the teachings that you have gotten, Messiah, Lord. And we honor you as you're going to come back tomorrow. All the honors and glory shall be back unto you. In Jesus' name, we pray and believe. Amen.
Asante sana. Today was her birthday, so sing to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to her name is Esther. Happy birthday, dear Esther. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now?
23.
You are very young, yeah. Happy birthday, dear Esther. Happy birthday to her. Mpigeni makofi. At this particular moment, ladies and gentlemen, we have evening tea. Let us go network, tukunywe chai, alafu kesho tupatane hapa at 8, so that we begin at 8:30 on the dot. Thank you very much. This is 9th KIPPRA Annual Regional Conference, and day 1 is done. Remember, we are strengthening value chains for inclusive growth in Kenya. God bless you. See you tomorrow.
It was very real.